The Marx Revival: Key Concepts and New Interpretations. Edited by Marcello Musto. York University. Preface. Scornful neglect and intemperate hostility, haughty dismissal and marginal course adoption, selective co-optation and selective bowdlerization, these are some of the strategies adopted by establishment intellectuals over the years in response to the challenge of the thinker born 200 years ago in Trier. Yet, here we are at the beginning of the third decade of the 20th century, and it sometimes seems that Karl Marx's real ideas have never been as topical, or as commanding of respect and interest, as they are today. Since the latest crisis of capitalism broke out in 2008, Marx has been back in fashion. Contrary to the predictions after the fall of the Berlin Wall, when he was consigned to perpetual oblivion, Marx's ideas are once more the object of analysis, development, and debate. Many have begun to ask new questions about a thinker who was often wrongly identified with actually existing socialism and then curtly brushed aside after 1989. Prestigious newspapers and journals with a wide readership have described Marx as a highly topical and far-sighted theorist. Almost everywhere, he is now the theme of university courses and international conferences. His writings, reprinted or brought out in new editions, have reappeared on bookshop shelves, and the study of his work, after 20 years of virtual silence, has gathered increasing momentum, sometimes producing important, groundbreaking results. The years 2017 and 2018 have brought further intensity to this Marx revival, thanks to many initiatives around the world linked to the 150th anniversary of the publication of Capital and the bicentenary of Marx's birth. Of particular value for an overall reassessment of Marx's oeuvre was the resumed publication in 1998 of the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe, Mega Superscript 2, the historical critical edition of the complete works of Marx and Engels. 28 volumes have already appeared, and others are in the course of preparation. These volumes contain new versions of some of Marx's works, like the German Ideology, all his preparatory manuscripts of Capital from 1857 to 1881, all the letters he sent and received during his life, and approximately 200 notebooks containing 17 excerpts from his reading and reactions to which they gave rise. The latter form the workshop of his critical theory, showing us the complex itinerary of his thought and the sources on which he drew in developing his ideas. These priceless volumes of the Mega 2 edition, many available only in German and therefore still connected to small circles of researchers, show us an author very different from the one that numerous critics, or self-styled followers, presented for such a long time. The publication of previously unknown materials of Marx, along with innovative interpretations of his work, has opened up new research horizons and demonstrated, more clearly than in the past, his capacity to examine the contradictions of capitalist society on a global scale and in spheres beyond the con-ICT between capital and labor. It is no exaggeration to say that, of the great classics of political, economic, and philosophical thought, Marx is the one whose pro-le has changed the most in the opening decades of the 20th century. Research advances, together with the changed political conditions, suggest that the renewal in the interpretation of Marx's thought is a phenomenon destined to continue. Recent publications have shown that Marx went deeply into many issues, often underestimated, or even ignored, by scholars of his work, which are acquiring crucial importance for the political agenda of our times. Among these are the ecological question, migration, the critique of nationalism, individual freedom in the economic and political sphere, gender emancipation, the emancipatory potential of technology, and forms of collective ownership not controlled by the state. Furthermore, Marx undertook thorough investigations of societies outside Europe and expressed himself unambiguously against the ravages of colonialism. He also criticized thinkers who used categories peculiar to the European context in their analysis of peripheral areas of the globe. He warned against those who failed to observe the necessary distinctions between phenomena and, especially after his theoretical advances in the 1870s, he was highly wary of transferring interpretive categories across completely different historical or geographical elds. All this is more evident today, despite the skepticism still fashionable in certain academic quarters. Thus, 30 years after the fall of the Berlin Wall, it has become possible to read a Marx very unlike the dogmatic, economistic, and Eurocentric theorist who was paraded around for so long. Of course, one can nd in Marx's massive literary bequest a number of statements that suggest that the development of the productive forces is leading to dissolution of the capitalist mode of production. But it would be wrong to attribute to him any idea that the advent of socialism is a historical inevitability. Indeed, for Marx, the possibility of transforming society depended on the working class and its capacity, through struggle, to change the world. If Marx's ideas are reconsidered in the light of changes that have occurred since his death, they prove highly useful for an understanding of capitalist society but also shed light on the failure of socialist experiences in the 20th century. For Marx, capitalism is not an organization of society in which human beings, protected by impartial legal norms capable of guaranteeing justice and equity, enjoy true freedom and live in accomplished democracy. In reality, they are degraded into mere objects, whose primary function is to produce commodities and property for others. But if communism aims to be a higher form of society, it must promote the conditions for the full and free development of each individual. In contrast to the equation of communism with dictatorship of the proletariat, which many of the communist states espoused in their propaganda, it is necessary to look again at Marx's definition of communist society as an association of free human beings. This book, which contains contributions by noted international scholars, presents a Marx in many ways different from the one familiar from the dominant currents of 20th century socialism. Its dual aim is to reopen for discussion, in a critical and innovative manner, the classical themes of Marx's thought, and to develop a deeper analysis of certain questions to which relatively little attention has been paid until now. It is hoped that the volume will therefore help to bring Marx closer both to those who think everything has already been written about his work and to a new generation of readers who have not yet been seriously confronted with his writings. It goes without saying that we cannot today simply rely on what Marx wrote a century and a half ago. But nor should we lightly discount the content and clarity of his analyses or fail to take up the critical weapons he offered for fresh thinking about an alternative society to capitalism. Marcello Musto. 1. Capitalism. Michael R. Kratka. 1.1 Capitalism and its history. Today Marx enjoys worldwide fame as the incomparable theorist of capitalism and its most penetrating critic. The term itself, however, rarely appears in his writings. French socialists were already using it in the 1840s and 1850s, but only to denote certain aspects of what we would now understand by capitalism. When Pierre Leroux, 1797–1871, spoke of capitalism in his pamphlet against political economy Malthus and the Economists, or Will There Always Be Poor People? 1848, he was highlighting the unprecedented power of capitalists, and more specifically industrialists, in modern times. 1. Louis Blanc, 1811–82, occasionally employed the term in various editions of his book The Organization of Work, 1850, referring to the appropriation of capital by some to the exclusion of others. 2. And Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, 1809–65, in his The General Idea of the Revolution in the 19th Century, 1851, had the same idea in mind when he pointed to the power of capitalists in the Parisian housing market. 3. In Germany, it was Johann Karl Rodbertus, 1805–75, a fervent critic of classical political economy, who wrote of capitalism in the sense of a social system. 4. Albert Schaffe, 1831–1903, a liberal conservative professor of political economy and one of the early academic socialists. Der Sozialisten became the RST to counterpose capitalism to socialism in the title of a book, Capitalism and Socialism, 1870. The socialists were right, had mit alluding to Marx, The present economy is characterized by the capitalist mode of production, that is, by the hegemony of capitalism. 5. Political economists of the classical era, like Adam Smith and David Ricardo, were long familiar with the terms capital and capitalist but not with capitalism. Marx himself used the word no more than 20 times in passing, and in Lion manuscripts that remained unpublished during his lifetime. In the economic manuscript of 1861-63, capitalism features just once, in a context where it could signify either the boundless drive of capitalists to enrich themselves and make more capital or the total process of capital accumulation. 6. In his RST draft for Capital Volume 2, written in 1865, he wrote of the drive of capitalism Trieb de Kapitalismus and emphasized that it develops completely only on the base of this capitalist mode of production. 7. It is clear what he meant by this. The drive of capitalism is nothing but the propensity of capitalists to accumulate capital beyond all limits, instead of consuming their wealth and enjoying the spoils of their entrepreneurial activities. It is a drive to create ever larger amounts of capital, to expand the scale of production and increase the productivity of labor, and potentially to bring about the ever greater overproduction of commodities. 8. In a further note written in 1877, which Engels incorporated in his edition of Capital, Volume 2, 1885. Marx again used the term capitalism equivocally, referring either to capitalist production or to the compelling motive of capitalists to enrichment or accumulation as opposed to personal consumption. 9. In 1875, in the completely different context of his Conspectus of Bakunin Statism and Anarchy, Marx used capitalism in the now familiar sense, as a shorthand term for the capitalist mode of production. 10. Which is how he continued to characterize the modern economy until his death. In his letter to the editors of the Russian journal Otechestvenny Zapiski, Patriotic Notes, written in 1877 but published by Engels only after Marx's death, he tried to correct the reading of the chapter on primitive accumulation in Capital, Volume I, that some of his Russian followers had embraced. In this chapter, he had not offered more than a historical sketch of the genesis of capitalism in Western Europe, and he now defended himself against a critic who wanted to turn this into a historico-philosophical theory of general development. 11. In his drafts of a letter to the Russian socialist Varazay Sulich, written in 1881, he spoke of the capitalist system, as he did, incidentally, in the French and second German editions of Capital, Volume I, but not of capitalism. 12. It is easy to understand why Marx considered the term capitalism to have been corrupted by its use in a predominantly moralizing sense that covered only particular aspects of the economic system. The aim he set himself was to identify and explain the fundamentals, the basic elements, and core processes of the capitalist mode of production. Not content with highlighting or condemning some of the most striking aspects of the modern industrial economy, he wanted to analyze its whole fabric or inner structure, its laws of motion, and the logic of its development. His theory was intended to cover both the whole and the constituent parts of the capitalist system, making it possible to trace both the origins and the long-term development of the modern, Western, economy and society. In the German-speaking world, it was Werner Sombart, 1863–1941, who conferred the dignity and weight of an academic concept on the term capitalism. 13. In his book Modern Capitalism, 1902. He himself regarded it as a sympathetic continuation of Marx's work, and it caused quite a sensation in the academic world as well as helping decisively to establish the term in everyday language. Although capitalism had entered French and German dictionaries as early as the 1860s and 1870s, in the English-speaking world it was rather hesitantly introduced to the wider public during the 1880s. 14. 1.2 Capitalism, what is in a word? In the 1840s, when Marx was just becoming familiar with political economy, he described his object of study as the bourgeois mode of production, bourgeois relations of production, or the mode of production of the bourgeoisie. In the Grundriss, he named it the mode of production based upon capital, the mode of production dominated by capital, or the mode of production of capital. From 1861 onwards, he used the terms capitalist mode of production, capitalist relations of production, or even capitalist production as a shorthand. In Capital, Volume I, he similarly referred to the capitalist mode of production. Already in the opening sentence of the RST chapter, he made it clear that his object of study was not only the capitalist economy, but the wider framework of the societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails. 15 Accordingly, one can and will nd that Marx's economic analysis of modern capitalism dealt with much more than just relations of production or relations of exchange. He focused on and investigated the various forms of praxis, or action and interaction, the various forms of labor, the forms of exchange, the forms of organization, the forms of competition, as well as the various forms of thought that determine the basic categories shared by both practical agents and scientific observers, the political economists, living in capitalism. His theory of capitalism, as outlined in Capital and other writings, has a wider scope than any other economic theory. It deals with far more than just the mode of production or the relations of production in capitalism, and with more than the complete economic system. The wider structure of modern bourgeois society, the social relations among its members at the level of the individual RM or household or marketplace, their relations of domination and authority, their contests and struggles, their relations of cooperation and competition, all this belongs to the general theory of capitalism that Marx envisaged. In fact, his critical theory of capitalism was inspired and informed by the research program that he had outlined together with Engels in the German ideology. In accordance with what they called the materialist conception of history, the capitalist economy would inevitably shape and pervade modern society and create an all-encompassing capitalist regime. For the classical economists, the great classes of modern society, capitalists, landowners, workers, were given, as were markets, money, manufactures, or banking. For Marx, however, the class structure of modern society was different from all previous structures of social inequality. Its quite specific characteristics had to be studied with care, not taken for granted. Only in the last, unnished, chapter of Capital, Volume 3, do we nd so much as a fragment in which he explicitly asks the question, what makes a class? 16 The answer to this question, not given by Marx, would be highly complex. For he regarded the classes of modern society as classes based on the capitalist mode of production. 17 First, it was necessary to understand all the essential features of this mode of production, only then could one answer the question and explain the relations and interactions, including the pattern of class struggles, among those features. From the 1840s on, Marx called his theory of the capitalist mode of production a critique of political economy. Throughout his economic writings, from the RST manuscripts of the early 1840s to the last drafts penned in the early 1880s, he elaborated the RST and the most salient critique of the classical political economists. With a few exceptions highlighted and praised by Marx, they lacked a sense of history and were prone to see the capitalist mode of production as the natural order of economic affairs, or the economic order most adequate to human nature. In stark contrast to this view, Marx considered capitalism as a historically specific economic order, an economic system that had a beginning and would eventually come to an end. Any true theory of capitalism had to reveal and to demonstrate its historical specificities as an economic and societal order. Any critic of capitalism had to focus on what was specific to the capitalist epoch and that epoch alone. Accordingly, Marx refrained from dealing with production or labor or exchange in general and mocked those economists, German economists in particular, who indulged in such exercises. To expatiate about the few characteristics which all stages of production have in common could provide nothing more than vacuous generalities and the kind of abstract moments with which no real historical stage of production can be grasped. 18 Such a way of proceeding could only blur, and eventually erase, the historical specificities of modern capitalism. However, to make these specific features stand out clearly, it was necessary to overcome an obvious difficulty: the basic categories pertaining to the capitalist mode of production, commodity, exchange, money, markets, trade, even capital, and wage labor, as well as landed property, real estate, credit, and banking, had been used, and the respective economic relations had existed in one form or another, long before the era of modern capitalism. Actually, they had existed in various combinations, albeit not in the same forms or the same combinations that occurred in the modern era. The task in theorizing modern capitalism was therefore to lay bare what was distinctive about these relations, and corresponding categories, in the capitalist economic and social order. Marx did deal with the commodity as such, with money as such or in general, to mention two of the most famous examples from Capital. He also presented some thoughts about the process of human labor in general. But the real thrust of his exposition and argument was always that the economic categories bear a historical imprint. 19 Taking this into account, he sought to identify and map out the specific, even unique, characteristics that commodities, money, market exchange, wage labor, production, consumption, economic growth, and so on assumed in modern capitalism. There could be no theory of capitalism without some causal or functional laws. But, for Marx, all such laws or tendencies could be general only in the sense that they were valid for all kinds of capitalism within the capitalist world economy, both throughout its past history and for as long as the capitalist epoch endured. The general laws of the capitalist economic order remained historical laws, in contrast to suprahistorical or ahistorical laws of nature, or to the natural economic order or state of nature of economic life that many classical, and neoclassical, economists had in mind. 1.3 The basic features of modern capitalism. In Capital, Marx gave short summaries of what, in his view, were the crucial features of capitalism as an economic system. At the end of Capital, Volume 3, in the last section dealing with the revenues and their sources, he briefly described some of the main elements that differentiated capitalism from all other historical modes of production. The RST characteristic he emphasized was that all production was production of commodities, all products were produced as commodities and assumed the commodity form. Commodity production as such was much older and more widespread than capitalism. What distinguished capitalism, however, was that being a commodity was the dominant and determining characteristic of its products. 20 In the capitalist mode of production, every product is turned into a commodity, every kind of production transformed into commodity production, once the basic means and conditions of production, of any production, have been transformed into commodities. The crucial role here is reserved for human labor power. Once this is transformed into a commodity, every product of human labor becomes a potential commodity. In capitalism, commodity production becomes universal, the general form of production. 21 It should be noted that in this summary Marx explicitly made the key distinction between the production of commodities and commodities as the product of capital. Both seem to coexist in the capitalist mode of production, and both are essential to grasp the specific character of capitalism as a mode of production. In the last chapter of the RST draft for Capital, Volume I, he explained further the specific features of the commodity as product of capital. Such commodities are different. 1. They are mass products, not single products, and are clearly products of social, organized labor on a large scale. 2. They are produced for a mass market, not for single customers, and 3. They represent the value of capital used in their production plus the surplus value created in the same process. For their producers and for their owners, these commodities are only important insofar as they bear a certain amount of value and of surplus value to be realized on the market. 22 Hence, the most accurate formula for modern capitalism would not be production of commodities by means of commodities, but rather production of commodities as the product of capital by means of commodities as the product of capital. Commodities and commodities as the product of capital enter the market and have to pass through the process of circulation. As Marx put it, there are several finite processes through which the products must pass and in which they assume finite social characteristics. 23 Turning them into commodities as the product of capital. The second feature that marks the capitalist mode of production is the rule of capital, to be distinguished from the rule of capitalists. In capitalism, and only in capitalism, all commodity production is just a means to a dominant, overarching end, the production of surplus value. This is the direct aim and determining motive of production. 24. As Marx emphasized, capital, or the capital/wage-labor relationship, is the dominant relation of production in capitalism. All capitalist production is production of value and, in particular, of surplus value. Once produced and realized, surplus value permits and compels the formation of new capital, so that, in the end, capital produces capital, and ever more capital. In the second part of his summary, therefore, Marx briefly recapitulated his concept of capital as a historically specie relation of production. Capital, as he emphasized in his magnum opus, is not a thing, but a social relation between persons which is mediated through things. 25. The one relation between persons that Marx invoked in his summary was the relation between capital and wage labor, or between capitalists as bearers and owners of capital and wage laborers as bearers of wage labor and owners of their only commodity, their labor power. Capital, in order to become and remain capital, has to be valorized, its value has to be enhanced, its amount has to grow. Hence, capital should be understood not as a thing, but as an ongoing process in time and space, the process of surplus value production and appropriation, of surplus value realization, and of the accumulation of capital or the transformation of surplus value into new capital, expanded reproduction of capital on a social scale. The reproduction of wage laborers as wage laborers is a necessary part of this overall production. 26. Marx's summary is very short indeed. Were we to settle for this, his concept of capitalism would boil down to just two components, commodity production and the capital/wage labor relationship. But of course there is much more, and Marx's summary actually directs us towards a number of key points for a proper understanding of his theory of modern capitalism. 1.4 Value, money, competition. If capitalism tends to become the absolute form 27 of commodity production, as Marx told us, it follows that capitalism will turn into a mode of production completely based upon value. 28 It is only in capitalism that the relations of production and exchange, or market relations, in principle all economic relationships, become completely pervaded and dominated by the specie relationship between economically active persons that Marx denoted as the value relation. Value was a basic concept for Marx. Without it, neither commodity exchange and money nor capital were conceivable. One could not grasp the concept of surplus value without it. What is most striking about Marx's theory, however, is the link between value and capitalism. As Marx argued throughout the 3 volumes of Capital, the forms of value can exist simply through the market exchange of commodities. But the true substance of value, social labor as a socially valid abstraction, or abstract labor, only comes into full existence and only acquires practical economic relevance thanks to the development of the distinctively capitalist mode and methods of production, that is, in a regime of industrial mass production. Moreover, only if many capitals are always and everywhere freely competing with one another and are able to move freely between industries, is it possible that the value of every commodity will be determined, as Marx assumed, by the average amount of social labor necessary to reproduce it under the technological conditions that prevail on average in every industry. In contrast to many of the classical economists, Marx did not assert that value relations reigned supreme in pre-capitalist times and lost their importance under the conditions of modern capitalism. In his view, it was not until the capitalist mode conquered all spheres of production that the law of value became fully valid for all market transactions involving commodities and commodities as products of capital. It is true that the famous forms of value, from the simple form of value to the form of money as analyzed by Marx in the RST chapter of Capital, Volume I, emerged and even fully developed long before the rise of modern capitalism. However, it is in modern capitalism that the RST impinge upon everyone's thoughts and actions and assume the XED quality of natural forms of social life, or, as categories, acquire the quality of socially valid, and therefore objective 29 forms of thought. Only in modern capitalism does the dual character of commodity-producing human labor become dominant, on the one hand, useful, concrete labor productive of useful things or use values, on the other hand, abstract social labor, based upon the social equality of all market producers and productive of things for exchange or values. Once value and the value-producing quality of social labor have been RMLY established, the social division of labor in the historical form of a division of labor among private producers creating commodities for a market can be extended and intensified beyond all traditional limits. For now, the regulative law of value brings about social coherence among independent producers, all the accidents and irregular fluctuations of market exchanges notwithstanding. When and where value prevails, so does money. It is only in capitalism, however, that money as a social relation prevails. Capitalism is the RST historical economic order, and the RST societal order, in which all commodity exchanges turn into a fully edged process of commodity circulation that is eventually dominated by money circulation. 30 Economic interactions become fully moneized, at all times mediated by monetary transactions. Everyday life, far beyond the realm of market actions, is pervaded by money as both means and motive of economic action. In capitalist societies, everybody becomes a money owner and money user. Money proves to be the nerve of all social relations. On the other hand, capitalism takes up the monetary system it encountered as a given in its earliest stages and drives its historical development into something different. First, it spawns a fully edged money system, one in which money tends to be eventually replaced with credit, so that the RST complete credit system in history comes into being and capitalism turns into a credit economy in all respects. Second, money circulation becomes dominated by the movements of capital. The circulation, or, more specifically, the circuits and turnovers, of capital determine the circulation of money in a capitalist economy, and the circulating money turns out to be, more and more, just another form of capital, money capital. Capital, Volume 2, is largely devoted to analysis of this major change and its implications. Capitalism is the RST economic order dominated by money in all respects, and it is with money that the movement of capital begins and ends. In its most elementary and most superficial form, capital may be regarded as just a process in time leading from one amount of money to an increased amount of money, whatever the source or reason for that increase. In market terms, as Marx puts it in Capital, Volume I, the process appears as a series of exchanges, of money against commodities and of commodities against money, more money, M. Already in its elementary form, this process shows two salient characteristics of capital: 1, its continuous metamorphosis as it moves from one form of value, the commodity, to another one, money, and back, and, 2, a change in the amount of value involved. Even before capitalism, capitalists were seeking to enrich themselves and to enhance the value of their capital. It is only in modern capitalism, however, that this enrichment turns into a systematic and in principle endless venture. Every single capitalist might go bankrupt, individual capitals can and do lose their value or disappear altogether. But capital as a social relation, capital in general, will survive as long as the process of value enhancement, and hence enrichment of capitalists, continues. Once money has fully developed and exists independent of particular exchanges related to particular commodities, once money has gained the character of money as Marx put it, 31 the pursuit of wealth changes. Those eager to enrich themselves are now able to acquire abstract social wealth, value, in an abstract and durable form, money. There is no limit to this accumulation of abstract wealth. So the pursuit of wealth, the acquisition of ever larger amounts of abstract wealth in the form of money, becomes an end in itself and turns into an endless process with no intrinsic measure or goal. Capitalists gain a new rationale and an overarching motive for all their economic actions, the valorization of capital, the transformation of a given amount of wealth, in monetary form, into an endless movement involving the enhancement and growth of abstract wealth or value. What makes modern capitalists different from anyone else who tries to amass a fortune or to enrich himself? They try, successfully, to enter the process of value creation itself, that is, to take control of the production of commodities and to assume command over other people's social labor in order to produce more value. Accordingly, under the control and command of capital owners, the process of commodity production and value creation is transformed into a specifically capitalist production process. In this kind of production, the goal is endless enhancement of the original capital producing value and ever more value in order to turn capital into more and larger capital. It follows that capitalists turning to commodity production in order to valorize their capital will pursue the endless production of ever-increasing masses of commodities and ever-increasing amounts of value, controlling ever larger production processes and commanding ever larger quantities of social labor. 1.5 Exploitation and accumulation. How can the production of commodities turn into a process of valorization that continually increases the value of capital? Marx found the key to an answer in the concept of surplus value and the process of exploitation of wage laborers. Assuming that wage laborers are hired by capitalists who pay them the going wage and do not cheat them, they are able, at least above a certain level of productivity, to produce a higher value than that of their wages during the time period for which they cede control of their labor power to a capitalist. Again, assuming that all wage laborers produce commodities at their social value and that their wages are equal to the value of their labor power, a considerable part of the value product of their daily or weekly labor turns out to be surplus value. In order to appropriate that surplus value, and to valorize his capital, every capitalist has to organize the process of commodity production in his particular field or branch as effectively and as efficiently as possible. Every capitalist has to put the wage laborers he hires to work, as effectively and as efficiently as possible. In order to make them produce surplus value and ever more of it, he has to change the whole labor process. First, he must make the wage laborers work longer hours and or perform more work, or work of a greater intensity or complexity, in the same period of time. Second, he must raise the productivity of their labor, so that they produce larger quantities of commodities in the same period of time. Accordingly, Marx's analysis of the production process under the regime of capital focused upon the methods by which capitalists try to augment the surplus value production of their employees. Inventing and applying these methods of absolute and relative surplus value production in ever more astute and systematic ways, capitalists change the world of commodity production. Capital becomes industrial capital while wage laborers become a modern working class of industrial or factory workers. As they follow their urge to increase the production of surplus value and to exploit their wage laborers more efficiently, capitalists bring forth a new mode of industrial production, the world of manufactures and of large-scale industry or the factory system. They develop everything to the extreme, the specialization of workers and tools, the division of labor inside the manufactures and factories, the use of machinery, the specialization of machinery, the subordination of workers to whole systems of machinery, the development of factories into whole industrial complexes and industrial districts. Capitalists prolong the working day systematically, intensify labor beyond all limits, and enhance labor productivity by all possible means. They become inventive and innovative, they make use of the insights of modern science and technology, they start to integrate technology and science into the industrial system, they organize and reorganize the production processes in an endless frenzy. Industrial mass production in the factory system was at the center of Marx's understanding of capitalism as a historically specie mode of production. He was fascinated by the revolutionary impact of modern large-scale industry on all traditional handicrafts, manufactures, and domestic industries, and he foresaw the tendencies towards automation and the mechanization of agriculture. In Marx's view, industrial capitalism owed its unprecedented dynamic to two driving forces. The RST was the ongoing struggle between capitalist employers seeking to exploit their workers as efficiently as possible and wage laborers resisting by all possible means this drive to maximize the exploitation of their labor power, a struggle partly fought out through new inventions, the application of new machinery, reorganizations of the labor process, and the replacement of workers' skills and experience with all sorts of mechanical or automatic devices. The second was the struggle that capitalists fought with one another, in an ever-raging process of competition on markets and beyond markets. Marx did not join the chorus of contemporary critics of competition, nor did he follow those who extolled its virtues. As capital could only exist as many capitals owned by many capitalists, although capital in general and the capitalist class had a reality of their own, competition among them was inevitable. For the advancement of technological and organizational changes in the industrial system, the never-ending competition between industrial capitalists was crucial. Whoever exploited his workers better, whoever was more innovative and more able to introduce and apply advanced technologies, whoever was quicker and smarter at reorganizing whole plants and factories, would emerge as the winner. Whoever performed best on the market and whoever was able to shift large amounts of capital most swiftly between branches of industry would win. Thanks to the con-ICT between capitalists and wage laborers and to the competition among capitalists, modern industrial capitalism became the most dynamic, volatile, innovative, and progressive mode of production in history, but also the most disruptive and in many respects the most destructive. The dynamic of capitalism could unfold once it had pervaded social production in all its width, length, and depth, transforming it into industrial mass production and conquering, as well as transforming, the markets. This is a key insight of Marx's theory of capitalism. It denies its overpowering intrinsic dynamic, its revolutionary character propelling economic and social change on an unprecedented scale and at unprecedented speed. It is easy to see where the full impact of the dynamic of industrial capital comes from. The outcome of the valorization process is a quantum of surplus value that is appropriated by the capitalists engaged in industrial production. They use their increased wealth in different ways. In Marx's view, the choice for capitalists was obvious: they could spend the additional wealth and stop acting as capitalists, or they could act as capitalists and transform the surplus value they had gained into additional capital. Turning surplus value into newly accumulated capital is the logical outcome of the valorization process. So the pursuit of abstract wealth in capitalism turns into an unlimited and endless process of capital accumulation, as capital brings forth ever more capital. Accumulation does include reproduction of the material components of industrial capital, of the money invested, but also of capital as a social relation. Capitalists come out of the process as wealthier and more powerful agents, owning more or larger capital, while wage laborers come out of it impecunious and propertyless as before, dependent on the class of capitalists for jobs and incomes and even more under the domination of ever larger capitals. For capitalists, accumulation of capital has no intrinsic end or measure. No capital can ever be big enough. There is only one external measure for the amount of capital a capitalist can hold, and that is the size of the capital wielded by his competitors. As every capitalist accumulates in order to keep up with his competitors' rate of accumulation, accumulation will continue at an accelerated pace. This accelerated process of accumulation, where all capitalists reorganize the production processes they control and run a race against each other, introducing new technologies and replacing machinery in their plants at ever higher speed, forms the planned culmination of Marx's analysis of the accumulation process in Capital, volume I-32. In this process, capital is not only reproduced on an ever-expanding scale, it also undergoes constant changes that are measurable in terms of both technology and value. Two further epochal changes out from the intrinsic dynamic of modern capitalism. Capitalists, in their pursuit of ever more abstract wealth, are bound to push beyond all borders, to disregard and dissolve all traditional boundaries, to disrupt and destroy everything that might come in their way. The higher the prospective gain, the potential rate of the more ruthlessly capitalists are prepared to tear down all barriers to the movement of capital. Capital and capitalists spread out in all directions, expanding markets and the range and scope of production, entering into new fields of production, and appropriating natural resources, land, and labor power wherever they see them. What Marx called in the Grundriss the propagandistic tendency inherent in modern capitalism materializes in the expansion of the capitalist mode of production from one region or territory to another, in the making of a world market. The tendency to create the world market is directly given in the concept of capital itself. 33 Capital strives to produce at the largest possible level, for the whole world, and to exploit all the resources of the world. The competing capitalists of many countries expand the market range and the range of production beyond all regional and national borders. They thereby transform capitalism into a world system, not only of trade and exchange, but ultimately of production and reproduction, that will eventually encompass the whole globe and turn all people and all countries into parts of one and the same order. The permanent drive to expand existing markets and open up new and larger ones, as well as to press forwards into new industrial branches and areas, gives one boost after another to the intrinsic drive to increase labor productivity and the exploitation of human labor power. Capitalism displays historically specific forms of motion and follows historically specific trajectories of development. Many of these forms of motion were described and investigated by Marx. The most striking examples may be found in Capital, Volume 2, where Marx analyzed the different forms of the circuit of capital and the form and mechanism of its periodic turnover. 34 These specific forms of motion pertain to every individual industrial capital. For social capital as a whole, the capital of a whole country, for instance, he found another historically specific form, the modern economic cycle, or business cycle, which he dubbed the industrial cycle. This phenomenon, extensively studied by Marx from the late 1840s onwards, stands out as the one overarching feature of modern industrial capitalism. It is the factory system and its tremendous capacity to expand the scale of production at short notice, together with the increasing dependence on the world market, that give rise to this specific form of motion. In Capital, Volume I, Marx argued that the life of industry becomes a series of periods of moderate activity, prosperity, overproduction, crisis, and stagnation. 35 This cycle of rapid expansions, gluts and contractions of industrial output and markets is repeated endlessly. This characteristic path of modern industry, which takes the form of a decennial cycle, interrupted by smaller oscillations, 36 depends on many preconditions. They are the formation and constant reformation of an industrial reserve army, a surplus population of unemployed or underemployed workers, or the development of a credit system that allows individual capitalists to make use of portions of the total social capital, independent of the rate and amount of accumulation that they are able to realize on their own. The characteristic form of the industrial cycle, as Marx saw it, is therefore closely linked to cycles of employment and unemployment as well as to credit and investment cycles. Capitalism, according to Marx, is the historical mode of production to move forwards in this peculiar cyclical pattern of growth. Capitalism as a whole moves in such periodic cycles because it generates not only partial, but also general crises of overproduction of commodities and overaccumulation of capital. General crises, a contested phenomenon in Marx's time as in ours, are the decisive, determining moment of the industrial cycle. Since capitalism moves from crisis to crisis, since the crises occur on an ever larger scale and turn into world market crises, the industrial cycle should be treated as a crisis cycle. Last but not least, in Capital, Volume 3, Marx saw capitalism as a bewitched and distorted world verzaubert und verkehrt Welt 37 which the economic actors perceived through the lens of very peculiar economic forms. They were bedeviled by a strange kind of fetishism or by a variety of insane, absurd, or illusionary forms of thought. Such mundane forms of economic thought reappeared in the categories of political economy, and the political economists as well as actual capitalists and workers lived under the spell of misty cations. From the very beginning, with his famous analysis of the fetishism of the world of commodities, Marx tried to decipher the mysterious characters inherent in the forms of economic interaction in capitalism. One famous example, which, much to his dismay, was widely neglected by his followers, was the fact that the wage form gave the value of the commodity labor power. The appearance of something quite different, the value of labor or the price of labor. In this form and in the economic parlance and thought shared by capitalists and workers, the very fact of exploitation becomes blurred and actually disappears from the consciousness of the parties involved in it. The mysterious forms, from the commodity form, or value form, to the money form and many others, constitute a whole world of misty cations. Marx did not content himself with the analysis of commodity fetishism in the RST chapter of Capital, Volume I, but continued the endeavor through all 3 volumes. In particular, he took great pains to show how and why capital, the dominant production relation of modern capitalism, turned into a very mysterious thing or being, which political economists as well as practical economic agents found it very difficult to understand. Already in the initial analysis of capital as it appears in the circulation of commodities and money, he deciphered it as the capital fetish or value creating value 38 even as an automatic subject 39 and, at the end of Volume 3, Marx brought his analyses of the mysterious forms and appearances together and tried to present them as elements of a particular kind of religion of everyday life, pertaining to modern capitalism. In the so-called Trinity formula, which condenses the production and distribution relations of modern capitalism in the interaction of capital pro-t, land rent, and labor wages, he captured the very core of this religion or ideology of everyday life, which only exists in modern capitalism, the bewitched, distorted and upside-down world haunted by Monsieur Le Capital and Madame La Terre, who are at the same time social characters and mere things. 40 These false appearances, the recurring rei cation of relations and personae cation of things, the world of misty cations, belong to the very essence of modern capitalism, as Marx saw it. 1.6 The historical emergence and development of capitalism. Marx's theory of capitalism was meant to be a general theory, but he did not conceive of it as a theory of pure capitalism, beyond and irrespective of time and space. Although Marx already distinguished between the prehistory and contemporary history of capitalism in the Grundrisse, and, although he decided to concentrate on the latter, we find a large number of historical elements in Marx's Capital, and they are by no means mere digressions or illustrations. Because of its intrinsic dynamic, the capitalist economy and society should be regarded not as a solid crystal, but as an organism capable of change, and constantly engaged in a process of change. 41 Capitalism did undergo rapid development, sometimes real transformations. Its contemporary history cannot be regarded as an endlessly repeated process of reproduction and expanded reproduction of the same basic structures. This is why a number of the general laws that Marx postulated for the capitalist epoch are not just laws of motion, but laws of development and change. Capitalism, Marx insisted, was not a state of nature, nor could it be understood as an autopoietic system creating its own preconditions and necessary components. Money, markets, division of labor, even world trade, wage labor, and landed property were all prerequisites of capitalism that existed long before it. The general theory, properly constructed, should therefore provide clues, even RST equations, for an investigation of the history of capitalism. And historical reactions were necessary now and then in order to grasp the peculiarities of modern capitalism. Capital, Volume I, in the chapters on so-called primitive accumulation, Marx's historical sketch of the emergence of capitalism in Western Europe, did not have the form of a narrative, but followed, and exempli ed, the basic logic laid out in his general theory. Capitalism presupposed as one of its core institutions the capital/wage-labor relationship. For this to be established, the producers or workers had to be separated from all means of production and subsistence that allowed them to survive as independent producers, and the means of production and subsistence had to be appropriated and monopolized in the hands of a class of capital owners and a class of landowners. Using the examples mainly of England and Scotland, Marx wanted to show how this happened in reality, rather than in the legends dear to the classical economists and the apologetics of modern capitalism. It was a history of violence, plunder, and crime, based on law-breaking and the extirpation of old laws, traditions, and customs. 42 We and in Capital. Many more ideas about the origins and historical development of capitalism in Western Europe. 43 The sections on commercial capital, on interest-bearing capital and financial markets, and on landed property and ground rent. 44 All provide longer and shorter historical sketches of the rise and transformation of commercial capital, credit, and banking, and landed property and agriculture. In these sections, Marx's aim was to draw out what distinguished the older forms of commerce, credit, or agriculture from the modern, capitalist ones, and to identify what transformations had been necessary to integrate commerce, credit, and agriculture into the economic system of modern capitalism. 45 Marx was well aware of the variety of capitalisms in his time, as he was of the changes taking place in the most advanced capitalist countries. England, the homeland of industrial capitalism, had been his model for the study of industrial development, the most developed country that showed to the less developed the image of its own future. 46 But, from the 1860s onwards, industrial development began to forge ahead in other parts of the world, challenging Britain's supremacy on the world market. For future editions of Capital, Marx already made up his mind to treat the United States as exemplifying the highest degree of capitalist development. It, not England, was going to be the capitalist model country of the future. 47 As long as the development of capitalist production remained incomplete, its laws and tendencies could not become predominant. In all 3 volumes of Capital, Marx spelled out various laws and tendencies of capitalism. In Volume I, these were primarily laws and tendencies of industrial development, pertaining to modern manufacture and to mass production in the factory system. Subsequently, he established several laws or intrinsic tendencies of capitalist accumulation. Then, at the end, he tried to bring it all together in one general law of capitalist accumulation. That law, the culmination of Marx's theory as expounded in Capital, Volume I, has been the subject of many debates since 1867. It is a rather complicated law indeed, a summary of many tendencies, linking together the amount and the growth of social wealth, the extent and energy of the growth, or accumulation, of capital, and the development of the proletariat, the class of wage laborers, including the active labor army, the industrial reserve army, and the pauperized sections. So, what we end is more like a bundle of interconnected tendencies that Marx assembled into a single law. However, the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation was stated with quite a lot of reservations and provisos. Like all other laws it is modified in its working by many circumstances, the analysis of which does not concern us here. 48 But one remark has attracted the greatest attention, and, subsequently, the heaviest criticism. It follows, Marx wrote, that in proportion as capital accumulates, the situation of the worker, be his payment high or low, must grow worse. 49 In other words, the social and economic inequality between capitalists and workers, and also the workers' dependence and subjection to the rule of capital, hence the inequality of social power, will increase in the course of capitalist development. A rise in wages, even a continuous one, is fully compatible with such a claim, as long as the growth of capital outpaces it. Unfortunately, Marx tried to crown his argument with another shorthand formula, claiming that the accumulation of wealth would inevitably go together with an accumulation of misery. 50, a claim that misled many to interpret his law as a law of immiseration. On the other hand, Marx owes his periodical rediscovery and media fame to the fact that many of the tendencies he investigated have reasserted themselves again and again. He is, for example, repeatedly credited as the discoverer and RST analyst of the tendency to concentration and centralization of capital, which he observed and included in his theory of accumulation, the development of the factory system and the tendency to automation, the industrialization of agriculture, the spread of globalization and the making of a capitalist world economy, the rise of associated capital and the rise of managers, the acceleration of circulation, the technological revolutions, and the rise of financial markets and the modern credit system. 1.7 Marx's critique of modern capitalism. In assessing the strengths and weaknesses of Marx's critique of capitalism, we should recall the fact, stunning for many, that he never hesitated or ceased to praise the achievements of the capitalist mode of production. In stark contrast to the prevailing mood among fellow socialists, Marx did not hide his admiration for the practical businessmen who had successfully changed the world of commerce, industry, and finance in the frenzied pursuit of their narrow self-interest. In the words of the manifesto of the Communist Party, the bourgeoisie, historically, has played a most revolutionary part. 51 It has created more massive and more colossal productive forces than have all preceding generations together. 52 And it cannot exist without constantly revolutionizing the instruments of production, and thereby the relations of production, and with them the whole relations of society. 53 Capitalism, in Marx's view, had proven to be a powerhouse of innovation, of technological development, of organizational changes, and scientific discoveries. He never stopped acclaiming the civilizing tendencies inherent in the capitalist mode of production, although, in 1848, as in later years, he never ignored or denied the social evils, the destruction and degradation, that its rule enacted upon human beings and nature. What Marx rejected outright was the contemporary false critique of political economy and capitalism, the varieties of romantic, reactionary, or utopian and naive anti-capitalism that prevailed in numerous quarters. In sharp contrast to the moralizing critique widely popular in his day, he did not criticize capitalism as a system of injustice or condemn it as the source of all evils. He saw capitalism not as a wrong track leading mankind astray from its true destination, but as a necessary and largely progressive stage in human history. So, it is highly unlikely that he would ever have supported any of the critiques of capitalism that center on exorbitant protests, soaring inequalities of income and wealth, perennial insecurity, uncontrolled power of money and finance, growth without limits, rampant globalization that devastates traditional social worlds, or ever harsher competition forcing everybody into a rat race to the bottom. Marx saw all these aspects very clearly and took them as inevitable consequences of capitalist development. But his critique of capitalism operated at a different level. The strongest argument in his general theory is that the inner logic of capitalism, as an economic system, impels it to weaken, undermine, and eventually destroy the very preconditions of its existence. Capitalism will come to an end because of its inherent tendencies to self-destruction. Marx was quite sure of this, although he never entered into speculations about how the end would come and never hypothesized an imminent collapse of the capitalist system. As Marx put it in an often quoted sentence from Capital referring to the development of large-scale industry and the ongoing industrialization of agriculture, capitalist production only develops the techniques and the degree of combination of the social process of production by simultaneously undermining the original sources of all wealth, the soil and the worker. 54 What about the inner contradictions of the capitalist mode of production? One might think that someone like Marx, who sought to lay bare the inner contradictions of capitalism, from the simplest and most general, such as the contradiction between use value and exchange value as the two sides of the commodity, to the most complex, would see them as key weaknesses, even breaking points, in its fabric. 55 Not quite. In Capital as in other works, the famous contradictions served Marx to locate and grasp the inner dynamic of capitalism and to pinpoint the origin of ongoing changes. Real contradictions cannot be abolished, at least not within the existing framework of commodity exchange or capitalism, but they, or rather the conniving parties involved, will end or create a new form within which they have room to move. 56 The contradictions of capitalism must and will develop. The development of the contradictions of a given historical form of production is the only way in which it can be dissolved. 57 And it is exactly this development of the intrinsic contradictions that Marx uses as an analytical tool. Marx tried to show how capitalism, by following its intrinsic logic at various points, could and would eventually undermine itself. Already in the Grundrisse, he gave a special place to one law of capitalist development, the law of the tendential fall in the rate of Proti. This is the most important law from the historical standpoint, 58, because it shows how and why, industrial, capitalism will undermine itself. Capital relentlessly develops all productive forces, but the historical development of capital itself, when it reaches a certain point, suspends the self-realization of capital, instead of positing it. Beyond a certain point, the development of the powers of production becomes a barrier for capital, 59, because the fall of the general rate of Proti will slowly steady capital accumulation, and the frenzy to accumulate, to innovate, to introduce new technologies will wither away. Despite several attempts, in 1857–58, 1864–65, and later, Marx failed to establish the falling rate of Proti as a law connected to technological changes that industrial capital keeps pushing through. If it were the case, as Engels suggested, that he did establish the famous law lawlessly, the consequence might be, as Marx himself indicated, that capitalists would lose the drive for technological change, competition would lose its edge, the rates of accumulation and growth would decline, and capitalism would sink into long-lasting stagnation. A similar argument may be derived from the phenomenon of crises and cycles and the manner in which Marx treated it. He clearly saw recurrent crises as strong supporting evidence that capitalists could not handle or govern the productive and market forces they were constantly unleashing, and that capitalism as an economic and societal system was out of everybody's control, including that of the capitalist ruling class. Capitalists did not run capitalism and did not govern competition, especially not the global competition that raged on the world market. Periodically, the whole capitalist system, not despite but because of the tremendous productive powers it created, spiraled into turmoil and disarray, at a heavy cost for workers, for the whole society, and for nature. On the other hand, Marx saw crises in capitalism as moments of necessary catharsis, when the devaluation and destruction of capital created new space and allowed for a new start. So, crises did not necessarily spell doom for capitalism, even if, as Marx assumed, they became increasingly severe and wreaked ever greater devastation in the long run. In both respects, the inner contradictions of capitalism played a role, but only as analytical clues to grasp the phenomenon at hand. The most fundamental critique of the capitalist regime we can find in Marx is different from his argument about its self-destructive tendencies. It does support the previous point, though, because those tendencies can only unfold as a consequence of the underlying distortion of the relationship of human beings to their own social life. In capitalism, everybody, including the capitalist, lives under the rule of capital, or, as most people would experience it, under the regime of market laws that impose themselves through the sheer pressure of competition. Bending to this pressure, everyone obeys a force that is obviously not a force of nature, but a force of society, like the law of value. In the capitalist epoch, this kind of domination of people's actions and thoughts by something they have produced and shaped themselves, the market regime, money, capital, is aggravated by the misty cations that reign supreme in the religion of everyday life that capitalism brings forth. This is why capitalism is not only the rule of capital, which is personal and impersonal, but an order where the factual and practical constraints of an economy that nobody controls weigh upon the lives and minds of all, an iron cage of universal and impersonal bondage, as Max Weber would have called it. 60. Hilger, Marie Elizabeth, 1982, Kapital, Kapitalist, Kapitalismus, in, O. Brunner et al. eds, Geschichtliche Grundbegriff, Volume 3, Stuttgart, Klett-Cotta, pages 339–454. Kaka, Jürgen, 2016, Capitalism, A Short History, Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. Kaka, Jürgen, and Marcel van der Linden, eds. 2016, Capitalism, The Re-Emergence of a Historical Concept, London, Bloomsbury. Leroux, Pierre, 1849, Malthus et les économistes, Ouyr toujours de pauvre, Bouzac, Imprimerie de Pierre Leroux. Marx, Karl, 1973, Grundrisse, Foundations of the Critique of Political Economy, Rough Draft, London, Penguin. 1976, Capital, Volume I, London, Penguin. 1978, Zur Kritik der politischen Ökonomie, Manuscript 1861-63, Mega 2 Volume 2/3.3. 1997, Capital, Volume 2, MECW, Volume 36. 1998, Capital, Volume 3, MECW, Volume 37. 1989, Conspectus on Bakunin Statism and Anarchy, MECW, Volume 24, pages 485 to 526. 1989, K. Marx, Drafts of the Letter to Varazé Sulich, MECW, Volume 24, pages 346 to 69. 1989, K. Marx, Letter to Varazé Sulich, MECW, Volume 24, pages 370 to 1. 1989, Letter to Ateshestveniyi Zapiski, MECW, Volume 24, pages 196 to 201. 2011, Das Kapital, Schweizbuch. Der Circulationsprozess de Kapitals. Manuscript I, Mega 2, Volume 2/4.1, pages 139 to 384. Marx, Karl, and Engels, Friedrich, 1976, Manifesto of the Communist Party, MECW, Volume 6, pages 477 to 517. Passo, Richard, 1918, Kapitalismus. Een Begrifflich Terminologisch Studie, Jena, Gustav Fischer. Proudhon, Pierre Joseph, 1969, The General Idea of the Revolution in the 19th Century, New York, Haskell House Publishers. Rodbertus, Johann Karl, 1868, Zur Erklärung und die Abhilfe der heutigen Kredit nach de Grundbesitzes, Berlin, Verlag von Hermann Bahr. Schaffe, Albert, 1870, Kapitalismus und Sozialismus, Tübingen, Verlag der H-Lopsken Buchhandlung. Sombart, Werner, 1987, Der moderne Kapitalismus. Historisch systematisch Darstellung der Gesamteuropäischen Wirtschaftslebens von Seinen Anfängen bis zur Gegenwart, Munich, DTV. 2.1 Critical Theories of the Early Socialists. In the wake of the French Revolution, numerous theories began to circulate in Europe that sought both to respond to demands for social justice unanswered by the French Revolution and to correct the dramatic economic imbalances brought about by the spread of the Industrial Revolution. The democratic gains following the capture of the Bastille delivered a decisive blow to the aristocracy, but they left almost unchanged the inequality of wealth between the popular and the dominant classes. The decline of the monarchy and the establishment of the Republic were not sufficient to reduce poverty in France. This was the context in which the critical utopian theories of socialism, one as Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, 1820-1895, denied them in the Manifesto of the Communist Party, 1848, rose to prominence. They considered them utopian too for two reasons. Rst, their exponents, in different ways, opposed the existing social order and furnished theories containing what they believed to be the most valuable elements for the enlightenment of the working class. 3. And, second, they claimed that an alternative form of social organization could be achieved simply through the theoretical identification of new ideas and principles, rather than through the concrete struggle of the working class. According to Marx and Engels, their socialist predecessors had believed that Historical action had to yield to their personal inventive action, historically created conditions of emancipation to fantastic ones, and the gradual spontaneous class organization of the proletariat to an organization of society specially contrived by these inventors. Future history resolved itself, in their eyes, into the propaganda and the practical carrying out of their social plans. 4. In the most widely read political text in human history, Marx and Engels also took issue with many other forms of socialism both past and present, grouping them under the headings of feudal, petty bourgeois, bourgeois or, in disparagement of its philosophical phraseology, German socialism. 5. In general, these theories could be related to one another either in terms of an aspiration to restore the old means of production and exchange, and with them the old property relations and the old society, or in terms of an attempt to cramp the modern means of production and exchange within the framework of the old property relations from which they had broken. For this reason, Marx saw in these conceptions a form of socialism that was both reactionary and utopian. 6. The term utopian, as opposed to scientific socialism, has often been used in a misleading and intentionally disparaging way. In fact, the utopian socialists contested the social organization of the age in which they lived, contributing through their writings and actions to the critique of existing economic relations. 7. Marx had considerable respect for his precursors. 8. He stressed the huge gap separating Saint-Simon, 1760–1825, from his cruder interpreters. 9. And, while he regarded some of Charles Fourier's, 1771–1858, ideas as extravagant humorous sketches, 10. He saw great merit in the realization that the transformative aim for labor was to overcome not only the existing mode of distribution, but also the mode of production. 11. In Owen's theories, he saw many elements that were 4. Ibid. 5. Ibid. Pages 507–13. 6. Ibid. p. 510. 7. V. Gogin, Utopianism and Marxism, Bern, Peter Lang, 2008, pages 23–38, where it is shown that the utopian socialists saw themselves as social scientists, p. 23. The Marxist-Leninist orthodoxy, for its part, employed the epithet utopian in a purely derogatory sense. Cf. The interesting criticism, partly directed at Marx himself, in G. Clay's Early Socialism in Intellectual History, History of European Ideas 40, 7, 2014, which NDS in the Definitions of Science and Scientific Socialism, an example of epistemological authoritarianism, p. 896. 8. C. E. Hobsbawm, Marx, Engels, and Pre-Marxian Socialism, in E. Hobsbawm, ed. The History of Marxism. Volume 1, Marxism in Marx's Day, Bloomington, Indiana University Press, 1982, pages 1–28. 9. K. Marx and F. Engels, The German Ideology, MECW, Volume 5, pages 493–510. Engels, who held Saint-Simon in high regard, in socialism, utopian and scientific, went so far as to assert that almost all the ideas of later socialists that are not strictly economic are found in him in embryo. MECW, Volume 25, p. 292. 10. K. Marx, Capital, Volume I, London, Penguin, 1976, p. 403. 11. K. Marx, Outlines of the Critique of Political Economy, Grundriss. Second installment, MECW, Volume 29, p. 97. Worthy of interest and anticipated the future. In value, price, and proti, 1865, he noted that, already at the beginning of the 19th century, in Observations on the Effect of the Manufacturing System, 1815, Owen had proclaimed a general limitation of the working day as the RST preparatory step to the emancipation of the working class. 12. He had also argued, like no one else, in favor of cooperative production. Nevertheless, while recognizing the positive influence of Saint-Simon, Fourier, and Owen on the nascent workers' movement, Marx's overall assessment of their ideas was negative. He thought that they hoped to solve the social problems of the age with unrealizable fantasies, and he criticized them heavily for spending much of their time on the irrelevant theoretical exercise of building castles in the air. 13 Marx did not take exception only to proposals that he considered wrong or impractical. Above all, he opposed the idea that social change could come about through a priori meta-historical models inspired by dogmatic precepts. The moralism of the early socialists also came in for criticism. 14 In his Conspectus on Bakunin's Statism and Anarchy, 1874–1875, he reproached utopian socialism with seeking to foist new illusions onto the people instead of conning its scientific investigations to the social movement created by the people itself. 15 In his view, the conditions for revolution could not be imported from outside. 2.2 Equality, theoretical systems, and future society, errors of the precursors after 1789. Many theorists contended with one another in outlining a new and more just social order, over and above the fundamental political changes that had come with the end of the Ancien regime. One of the communist positions assumed that all the ills of society would cease as soon as a system of government based on absolute equality among all its components had been established. This idea of a primordial, and in many respects dictatorial, communism was the guiding principle of the conspiracy of equals that developed in 1796 to subvert the ruling French Directorate. In the Manifesto of the Equals, 1795, Sylvain Marechal, 1750–1803, argued that since all have the same faculties and the same wants, there should be the same education and the same nourishment for all. Why, he asked, should not the like portion and the same quality of food suffice for each according to their wants? 16 The leading Gour in the conspiracy of 1796, François-Noël Babeuf, 1760–1797, held that application of the great principle of equality would greatly extend the circle of humanity so that frontiers, customs barriers, and evil governments would gradually disappear. 17 The vision of a society based on strict economic equality re-emerged in French communist writing in the period after the Revolution of July 1830. In Travels in Icaria, 1840, a political manifesto written in the form of a novel, Etienne Cabet, 1788–1856, depicted a model community in which there would no longer be property, money, or buying and selling, and human beings would be equal in everything. 18 In this second promised land, 19 The law would regulate almost every aspect of life, every house would have 4 hours 20 and everyone would be dressed in the same way. 21 Relations of strict equality are also precursed in the work of Theodore Desemy, 1808–1850. In the Community Code, 1842, he spoke of a world divided into communes, as equal, regular and united as possible, in which there would be a single kitchen and one common dormitory for all children. The whole citizenry would live as a family in one single household. 22 Similar views to those circulating in France also took root in Germany. In Humanity as It Is and as It Should Be, 1838, Wilhelm Weitling, 1808–1871, foresaw that the elimination of private property would automatically put an end to egoism, which he simplistically regarded as the main cause of all social problems. In his eyes, the community of goods would be the means to the redemption of humanity, transforming the earth into paradise and immediately bringing about enormous abundance. 23 All the thinkers who projected such visions fell into the same dual error. They took it for granted that the adoption of a new social model based on strict equality could be the solution for all the problems of society, and they convinced themselves, in defiance of all economic laws, that all that was necessary to achieve it was the imposition of certain measures from on high, whose effects would not later be altered by the course of the economy. Alongside this naive egalitarian ideology, based on an assurance that all social disparities among human beings could be eliminated with ease, was another conviction equally widespread among the early socialists. Many believed that it was sufficient to theoretically devise a better system of social organization in order to change the world. Numerous reform projects were therefore elaborated in minute detail, setting out their author's theses for the restructuring of society. The priority, in their eyes, was to ND the correct formulation, which, once discovered, citizens would then willingly accept as a matter of common sense and gradually implement in reality. Saint Simon was one of those who clung to this conviction. In 1819, he wrote in the periodical The Organizer El Organisateur, "The old system will cease to operate when ideas about how to replace existing institutions with others, have been sufficiently clarified, pooled and harmonized, and when they have been approved by public opinion." 24 However, Saint Simon's views about the society of the future are surprising, and disarming, in their vagueness. In the Unniched New Christianity, 1824, he stated that the political disease of the age which caused suffering to all workers useful to society and allowed sovereigns to absorb a large part of the wages of the poor depended on the feeling of egoism. Since this had become dominant in all classes and all individuals, 25 he looked ahead to the birth of a new social organization based on a single guiding principle: all men must behave with one another as brothers. 26 Fourier declared that human existence was grounded upon universal laws, which, once activated, would guarantee joy and delight all over the earth. In his theory of the four movements, 1808, he set out what he unhesitatingly called the most important discovery among all the scientific work done since the human race began. 27 Fourier opposed advocates of the commercial system and maintained that society would be free only when all its components had returned to expressing their passions. 28 The main error of the political regime of his age was the repression of human nature. 29 Alongside radical egalitarianism and a quest for the best possible social model, an element common to many early socialists was their dedication to promoting the birth of small alternative communities. For those who organized them, the liberation of these communes from the economic inequalities existing at the time would provide a decisive impetus for the spread of socialist principles and make it easier to argue in their favor. In the new industrial and societal world, 1829, Fourier envisaged a novel community structure in which villages would be replaced with industrial phalanges of roughly 1,800 persons. Each 30 individuals would live in phalansteries, that is, in large buildings with communal areas where they could enjoy all the services they needed. According to the method invented by Fourier, human beings would utter from pleasure to pleasure and avoid excesses. They would have brief spells of employment, 2 hours at the most, so that each would be able to exercise 7 to 8 attractive kinds of work in the course of the day. 31 The search for better ways of organizing society also spurred on Owen, who, over the course of his life, founded important experiments in workers' cooperation. First at New Lanark, Scotland from 1800 to 1825, then at New Harmony in the United States from 1826 to 1828, he tried to demonstrate in actual practice how to realize a more just social order. In the Book of the New Moral World, 1836 to 1844, however, Owen proposed the division of society into 8 classes, the last of which will consist of those from 40 to 60 years complete, who would have the NAL decision. What he envisaged, rather naively, was that in this gerontocratic system everyone would be able and willing to assume their due role in the governance of society without contest, his fair, full share of the government of society. 32 In 1849, Cabot, too, founded a colony in the United States, at Nauvoo, Illinois, but his authoritarianism gave rise to numerous internal conflicts. In the laws of the Icarian Constitution, he proposed as a condition for the birth of community that, in order to increase all the prospects of success, he should be appointed sole and absolute director for a period of 10 years, with the power to run it on the basis of his doctrine and ideas. 33. Organization of society would involve a dangerous regression from the level of civilization attained within human relations. 30 C. Fourier, Le Nouveau Monde Industriel et Sociétaire, in C. Fourier, Aux Œuvres Complètes, Volume 6, Paris, Editions Anthropo, 1845, p. 15. The experiments of the early socialists, whether the lovingly devised phalansteries, the sporadic cooperatives, or the eccentric communist colonies, proved so inadequate that their implementation on a wider scale could not be seriously contemplated. They involved a derisory number of workers and often very limited participation of the collective in policy decisions. Moreover, many of the revolutionaries, non-English ones, in particular, who devoted their efforts to building such communities did not understand the fundamental changes in production that were taking place in their age. Many of the early socialists failed to see the connection between the development of capitalism and the potential for social progress for the working class. Such progress depended on the workers' capacity to appropriate the wealth they generated in the new mode of production. 34. 2.3 Where and why Marx wrote about communism. Marx set himself a completely different task from that of previous socialists. His absolute priority was to reveal the economic law of motion of modern society. 35 His aim was to develop a comprehensive critique of the capitalist mode of production, which would serve the proletariat, the principal revolutionary subject, in the overthrow of the existing social economic system. Moreover, having no wish to inculcate a new religion, Marx refrained from promoting an idea which he considered theoretically pointless and politically counterproductive, a universal model of communist society. For this reason, in the postface to the second edition, 1873, of Capital, Volume I, 1867, he made it clear that he had no interest in writing recipes for the cookshops of the future. 36 He also outlined what he meant by this well-known assertion in the notes on Wagner's treatise. 2.4 The limits of the initial formulations. Contrary to the claims made by a certain type of Marxist-Leninist propaganda, Marx's theories were the result not of some innate wisdom, but of a long process of conceptual and political refinement. Intense study of economics and many other disciplines, together with observation of actual historical events, particularly the Paris Commune, was extremely important for the development of his thoughts on communist society. Some of Marx's early writings, many of which he never completed or published, are often surprisingly regarded as syntheses of his most significant ideas. 43 But, in fact, they display all the limits of his initial conception of post-capitalist society. 2.5 Communism as Free Association in Capital, Volume I. Marx argued that capitalism was a historically determined 62 social mode of production in which the labor product was transformed into a commodity, with the result that individuals had value only as producers, and human existence was subjugated to the act of the production of commodities. 63 Hence the process of production had mastery over man, instead of being controlled by him. 64 Capital cared nothing for the length of life of labor power and attached no importance to improvements in the living conditions of the proletariat. Capital attains this objective by shortening the life of labor power, in the same way as a greedy farmer snatches more produce from the soil by robbing it of its fertility. 65 In the Grundrisse, Marx recalled that in capitalism, since the aim of labor is not a particular product with a relation to the particular needs of the individual, but money, the industriousness of the individual has no limits. 66 In such a society, the whole time of an individual is posited as labor time, and he is consequently degraded to a mere laborer, subsumed under labor. 67 Bourgeois ideology, however, presents this as if the individual enjoys greater freedom and is protected by impartial legal norms capable of guaranteeing justice and equity. Paradoxically, despite the fact that the economy has developed to such a level that it can allow the whole society to live in better conditions than before, the most developed machinery now compels the laborer to work for a longer time than the savage does, or than the laborer himself did when he was using the simplest, crudest implements. 68 By contrast, Marx's vision of communism was of an association of free individuals, ein Verein freier Menschen, working with the means of production held in common, and expending their many different forms of labor power in full self-awareness as one single social labor force. 69 Similar definitions are present in many of Marx's writings. In the Grundrisse, he wrote that post-capitalist society would be based upon collective production, Gemeinschaft-like production. 70 In the economic manuscripts of 1863 to 1867, he spoke of the passage from the capitalist mode of production to the mode of production of associated labor production siehst der associierten Arbeit. 71 And in the critique of the Gotha program he ned the social organization based on common ownership of the means of production as cooperative society Genossenschaft like Gesellschaft. 72 In Capital, Volume I, Marx explained that the ruling principle of this higher form of society would be the full and free development of every individual. 73 In the Civil War in France, he expressed his approval of the measures taken by the communards, which betokened the tendency of a government of the people by the people. 74 To be more precise, in his evaluation of the political reforms of the Paris Commune, he asserted that the old centralized government would in the provinces, too, have to give way to the self-government of the producers. 75 The expression recurs in the Conspectus of Bakunin's Statism and Anarchy, 1874–1875, where he maintained that radical social change would start with self-government of the communities. 76 Marx's idea of society, therefore, is the antithesis of the totalitarian systems that emerged in his name in the 20th century. His writings are useful for an understanding not only of how capitalism works, but also of the failure of socialist experiences until today. In referring to so-called free competition, or the seemingly equal positions of workers and capitalists on the market in bourgeois society, Marx stated that the reality was totally different from the human freedom exalted by apologists of capitalism. The system posed a huge obstacle to democracy, and he showed better than anyone else that the workers did not receive an equivalent for what they produced. 77 In the Grundriss he explained that what was presented as an exchange of equivalence was, in fact, appropriation of the workers' labor time without exchange. The relationship of exchange completely disappeared or it became a mere semblance. 78 Relations between persons were actuated only by self-interest. This clash of individuals had been passed off as the absolute form of existence of free individuality in the sphere of production and exchange. But, for Marx, nothing could be further from the truth, since in free competition, it is capital that is set free, not the individual. 79 In the economic manuscripts of 1863 to 1867, he denounced the fact that surplus labor is initially pocketed, in the name of society, by the capitalist, the surplus labor that is the basis of society's free time and, by virtue of this, the material basis of its whole development and of civilization in general. 80 And in Capital, Volume I, he showed that the wealth of the bourgeoisie was possible only by converting the whole lifetime of the masses into labor time. 81 In the Grundriss, Marx observed that in capitalism individuals are subsumed under social production which exists outside them as their fate. 82 This happens only through the attribution of exchange value conferred on the products, whose buying and selling takes place post festum. 83 Furthermore, all social powers of production including scientific discoveries, which appear as alien and external to the worker. 84, are posited by capital. The very association of the workers, at the places and in the act of production, is operated by capital and is therefore only formal. Use of the goods created by the workers is not mediated by exchange between mutually independent labors or products of labor but rather by the circumstances of social production within which the individual carries on his activity. 85 Marx explained how productive activity in the factory concerns only the product of labor, not labor itself. 86 Since it is connected to a common place of work under the direction of overseers, regimentation, greater discipline, consistency, and a positive dependence on capital in production itself. 87 In communist society, by contrast, production would be directly social, the offspring of association distributing labor within itself. It would be managed by individuals as their common wealth. 88 The social character of production Gesellschaft-like Charakter der Produktion would from the outset make the product into a communal, general one, its associative character would be presupposed and the labor of the individual, from the outset taken as social labor. 89 As Marx stressed in the critique of the Gotha program, in post-capitalist society, individual labor no longer exists in an indirect fashion but directly as a component part of the total labor. 90 In addition, the workers would be able to create the conditions for the eventual disappearance of the enslaving subordination of the individual to the division of labor. 91 In Capital, Volume I, Marx emphasized that, in bourgeois society, the worker exists for the process of production, and not the process of production for the worker. 92 Moreover, in parallel to exploitation of the workers, there developed exploitation of the environment. In contrast to interpretations that reduce Marx's conception of communist society to the mere development of productive forces, he displayed great interest in what we would now call the ecological question. 93 He repeatedly denounced the fact that all profess in capitalist agriculture is a progress in the art, not only of robbing the worker but of robbing the soil. This threatens both of the original sources of all wealth, the soil and the worker. 94 In communism, the conditions would be created for a form of planned cooperation through which the worker strips off the fetters of his individuality and develops the capabilities of his species. 95 In Capital, Volume 2, Marx pointed out that society would then be in a position to reckon in advance how much labor, means of production and means of subsistence it can spend, without dislocation, unlike in capitalism where any kind of social rationality asserts itself only post festum and major disturbances can and must occur constantly. 96 In some passages of Capital, Volume 3, 2, Marx clarified differences between a socialist mode of production and a market-based one, foreseeing the birth of a society organized as a conscious association. 97 It is only where production is under the actual, predetermining control of society that the latter establishes a relation between the volume of social labor time applied in producing denied articles, and the volume of the social want to be satisfied by these articles. 98 Finally, in his marginal notes on Adolf Wagner's treatise on political economy, Marx made it clear that in communist society the sphere volume of production will have to be rationally regulated. 99 This will also make it possible to eliminate the waste due to the anarchical system of competition, which, through its recurrent structural crises, not only involves the most outrageous squandering of labor power and the social means of production, 100 but is incapable of solving the contradictions stemming essentially from the capitalist use of machinery. 101. 2.6 Common ownership and free time. Contrary to the view of many of Marx's socialist contemporaries, a redistribution of consumption goods was not sufficient to reverse the state of affairs. A root and branch change in the productive assets of society was necessary. Thus, in the Grundrisse Marx noted that to leave wage labor and at the same time to abolish capital was a self-contradictory and self-negating demand. 102 What was required was dissolution of the mode of production and form of society based upon exchange value. 103 In the address published under the title Value, Price, and Property, he called on workers to inscribe on their banner not the conservative motto, a fair day's wage for a fair day's work, but the revolutionary watchword, abolition of the wages system. 104 Furthermore, the critique of the Gotha program made the point that, in the capitalist mode of production, the material conditions of production are in the hands of non-workers in the form of capital and land ownership, while the masses are only owners of the personal condition of production, of labor power. 105 Therefore, it was essential to overturn the property relations at the base of the bourgeois mode of production. In the Grundrisse, Marx recalled that the laws of private property, liberty, equality, property in one's own labor and the ability to freely dispose of it, are inverted into the propertylessness of the worker and the alienation of his labor, his relation to it as alien property and vice versa. 106 And, in 1869, in a report of the General Council of the International Working Men's Association, he asserted that private property in the means of production served to give the bourgeois class the power to live without labor upon other people's labor. 107 He repeated this point in another short political text, the preamble to the program of the French Workers' Party, adding that the producers cannot be free unless they are in possession of the means of production and that the goal of the proletarian struggle must be the return of all the means of production to collective ownership. 108 In Capital, Volume 3, Marx observed that when the workers had established a communist mode of production, private property of the earth by single individuals would appear just as absurd as private property of one human being by another. He directed his most radical critique against the destructive possession inherent in capitalism, insisting that even an entire society, a nation, or even all simultaneously existing societies taken together, are not the owners of the earth. For Marx, human beings were only its possessors, its usufructuaries, and they have to bequeath it the planet in an improved state to succeeding generations, like good heads of the household boni paterfamilias. Shortening of the working day is, by no means what is aimed at, in capitalist production, when labor is economized by increasing its productivity. 110 The time that the progress of science and technology makes available for individuals is in reality immediately converted into surplus value. The only aim of the dominant class is the shortening of the labor time necessary for the production of a finite quantity of commodities. Its only purpose in developing the productive forces is the shortening of that part of the working day in which the worker must work for himself, and the lengthening, the other part, in which he is free to work for nothing for the capitalist. 111 This system differs from slavery or the corvées due to the feudal lord, since surplus labor and necessary labor are mingled together. 112 And make the reality of exploitation harder to perceive. In the Grundriss, Marx showed that free time for the few is possible only because of the surplus labor time of the many. 113 The bourgeoisie secures growth of its material and cultural capabilities only thanks to the limitation of those of the proletariat. The same happens in the most advanced capitalist countries, to the detriment of those on the periphery of the system. In the manuscripts of 1861 to 1863, Marx emphasized that the free development of the dominant class is based on the restriction of development among the working class. The surplus labor of the workers is the natural basis of the social development of the other section. The surplus labor time of the workers is not only the pillar supporting the material conditions of life for the bourgeoisie, it also creates the conditions for its free time, the sphere of its development. Marx could not have put it better. The free time of one section corresponds to the time in thrall to labor of the other section. 114 Communist society, by contrast, would be characterized by a general reduction in labor time. In the instructions for the delegates of the Provisional General Council, composed in August 1866, Marx wrote in forthright terms, a preliminary condition, without which all further attempts at improvement and emancipation must prove abortive, is the limitation of the working day. It was needed not only to restore the health and physical energies of the working class, but also to secure them the possibility of intellectual development, sociable intercourse, social and political action. 115 Similarly, in Capital, Volume I, while noting 1. That workers' time for education, for intellectual development, for the fulfilling of social functions, for social intercourse, for the free play of the vital forces of his body and his mind counted as pure foolishness in the eyes of the capitalist class. 116 Marx implied that these would be the basic elements of the new society. As he put it in the Grundriss, a reduction in the hours devoted to labor, and not only labor to create surplus value for the capitalist class, would favor the artistic, scientific, etc., development of individuals, made possible by the time thus set free and the means produced for all of them. 117 On the basis of these convictions, Marx identified the economy of time and the planned distribution of labor time over the various branches of production as the RST economic law of communal production. 118 In Theories of Surplus Value, 1862 to 1863, he made it even clearer that real wealth was nothing other than disposable time. In communist society, workers' self-management would ensure that a greater quantity of time was not absorbed in direct productive labor but available for enjoyment, for leisure, thus giving scope for free activity and development. 119 In this text, so too in the Grundriss, Marx quoted a short anonymous pamphlet entitled The Source and Remedy of the National Difficulties, deduced from Principles of Political Economy, in a letter to Lord John Russell, 1821, whose definition of well-being he fully shared, that is, a nation is truly rich if the working day is 6 hours rather than 12. Wealth is not command over surplus labor time, real wealth, but disposable time, in addition to that employed in immediate production, for every individual and for the whole society. 120 Elsewhere in the Grundriss, he asks rhetorically, what is wealth if not the universality of the individual's needs, capacities, enjoyments, productive forces? What is it if not the absolute unfolding of man's creative abilities? 121 It is evident, then, that the socialist model in Marx's mind did not involve a state of generalized poverty, but rather the attainment of greater collective wealth. 2.7 Role of the state, individual rights and freedoms in communist society, along with transformative changes in the economy, the role of the state and the function of politics would also have to be read ned. In the Civil War in France, Marx was at pains to explain that, after the conquest of power, the working class would have to uproot the economical foundations upon which rests the existence of classes, and therefore of class rule. Once labor was emancipated, every man would become a working man, and productive labor would cease to be a class attribute. 122 The well-known statement that the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery and wield it for its own purposes was meant to signify, as Marx and Engels clarified in the booklet Fictitious Splits in the International, that the functions of government should become simple administrative functions. 123 And in a concise formulation. In his Conspectus on Bakunin's Statism and Anarchy, Marx insisted that the distribution of general functions should become a routine matter which entails no domination. 124 This would, as far as possible, avoid the danger that the exercise of political duties generated new dynamics of domination and subjugation. Marx believed that, with the development of modern society, state power had assumed more and more the character of the national power of capital over labor, of a public force organized for social enslavement, of an engine of class despotism. 125 In communism, by contrast, the workers would have to prevent the state from becoming an obstacle to full emancipation. It would be necessary to amputate the merely repressive organs of the old governmental power, to wrest its legitimate functions from an authority usurping preeminence over society itself, and restore them to the responsible agents of society. 126 In the Critique of the Gotha Program, Marx observed that freedom consists in converting the state from an organ superimposed upon society into one completely subordinate to it, and shrewdly added that forms of state are more free or less free to the extent that they restrict the freedom of the state. 127 In the same text, Marx underlined the demand that, in communist society, public policies should prioritize the collective satisfaction of needs. Spending on schools, healthcare, and other common goods would grow considerably in comparison with present-day society and freedom. In bourgeois society, the only possible free development was on the limited basis of the domination of capital. But that type of individual freedom was, at the same time, the most sweeping abolition of all individual freedom and the complete subjugation of individuality to social conditions which assume the form of objective powers, indeed of overpowering objects, independent of the individuals relating to one another. 133 The alternative to capitalist alienation was achievable only if the subaltern classes became aware of their condition as new slaves and embarked on a struggle to radically transform the world in which they were exploited. Their mobilization and active participation in this process could not stop, however, on the day after the conquest of power. It would have to continue, in order to avert any drift towards the kind of state socialism that Marx always opposed with the utmost tenacity and conviction. In 1868, in a sine-cant letter to the president of the General Association of German Workers, Marx explained that, in Germany, where the worker is regulated bureaucratically from childhood onwards, where he believes in authority, in those set over him, the main thing is to teach him to walk by himself. 134 He never changed this conviction throughout his life, and it is not by chance that the RST point of his draft of the Statutes of the International Working Men's Association states: the emancipation of the working classes must be conquered by the working classes themselves. And they add immediately afterwards that the struggle for working class emancipation means not a struggle for class privileges and monopolies, but for equal rights and duties. 135 Many of the political parties and regimes that developed in Marx's name used the concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat 136 in an instrumental manner, distorting his thought and moving away from the direction he had indicated. But this does not mean we are doomed to repeat the error. 3.1 Marx's Critique of Democracy. The Marxist critique of bourgeois democracy, wrote Ernest Mondel, starts from the idea that this democracy is formal because the workers do not have the material means to exercise the rights which the bourgeois constitutions formally grant all citizens. So, for instance, freedom of the press is just a formality when only the capitalists and their agents are able to get together the millions of dollars needed to establish a daily newspaper. These observations neatly sum up a standard Marxist critique of bourgeois democracy. 2. They do not imply that Marxism is in principle opposed to the rights and freedoms associated with liberal democracy. They simply suggest that the bourgeois form of democracy is bogus, or at least inadequate and incomplete, because it fails to confront the fundamental inequalities of class power which determine political outcomes, even while it may allow for workers' organizations that can partially redress the balance. Yet to any the Marxist critique in this way is not to say very much. The question we are canvassing here is not how a socialist democracy might be conceived by Karl Marx, but rather what Marx has to teach us about the kind of capitalist democracy in which we live, and on this score there is much more to be said. The proposition that political processes in bourgeois democracy are, for better or worse and to greater or lesser degrees, affected by class inequalities is, as far as it goes, hard to dispute, but it is scarcely enough to distinguish Marxism from other accounts of how liberal democracy works in capitalist societies marked by huge disparities of wealth. If Marxism had nothing more to tell us than that political processes are shaped by differences of wealth, there would be little point in turning to Marxist analysis for illumination on the workings of contemporary democracy. 3. Nor is it even enough to say that Marx went far beyond his contemporaries, or, for that matter, political analysts in our own time, in exposing the realities of class power and their effects on politics. There must be more to Marx's understanding of democracy to justify the claim that it has something truly distinctive and valuable to teach us even now and, indeed, now more than ever. Marx's great insight was not simply that democracy in bourgeois society was compromised by the inequalities of class power. If anything, he was keenly aware that there had never before, at least since ancient Greek democracy, existed a form of society in which inequalities of wealth had less effect on political outcomes than they did in societies with certain civic rights and liberties that we associate with liberal democracy, the kinds of rights and liberties that allow the laboring classes to form their own organizations and exercise their freedom of the press, to create and disseminate their own newspapers. Never before had working class organizations, exercising bourgeois freedoms of speech and association, had such direct and significant effects in the political domain. Without that conviction, he would hardly have been urging working class movements to take advantage of the available possibilities in their own political struggles. It was never Marx's purpose to belittle the importance of these liberal rights and liberties or their usefulness to working classes. On the contrary, he was from the start a passionate defender of such liberties, and his socialism emerged out a growing realization that the liberties he sought to defend required something more than democratic legal forms and political rights abstracted from the realities of social power. But nor was it his intention simply to demonstrate that the political effects of inequality were actually worse than they looked. The distinctive force of his critique must be found somewhere else. Had Marx lived to see the modern welfare state, promoted and sustained by workers' movements and the social democratic parties representing them, he would still have regarded the socialist struggle as far from complete, but there was nothing in his view of liberal democracy that would have forced him to deny the possibility of such achievements. There is nothing particularly mysterious about how modern liberal democracy has been able to sustain advances of this kind. What requires explanation is why, even with enfranchised working class majorities, social reforms have not advanced further, why social inequities have remains so intractable, why economic inequalities have not diminished but grown deeper, why the social gains of the welfare state are, as we have learned with particular emphasis in the neoliberal era, so vulnerable and precarious. For centuries, since classical antiquity, dominant classes feared and resisted political democracy. It seemed to them self-evident that granting political rights to the laboring majority would threaten inequalities of property and privilege. Yet, even though working-class struggles have made great advances, modern democracy has proved unfounded the fear that private property and inequality would be gravely endangered. In fact, economic inequalities are once again increasing. Whatever other explanations are on offer, it is surely worth asking what there is about modern democracy that has made it so consistent, both in theory and in practice, with the grossest inequalities of wealth and power. An answer can be found in Marx's analysis of capitalism. It is here, even more than in his expressly political writings, that he exposed the limits of liberal democracy, which have less to do with who wields political power and how, or in whose particular interests, than with the scope of political power, what falls within its reach and what remains beyond its boundaries. It soon becomes clear that the complex relation between political and economic power in capitalism demands a redefinition of democracy not only to correct the imbalances of class inequality, but also to extend the reach of democratic power, including liberal democratic principles of civil rights and liberties. 3.2 The changing meanings of democracy. Let us consider the conventional meaning of democracy. Literally, it means the rule or power of the people, the demos, which in its original Greek usage meant the people, not simply as a political category, but as something like a social class. Aristotle, for instance, denied democracy as a constitution in which the sovereign authority is composed of the poorer classes, and not of the owners of property. 5 This democratic constitution, of course, excluded slaves, and women too were denied the rights of citizenship. But the possession of political rights by the free laboring poor was enough to constitute a democratic polity, in contrast to an oligarchy, where those who have property are the sovereign authority, and each form of polis would pursue the particular interests and the particular conception of justice upheld by its dominant social group. This is the sense in which democracy would be understood for centuries thereafter, and for that reason it long remained an object of fear and loathing among dominant classes. Yet eventually the designation democratic would become the highest praise in the political vocabulary, which even the rich could happily claim for themselves. This transformation was, to be sure, a consequence of long and bitter popular struggles by those deprived of democratic rights, but it also entailed a change of meaning that would have been incomprehensible in ancient Greece or even early modern Europe. The meaning of the word democracy was, transformed by the U.S. founding fathers, who effectively redenied both its parts, the demos, or people, and the kratos, or power. At RST, they were not at all inclined to describe their preferred form of government as a democracy. They called their chosen form of state a republic, in explicit opposition to democracy as it was then understood. But in the heat of constitutional debates, they made a rhetorical shift. They began to describe their republic as a representative democracy. 6 In the process, the demos lost its class meaning and became a political category rather than a social one, and kratos was made compatible with the alienation of popular power, the opposite of what it had meant to the ancient Athenians. This was so not simply because the very idea of representative democracy would have been alien to Greek democrats, for whom the essence of democracy was direct and active citizenship, a share for the demos in public deliberations. More important is how representation itself was conceived by Federalist leaders like James Madison, 1751–1836, and Alexander Hamilton, 1757–1804. The object of representation for the founding fathers was not to give a political voice to the majority, but rather to distance an already enfranchised people as much as possible from political power. As in ancient Greece, slaves and women were excluded, but, unlike Athenian democracy, the U.S. redefinition was meant to dilute or to alter popular power, including the power of male citizens who constituted the people, the political nation, with the intention of placing a protective screen of representatives between the private citizen and public power. 7 By the 19th century, democracy would be increasingly identified with liberalism, shifting the focus away from the idea of popular power towards the limitation of state power by civil liberties and constitutional rights. Democracy came to be treated as an extension of constitutional principles rather than as an expansion of popular power. Even while accepting that political progress might, and perhaps even should, inevitably include the extension of the franchise, liberalism tended to place the emphasis not on the elevation of the common people, the demos, to new heights of social power, but rather on the limitation of political power, protection against tyranny, and on the liberation of the individual citizen, from the state, from communal regulation, from traditional bonds and identities. 8 The heroes in this story were not the levelers, or the Chartists, or trade unionists, or socialists, or suffragettes, or any of the others who have for centuries struggled for people's power. Instead, the heroes of this historical narrative were the propertied classes who, in pursuit of their own class interests, typically against intrusions by an overweening monarchical state, brought us advances such as the Magna Carta and the so-called Glorious Revolution of 1688 in England. The emphasis on civil rights and liberties did not mean that democracy could be claimed to exist without an extension of the franchise. Although the word democracy would certainly be used to characterize states with less than universal suffrage, a state might be described as a democracy even where half the population, notably women, were excluded. It generally implied a more inclusive franchise, beyond the traditional limits of wealth or noble birth. What distinguished modern forms of liberal democracy were that political rights no longer had the same salience as they did in ancient Greece. In the ancient world, political and economic power were so inextricably connected that, when the common people did achieve political rights, as they had in ancient Greek democracy, they would be freed from the most common forms of exploitation, such as slavery, serfdom, or debt bondage, which depended on the legal or political subordination of laboring classes to legally and politically privileged classes. To grant peasants and other direct producers a share in political power was at the same time and inseparably to weaken drastically the exploitative power of wealthier, appropriating classes. Producing classes in the ancient democracy not only had unprecedented political rights, but at the same time, and for the same reason, an unprecedented degree of freedom from exploitation in the form of tax and rent. So the sine qua non of democracy was political and economic at the same time. This was no longer true in modern democracy. By the 19th century, at least in the more well-developed capitalist economies, the power of economic exploitation no longer depended on direct coercive power derived from legal or political standing. Capitalists and workers could, and eventually would, be free and equal in juridical terms, and, unlike slaveholders or feudal lords, the capitalist employer's power to appropriate the surplus labor of workers did not require the workers' legal or political subordination. This meant that, while dominant classes would continue to fear that their interests and property would be endangered by an extension of the franchise, and while universal political rights were never freely granted by dominant classes but required long and bitter struggles, it became possible for the rich and powerful, however grudgingly and belatedly, to accept the inclusion of the working classes in the political nation. The abstraction of political rights from social inequalities and economic domination would be acknowledged in a different way by workers themselves. Although the battle for political rights was far from over in the 19th century, by the second half of the century, especially in England, where there existed a mass proletariat, industrial capitalism was sufficiently advanced that capital had gained control of the workplace and the labor process. 9. The establishment of a more or less separate economic sphere, with its own system of power, was now complete. The struggle for a democratic franchise by working class movements began, after the defeat of the Chartists, to give way increasingly to industrial struggles. When the franchise finale came, as important as that was, it no longer seemed to hold quite the same promise it once had in the eyes of campaigners for universal suffrage, and the main issues for the working class would increasingly be concentrated in the workplace, in the confrontation between workers and employers over the terms and conditions of work. While the socialist left might lament this development as a decline in working class consciousness, the transfer of struggle away from the political domain to the point of production reacted a reality of capitalism and its distinctive conjuration of power. Capitalism had made it possible for the rst time in history to conceive of political rights as having little bearing on the distribution of social and economic power, and it was possible to imagine a distinct political sphere in which all citizens were formally equal, a political sphere abstracted from the inequalities of wealth and economic power outside the political domain. Political progress, or even the progress of democracy, could be conceived in terms that were socially indifferent, with an emphasis on political and civil rights that regulated the relations between citizen and state, not the maldistribution of social and economic power among citizens, who in the abstract sphere of politics were equal. This formally separate political sphere had as its corollary and its necessary condition an equally separate economy, which became the subject of a new mode of theorizing, the science of economics. The classical political economists were not, of course, the RST in history to re-ECT on the processes of production, appropriation, and distribution, which are the primary subjects of the economic discipline, but never before the advent of capitalism had it been possible to conceive of these processes as abstracted from non-economic relations and practices, operating according to their own distinct laws, the purely economic laws of the market. It had never been possible before to conceptualize an economy with its own forms of coercion, to which political categories seemed not to apply. The laws of supply and demand, the production and distribution of goods, or the formation of wages and prices, could, for the purposes of economic science, be treated as impersonal mechanisms, and human beings in the economic sphere could be perceived as abstract factors of production, whose relations to each other were very different from the relations of power, domination, and subordination that dened the political sphere, the sphere of rulers and subjects or citizens and states. The abstraction of the political sphere from economic inequality and domination, then, characterized both classical political economy and liberal political philosophy. But there was something more. Capitalism had made possible not only a neat division of labor between discrete and autonomous sciences, but also a view of the world in which economic forms of power and coercion are not recognized as power and coercion at all. In the political domain, it might be necessary to limit excesses of power or to safeguard democratic liberties, but the political principles of liberty and checks and power did not belong in the economy. Indeed, a free economy was one in which economic imperatives were given free rein. The essence of capitalist economy is that a very wide range of human activities, which in other times and places were subject to the state or to communal regulation of various kinds, have been transferred to the economic domain, subjected not only to the hierarchies of the workplace, but also to the compulsions of the market, the relentless requirements of profit maximization and constant capital accumulation, none of which are subject to democratic freedom or accountability. 3.3 Marx on bourgeois democracy. When Marx launched his public career as a journalist in 1842, his RST concern was to defend the very civil liberties that constitute modern liberal democracy, and above all the freedom of the press, against intrusions by the state. Although Marxism would come to be associated with a contempt for bourgeois democracy, Marx himself never abandoned a conviction that, whatever their limits, bourgeois freedoms were worth gaining and preserving. But he very early recognized the inadequacies of formal political and civil rights abstracted from social and economic realities. He very soon began to confront the social question in his journalistic articles, and, when he set out to theorize more formally about the state, he sought ways to combine the struggle for purely political democracy with social struggles that challenged the injustices and inequalities left intact by formal democracy. In works like On the Jewish Question, he sought to construct a political theory that went beyond the Hegelian opposition of state and civil society, a theory of the state that would expose the social realities underlying the formal universality and neutrality of the political sphere. The modern state, wrote Marx, had become a real state when it was transformed from a private affair of the ruler and his servants and turned into a public affair of the people, the result of a political revolution which overthrew this sovereign power and raised state affairs to become affairs of the people, which constituted the political state as a matter of general concern, that is, as aerial state 11. At the same time, this transformation of the state deprived civil society of any political character. In the Middle Ages, public and private spheres had not been so clearly separated. Organizations in civil society, corporate entities, guilds, and estates, had a public dimension. But with the decline of feudalism and of its intermediate bodies between the private life of citizens and the public domain of the state, civil society was transformed into a sphere of private economic egoism. Throwing off the political yoke meant at the same time throwing off the bonds which restrain the egoistic spirit of civil society. Political emancipation was at the same time the emancipation of civil society from politics, from having even the semblance of a universal content. 12. The general interest, in other words, was con netto an abstract political sphere, estranged from the everyday life of real human beings, who in the day-to-day world of civil society inhabited a sphere of egoistic and conisting private interests. Human emancipation will only be complete, Marx wrote, when man has recognized and organized his own powers as social forces, and consequently no longer separates social power from himself in the shape of political power, only then will human emancipation have been accomplished. 13. Marx was here, in abstruse philosophical terms, identifying the formal separation of economic and political that is unique to capitalism, which permits the connement of democracy to an abstract political domain while leaving inequalities of wealth and the structures of class power untouched in the economy. It soon became clear to Marx that theorizing on the state could take him only so far in his quest for a more complete understanding of human, as against formally political, emancipation. A dissection of civil society itself was required, and this would compel him to undertake what became his life's work, his critique of political economy and an analysis of capitalism. The foundations can already be found as early as his economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844-14, but before his critique of political economy truly reached its maturity, in 1857-8 in the Grundrisse and Nally in Capital, he actively participated in and continued to comment on contemporary political events, in ways that would have wide-ranging implications for the Marxist understanding of bourgeois democracy. The Manifesto of the Communist Party, 15, co-authored with Friedrich Engels, is, of course, the best known of Marx's political writings, and what stands out for our purposes is the narrative of bourgeois progress that lies at its heart. There is no mistaking the importance these young revolutionaries attached to the advances achieved by the bourgeoisie, however contradictory the consequences were. The progress they ascribed to the bourgeoisie's revolutionary victories was material and political at the same time. Just as capitalism had immeasurably advanced the forces of production, the bourgeoisie had destroyed traditional structures of prescriptive hierarchy and privilege, leaving the political arena open to working class struggles and to a confrontation between capital and labor. Just as the material advances of capitalism were inseparable from the exploitation of wage laborers, yet at the same time laid the foundations for socialism, the bourgeois republic in 1848 remained an instrument of the dominant class, yet at the same time provided new tools of struggle for the working class. 16. The formal rights and liberties of the bourgeois republic allowed for political organizations of unprecedented kinds, including a variety of socialist parties, which created a wholly new terrain of struggle. Almost 3 decades later, in a work that more clearly spells out his aspirations for a socialist democracy, he continued to emphasize the importance of bourgeois rights and liberties in achieving that ultimate democratic goal. In the critique of the Gotha program, Marx raised questions about the German Workers' Party program, including its democratic demands. The party, he told us, demands a free state, but the German state was all too free, in the sense that an overbearing bureaucratic state, lacking precisely the kinds of bourgeois democratic limits imposed on other modern states, freely imposed its will on the people. True freedom consists in converting the state from an organ superimposed upon society into one completely subordinate to it, and even today forms of state are more free or less free to the extent that they restrict the freedom of the state. 17. To completely subordinate the state to society would, of course, require revolutionary transformations of the underlying social relations, the structure of class power that dominates all spheres of social life, inside and outside the state, but Germany had hardly begun to restrict the freedom of the state. The German Workers' Party asserts its various democratic demands without acknowledging that all those pretty little gewgaws rest on the recognition of the so-called sovereignty of the people and hence are appropriate only in a democratic republic. 18. The implication is clearly that workers' parties in states without the bourgeois freedoms and popular sovereignty enjoyed by the Swiss or the Americans might do well to devote their revolutionary zeal to achieving them, as a prelude to a truly socialist transformation. But even if Marx could envisage circumstances in which that avenue was blocked and more revolutionary methods were immediately required, he could still foresee that the mechanisms of bourgeois democracy might have something to teach a truly socialist society, even after the transitional dictatorship of the proletariat. 19. What transformation, Marx asked, will the state undergo in communist society? In other words, what social functions will remain in existence there that are analogous to present state functions? This question can only be answered scientifically, and one does not get a hop nearer to the problem by a thousand-fold combination of the word people with the word state. 20. Much has been said about Marx's conviction that the state in socialist society will wither away, but his formulation of the question in the Critique of the Gotha program suggests that he foresaw a socialist democracy in which some kind of public power still exists, and that even the most democratic state will remain a state, which will require restrictions on its freedom, something very like the forms, if not the substance, of bourgeois democracy. In the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, Marx composed one of the most complex and incisive analyses of a particular political event, the coup d'état of Louis Napoleon, 1808–73, in 1851, replacing a bourgeois republic with a dictatorship. Marx brilliantly navigated all the complexities of this episode, with all its conniving interests and parties, while situating rapidly moving events in their larger historical context, with an intricate analysis of the social forces in play. He traced the degeneration of a republic into a dictatorship in profoundly illuminating ways. The work is a model of political analysis and deserves to be regarded as a classic. But it is not a theory of the capitalist state, and much confusion has been generated by various commentaries that treat Bonapartism, as described in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, as the essence of the capitalist state. The independence of the Bonapartist dictatorship as it stood above the warring factions, we are told, types the relative autonomy of the capitalist state, which derives its independence from the contests among various class factions that inevitably characterize capitalism. Or else it is suggested that the degeneration of the bourgeois republic into a dictatorship re-echoes the inevitable tendency of capitalist democracy to limit democratic freedoms in order to sustain the power of capital, which is inevitably threatened by the very democratic forms it has engendered. But the society Marx is so effectively dissecting in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte is scarcely capitalist at all, and the very characteristics of Bonapartism that have been singled out as the essence of the capitalist state derive from the non-capitalist features of the Bonapartist state. At its heart is, as Marx tells us, an immense bureaucratic and military organization, and parasitic body in which the material interests are interwoven in the closest fashion. Here it NDS posts for its surplus population and makes up in the form of state salaries for what it cannot pocket in the form of proti, interest, rents, and honorariums. 21. The bourgeoisie, then, is not fundamentally capitalist. Its economic interests are too rmly rooted in the state, and the whole parasitic structure in which its material interests lie predates the revolution. All revolutions perfected this machine instead of breaking it. The parties, which alternately contended for domination, regarded the possession of this huge state structure as the chief spoils of the victor. 22. The class on which this structure rests, whose labor produces the material bénéfice derived from possession of the state, under Louis Bonaparte no less than in the pre-revolutionary absolutist state, is not a capitalist proletariat but the most numerous class of French society. The small-holding peasants. 23. 3.4 From politics to political economy. Whatever else we may learn from the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, it does not reveal the secrets of capitalist democracy, nor did Marx claim that it did. But if this remarkable study of a bourgeois republic in decline has little to do with the capitalist state, it is worth reacting for a moment on why its incomparable insights into the passage from more democratic governance to tyranny have so little to tell us specifically about capitalist democracy. It may help to explain why Marx felt compelled to address fundamental questions about the politics of capitalism, and the problem of democracy, in a new language of political economy, and not the old discourse of political philosophy or the kind of incisive political journalism at which he excelled. There is no doubt that democracy in capitalist societies can degenerate into far less democratic forms, and that, even if we leave aside the most dramatic examples of capitalist dictatorship from our own recent history, the maintenance of democratic rights and freedoms requires constant vigilance and struggle. But the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte is not a guide to capitalist democracy precisely because the material interests of capital do not reside in the state and capitalism does not inevitably require the dissolution of democracy in order to maintain the class power of capital. It is a social order that can, unlike any other system before it, sustain some kind of democracy without fundamentally threatening class domination. In every other society before capitalism, access to political rights was inextricably associated with economic power, and democracy by definition meant restrictions not only on the powers of the state, but on the powers of appropriation, the economic power that gave dominant classes access to the labor of direct producers. This remained true of the Bonapartist state, with its reliance on the state as an instrument of appropriation from the peasantry. In contrast, it is indeed the defining characteristic of capitalism that political and economic power are no longer bound together in this way. A society such as this, in which the legal and political forms of democracy can be secure while the dominant class remains equally secure in its hold on property and access to the labor of others, is hard to explain in the language of political analysis. It requires the kind of political economy that Marx undertook in the Grundrisse and Capital. It would, then, be a mistake to understand Marx's critique of political economy as just a transfer of analysis from the state to civil society or as an abandonment of politics for economics. His analysis of capitalism does not simply represent a technical improvement on classical political economy. It remaps the whole social terrain, not only the economy, but the political domain. While Marx certainly offered alternative accounts of market mechanisms, the technicalities of wages, price, and property, what is most revolutionary about his analysis of capitalism is its understanding of capitalism as a system of social relations. Capital, Marx told us, is not simply a quantity of material goods or instruments of production. It is a social relation of production, and the economic categories of political economy are not just things or factors of production, but expressions of certain species social relations. One major effect of this approach was to shed new light on the boundaries and relations between the economic and the political. While Marx certainly acknowledged that capitalism had created a historically unprecedented formal separation between these two spheres, the historical conditions that enabled the science of economics as well as the modern idea of formal democracy, his account of the economy as a system of social relations had significant implications for how that formal separation should be understood. Just as the limitations of classical political economy are exposed by Marx's critique, the limited vision of liberal democracy is starkly revealed once we scrutinize it in Marx's terms. In his mature work on political economy, notably the Grundrisse and Capital, Marx renewed and elaborated the principles of historical materialism established in earlier works such as the German ideology. Those principles do not begin with an abstract division between political and economic, state and civil society, or base and superstructure. The material is itself social. It is constituted by practical activity and social relations, the relations among human agents and between them and nature, in the process of obtaining the basic conditions of existence and social reproduction. In Capital, Volume 3, Marx told us more about the nature of material relations and how they affect the conditions of social organization, both economic and political. The specie economic form in which unpaid surplus labor is pumped out of direct producers, reveals the Democracy 63. Innermost secret, the hidden basis of the entire social structure, 24. And here there is a fundamental difference between capitalism and all preceding social forms. In pre-capitalist forms, in which the direct laborer remains the possessor of the means of production and labor conditions necessary for the production of his own means of subsistence, the property relationship must simultaneously appear as a direct relation of lordship and servitude, so that the direct producer is not free, a lack of freedom which may be reduced from serfdom with enforced labor to a mere tributary relationship. Under such conditions the surplus labor for the nominal owner of the land can only be extorted from them by other than economic pressure, whatever the form assumed may be. 25. In other words, in every society before the development of capitalism, wherever exploitation existed, the capacity to extract surplus labor from direct producers depended on one form or another of direct coercion, on the military, political, and jurisdictional powers of the exploiting class. In most such societies, peasants were the main direct producers, and they remained in possession of the means of production, the land. The ruling classes that exploited them did so mainly by monopolizing political and military power, either through a centralized state, which extracted peasant surpluses in the form of some kind of tax or corvée labor, or they had some other kind of hold on military and jurisdictional power, such as feudal lordship, which enabled them to extract surpluses from peasants who were in a dependent condition, such as serfs or peons, and were forced to forfeit surplus in the form of rent to their overlords. Economic and political power, then, were fused, and there was always a more or less clear division between rulers and producers, between those who had political power and those who did the society's labor. The primary difference between capitalism and all preceding social forms rests, for Marx, on its specie mode of exploitation and a distinctive relation between economic and extra-economic power. The exploitative powers of capital do not depend directly on political or military force. Capitalists certainly need the state to support them, but their exploitative powers are purely economic. They can rely on economic compulsions, the propertylessness of workers who are forced to sell their labor power for a wage just to obtain access to the means of production. Political and economic powers are not fused in the way they once were. It is for this reason that there exists in capitalism, as in no other system before it, a distinct economic sphere, formally separate from the political domain, with its own system of compulsion and coercion. Its own forms of domination, its own hierarchies, which fall outside the scope of democratic freedom as it is commonly conceived. The most immediately obvious manifestations are capital's control of the workplace and its unprecedented control of the labor process. No feudal lord could regulate the peasant's labor as closely as the processes of work in capitalism are commanded by the dominance of capital and the requirements of capital accumulation, even where the rights of labor are most rmly entrenched and protected by powerful trade unions. Beyond the direct control exercised by capital in the workplace, there are the compulsions of the market through which capital allocates labor and resources. These compulsions of pro-T maximization and constant capital accumulation, which subordinate human needs, ecological sustainability, and even the organization of time to the requirements of pro-T, are truly systemic imperatives, and every sphere of life that comes within their eld of force, every sphere of life that is commodi ed, falls outside the reach of democratic control or accountability. The systemic imperatives of capitalism do not require the legal or political dependence of workers, and the power of capital, together with, and through the medium of, market imperatives, dictates increasing aspects of human existence, even in the presence of universal political rights and legal equality. 3.5 The political limits of capitalist democracy. Today's conventional conceptions of democracy, or democratic rights and liberties, rely on the formal separation of political and economic spheres in capitalism, which permits the formal abstraction of political democracy from social inequalities and economic domination. To devise a conception of democracy and democratic accountability that encompasses new forms of economic power and coercion requires an understanding of capitalism unavailable either to liberal political philosophy or to classical political economy, or indeed to modern economics or political science. It requires us to return to Marx. While he acknowledged, as a real appearance, the formal separation of political and economic spheres specie to capitalism, he sought to go beyond that appearance to the underlying substance of the capitalist system, not simply as a separate economic mechanism, but as a total system of social relations, a new configuration of social power. Marx's analysis of capitalism as a system of social relations, and not just a mechanism of production and distribution, makes it clear that the capitalist system has created new spheres of power and new forms of domination which fall outside the scope of democratic freedom as it is commonly conceived. His analysis makes it clear that there now exists a distinct economic sphere, formally separate from the political domain, with its own system of compulsion and coercion, its own forms of domination, its own hierarchies. The basic condition of the capitalist system is the naked exposure of all individuals to market imperatives, by means of the dispossession that compels people to sell their labor power for a wage, by means of the privatization of any social goods and services that stand between people and dependence on the market, and so on. 26 In the political sphere, the sphere where human beings operate as citizens rather than as workers or capitalists, it is possible for them to exercise their rights as citizens without intruding on the power of capital in the economic sphere. Even in capitalist societies with a tradition of strong state intervention, the fundamental economic powers of capital can be left largely intact by the extension of political rights. This also means that political change has no immediate consequences in the transformation of society, and the translation of political power into economic and social gains is mediated in historically unprecedented ways. With so much of human life governed by the structures, processes, and principles of the capitalist economy, it is not enough to say that popular movements of one kind or another could, in principle, take hold of the state apparatus by peaceful electoral means and could, if they chose, then effect major social transformations. It is undeniable that socialist or social democratic parties have brought about significant improvements in the life conditions of a capitalist society, but these have proved precarious. Even with secure possession of political power and the strongest political will, there remains a massive gulf between political and economic change. Controlling and transforming the economy, with its own structure of power and compulsion, requires a massive effort quite distinct from and beyond possession of the state. But, even if a thorough social transformation seems a distant prospect, to acknowledge that capitalism is not just an economic mechanism, but a distinctive configuration of social power suggests an immediate political program, the extension of familiar bourgeois democratic principles into domains as yet untouched by them. Political and civil rights as they are understood in today's liberal democracies are aimed above all at limiting the power of the state and protecting individual rights and freedoms against arbitrary power. If capitalism has created its own distinct structure of power, we have two ways of conceptualizing democratic liberties and rights that encompass these other forms of power too. While working-class struggles have established certain limited rights against the powers of capital, above all the right to form unions, we have hardly begun to apply democratic principles to capital and the compulsions of the market. This is not just a question of creating safety nets, nor is it simply a question of regulating markets. Nor is it even only, as important as this is, a matter of correcting the gross inequalities that the capitalist market inevitably reproduces. To assert our autonomy, not only in relation to state power, but also in relation to the power of capital, means bringing democracy not just to the workplace, but also to spheres of life where it is now excluded by market imperatives. It means recognizing that the market is not simply a sphere of freedom, opportunity, and choice, but a domain of power, which imposes its imperatives on every sphere of human life and compels us to act in ways damaging to our own well-being and to the environment, in the interests of profit maximization and capital accumulation. The market is, in other words, a limitation on our democratic freedoms. A democratic challenge to this form of domination, this limitation of our freedom, means detaching as much of human life as possible from the compulsions of the market, that is, in other words, it means to decommodify. Today, all advanced capitalist countries and many developing countries enjoy universal political rights. They have what we call democracy. 27 But much of what governs our everyday lives has been put outside the reach of democratic accountability, governed instead by the power of capital and capitalist economic imperatives. It is one of the paradoxes of our time that everyday governments everywhere are deliberately putting more and more of our lives out of democratic reach, to be ruled by market imperatives. Markets have intruded even into social services that have previously been protected from them. 28 The consequence of increasing commoditization has been not only to narrow the scope of democratic governance, but also to increase inequality and all the social ills that follow from it. If democracy has anything to do with power, how, by whom, and over what it is exercised, it must be read net to include a whole range of human activities that now fall outside its reach. And if democracy has to do with checks on arbitrary power, it must embrace the assertion of rights and liberties against not only the powers of the state, but also against those forms of arbitrary power lodged in the economic sphere. Our freedoms in a capitalist democracy are constrained far more by the economic imperatives of the market than by the actions of the state, and markets are subject to no democratic accountability. Democracy requires, at the very least, that our liberties be protected by checking the freedom of the economy just as we check the freedom of the state. It would be a major democratic advance if the principles of bourgeois democracy, its liberal rights and freedoms, were extended into the economic domain from which capitalism has excluded them, if, for example, what are now called social and economic rights were treated as no less basic entitlements than are civic and political rights in a liberal democracy. But we should have no illusions about the possibility of compelling the market to operate according to principles other than its natural imperatives, however much we regulate it. Wherever the market prevails, so will the compulsions of profit maximization, and to extend rights and liberties into the economic spaces from which they are excluded requires that the provision of certain basic goods and services is not dependent on the maximization of profit. The extension of democracy, in other words, requires decommoditization. But a truly democratic economy, in which power really did belong to the people, would, by definition, mean the end of capitalism. 4.1 The revolutionary subject in his mid-twenties, Karl Marx arrived at the conclusion that the proletariat is the only social force that is capable of transcending capitalism. His A Contribution to the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right, 1844, characterizes the proletariat as a class in civil society which is not a class of civil society, an estate which is the dissolution of all estates, a sphere which has a universal character by its universal suffering and claims no particular right because no particular wrong, but wrong generally, is perpetrated against it. The proletariat is the all-round antithesis to existing society, which is the complete loss of man and hence can win itself only through the complete re-winning of man. One gradually, the nature of proletarian self-emancipation became clearer to him. In the German ideology, 1845-46, he asserts that the abolition of bourgeois society will require the collective appropriation of all productive forces. This can only be effected through a revolution, in which, on the one hand, the power of the earlier mode of production and intercourse and social organization is overthrown, and, on the other hand, there develops the universal character and the energy of the proletariat, which are required to accomplish the appropriation, and the proletariat moreover rids itself of everything that still clings to it from its previous position in society. 2. These passages from Marx articulate at least four trends. First, the notion of classes and class struggles, which date back to the 18th century debates. During the decades preceding the 1789 French Revolution, social analysts such as Quesnay, Turgot, and others began to distinguish two or three social classes. In Britain, Hume, Ferguson, and others developed similar distinctions almost at the same time. A possible explanation for this discovery of social classes is the growth of national states, combined with expanding trading circuits, and the increasing income differences that resulted from this. In addition, the rise of manufacturers and factories gradually made it impossible for journeymen and other skilled workers to become independent entrepreneurs themselves. Just like the French and British authors before, the early Marx did not distinguish between classes and estates. In the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, for example, the proletariat was still called an estate. But this confusion did not last long. In The Poverty of Philosophy, 1847, the proletariat had already become a class. Second, Marx was probably influenced by Lawrence von Stein, 1815–90, who in 1842 had published a book on the socialism and communism of contemporary France, which foreshadowed much of Marx's class theory. Von Stein thought that the rising industrial society made workers either obstinate and malicious or transformed them into dull instruments and servile subordinates. He considered personal and hereditary property as the root cause of this decline of the working classes, since it resulted in the dominant power of some and the unfreedom of others. With observations like these, von Stein anticipated some major arguments of historical materialism, but, unlike Marx, he did not postulate an inexorable proletarian revolution which would ultimately resolve societal contradictions. Instead, he proposed a fundamentally reformist political strategy in which the state guides the distribution of economic resources in a form that would prevent the class polarises envisioned by Marx. 4. Third, Marx had been deeply impressed by the rebellion of Silesian weavers in 1844. In his critical notes on the article, "The King of Prussia and Social Reform," by a Prussian 5, he pointed out that, in the Silesian weavers' rebellion, the proletariat at once, in a striking, sharp, unrestrained, and powerful manner, proclaims its opposition to the society of private property. The Silesian rebellion begins precisely with what the French and English workers' uprisings end, with consciousness of the nature of the proletariat. The action itself bears the stamp of this superior character. Not only were machines, these rivals of the workers, destroyed, but also ledgers, the titles to property. And while all other movements were aimed primarily only against the owner of the industrial enterprise, the visible enemy, this movement is at the same time directed against the banker, the hidden enemy. Robin Blackburn, 1946, has rightly observed that much of this article is still written in the old philosophical jargon and concerns an argument about the nature of the German Revolution. But Marx concludes from the weavers' revolt that the proletariat is the active agent of the revolution. Fourth and the last, Friedrich Engels published his The Condition of the Working Class in England, from personal observation and authentic sources in 1845. Basing himself on Manchester's textile industry, Engels suggested how manufacture centralises property in the hands of the few, and therefore how the working population becomes centralized, as a manufacturing establishment requires many workers employed together in a single building, living near each other and forming a village of themselves in the case of a good-sized factory. 7. In combination, these instances brought Marx to his analysis of human history as a history of class struggles that would culminate in the class struggle to end all class struggles, that is, the proletarian revolution. Marx's approach has forever changed the way in which we think about historical developments and radical politics. Marx was quick to admit that many important elements of his theory of revolution had been anticipated by others. In 1852, he wrote to Joseph Wade Meyer, 1818–1866, "Now as for myself, I do not claim to have discovered either the existence of classes in modern society or the struggle between them. Long before me, bourgeois historians had described the historical development of this struggle between the classes, as had bourgeois economists their economic anatomy. My own contribution was 1. To show that the existence of classes is merely bound up with certain historical phases in the development of production. 2. That the class struggle necessarily leads to the dictatorship of the proletariat. 3. That this dictatorship itself constitutes no more than a transition to the abolition of all classes and to a classless society. 8. 4.2 Denning the proletariat. Neither in his early nor in his later work did Marx use the term working class frequently. He preferred the notion of the proletariat, an ancient Roman conception, probably dating from the 6th century BCE. It describes a relatively large, but not well-defined, group of free, poor citizens, whose offspring proles could serve the empire as soldiers. 9 During the late 18th and early 19th centuries, the word proletariat made a comeback. Initially, it was used in a general sense to describe the estate of people without property, beyond honor. The workers were only a part of this amorphous mass. According to the French nobleman Adolphe Granier de Cassagnac, writing in the 1830s, the proletariat formed the lowest rank, the deepest stratum of society, which consisted of 4 groups: the workers, the beggars, the thieves, and public women. The worker is a proletarian, because he works in order to live and earns a wage. The beggar is a proletarian, who does not want to work or cannot work, and begs in order to live. The thief is a proletarian, who does not want to work or beg, and, in order to make a living, steals. The prostitute is a proletarian, who neither wants to work, nor beg, nor steal, and, in order to live, sells her body. 10. A few years later, Heinrich Wilhelm Benson, 1798–1863, distinguished 7 categories of proletarians. Apart from 3 groups of workers, he also noted the poor, who are bereft of support from the public purse, the common soldiers, gypsies, prostitutes, bandits, etc., and the small servants of religious and secular origin. 11 Gradually a differentiation was made that could have one of 2 outcomes: either the workers declared that they were not proletarians, but a separate class or estate, or they identified with the proletariat and started to see the other groups, who had previously also been considered as proletarians, to be less and different. The German communist workers in London, with whom Marx and Engels were associated, favored the second outcome. In the manifesto of the Communist Party, which Marx and Engels were instructed to write for these workers on the basis of common discussions, the modern working class, the proletarians 12 were seen as a unity. The thieves, beggars, and prostitutes were now devaluated as a lower stratum, the lumpenproletariat, the dangerous class, the social scum, that passively rotting mass thrown off by the lowest layers of old society, which may, here and there, be swept into the movement by a proletarian revolution. Its conditions of life, however, prepare it far more for the part of a bribed tool of reactionary intrigue. 13. This exclusion of the immoral part of the lower classes was combined with further demarcations. For Marx, it was self-evident that chattel slaves did not belong to the proletariat. Quite early, the European labor movements had already distanced themselves from their bonded brothers and sisters. The famous London Corresponding Society, LCS, which E. P. Thompson 14 called a new kind of organization of a working-class nature, in 1792 read its constituency under the Indians of the slave revolution on Saint Domingue. In the early months of that year, the LCS declared the equality among all, black or white, high or low, rich or poor, but by August they black or white disappeared from the society's agenda, once the news from the Caribbean reached the British Isles. Race had thus become a tricky and, for many, in England, a threatening subject, one that the leadership of the LCS now preferred to avoid. 15 Marx later was to reduce chattel slavery to an anomaly in relation to the bourgeois system itself, which can exist at individual points within the bourgeois system of production, although only because it does not exist at other points. 16 Marx equally marked the proletariat off from the petty bourgeoisie. The manifesto of the Communist Party declares, of all the classes that stand face to face with the bourgeoisie today, the proletariat alone is a really revolutionary class. The other classes decay and nearly disappear in the face of modern industry. 17. The lower middle class, the small manufacturer, the shopkeeper, the artisan, the peasant, all these GHT against the bourgeoisie, to save from extinction their existence as fractions of the middle class. They are therefore not revolutionary, but conservative. If by chance they are revolutionary, they are so only in view of their impending transfer into the proletariat. They desert their own standpoint to place themselves at that of the proletariat. 18. Thus, the boundaries of the proletariat were delimited on all sides. The class struggle is seen to be waged mainly between capitalists, landowners, and wage earners. The other, intermediate classes are historically less important and play no independent political role. They decay and nearly disappear in the face of modern industry. 19. In his later writings, Marx tried to further substantiate this thesis. His critique of political economy is partly an attempt to circumscribe as precisely as possible the historical nature and social boundaries of the proletariat. In Capital, Volume I, he nearly denies the pure proletarian as the worker who as a free man can dispose of his labor power as his own commodity, and on the other hand has no other commodity for sale. 20. The ongoing process of capital accumulation will, according to Marx, let the number of these doubly free workers grow, both absolutely and relatively. 4. The larger the capitals, the more workers they need. Accumulation of capital is, therefore, increase of the proletariat. 21. Capitalist production reproduces to an ever-increasing extent the class of wage laborers, into whom it transforms the vast majority of direct producers. 22. The proletariat is recruited from all classes of the population, the lower strata of the middle class, the small tradespeople, shopkeepers, and retired tradesmen generally, the handicraftsmen and peasants, all these sink gradually into the proletariat, partly because their diminutive capital does not suffice for the scale on which modern industry is carried on, and is swamped in the competition with the large capitalists, partly because their specialized skill is rendered worthless by new methods of production. 23. Consequently, as the precise moment of revolutionary change approaches, capitalist society will be increasingly split up into two large hostile camps. It is argued here that Marx's delimitations of the proletariat did not always follow logically from his critique of political economy. Moral impulses, political cogitations, and wishful thinking probably played an important role in his considerations. Accordingly, sine-qua contradictions were unavoidable while historical facts had to be denied. The examples of the lumpenproletariat and the chattel slaves can arguably corroborate this contention. 4.3 Excluding the lumpenproletariat. The lumpenproletariat makes its initial appearance in the early writings of Marx and Engels, where they discuss the ancient Roman Empire. The notion turns up for the first time in the German ideology, 1845-46. In a passage discussing the issue of the plebeians, who, midway between freemen and slaves, never succeeded in becoming more than a proletarian rabble. Lumpenproletariat. 24. However, as a contemporary concept, the lumpenproletariat makes its first appearance during the years 1848-51, when Marx analyzed French revolutionary and counter-revolutionary trends. Marx was struck by his observation of the workers' actions and reactions on both sides of the barricades, an apparent absurdity that he could only explain by valuing those on the good side as real proletarians and devaluing those on the wrong side as pseudo-proletarians. 25. When, in 1851, the workers were again divided and, some of them, supported Louis Bonaparte, 1808-1873, Marx found some justification for his analysis. In the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, 1851-52, he included in the lumpenproletariat not only decayed roués of aristocratic descent and ruined and adventurous offshoots of the bourgeoisie, but also vagabonds, discharged soldiers, discharged jailbirds, escaped galley slaves, rogues, mountebanks, lazzaroni, pickpockets, tricksters, gamblers, maquereaux, brothel keepers, porters, literati, organ grinders, rag pickers, knife grinders, tinkers, beggars, in short, the whole and night. Disintegrated mass, thrown hither and thither, which the French term la bohème. 26. This characterization begs an analytical and empirical question of which social groups Marx could have precisely meant. It seems that he attempts to lump together a range of the following groups. I. Displaced peasants. The manifesto of the Communist Party dissertates about the passively rotting mass thrown off by the lowest layers of old society. 27. Probably, this is a reference to those former peasants, who, through enclosures or other measures, were robbed of their means of existence, migrated to the cities, and became the unskilled part of the modern proletariat. If this is what Marx meant, then the difference between a recent ex-peasant who is becoming a proletarian rather than a lumpenproletarian seems to be a matter of attitude rather than of relation to the means of production. The proletarian has become more resigned to selling his labor power. Displaced peasants could also feature as people without a denied trade, vagabonds, gens sans foi sans aveu, but again one would expect such people to turn into proletarians over time. 28. 2. Displaced proletarians. A second group is made up of urban workers without means of existence, men and women who have lost their jobs, or are too old or too sick to end employment. It is true, of course, that Marx did not include this group in the lumpenproletariat in capital. 29. But it is likely to assume that the long-term unemployed and other proletarians at the lowest level of existence did resort to crime and prostitution. Cowling is justy-ed in saying, Marx is ambivalent about how easy it would be for a proletarian thrown out by one branch of industry to end employment in another. Some of his writing about the worker as a mere appendage of the machine suggests that one might turn easily from the appendage of one machine into the appendage of another. On the other hand, there are suggestions that people become so distorted by one machine that they are not suitable to work with another. Again, there may be problems about accepting factory life at all, which mean that one has to start life in a factory young, although perhaps moving to another factory might not be so difficult. Perhaps this ambiguity corresponds to real life in the mid-19th century. One factory might involve more training or more distortion of the person or worse conditions than another. The demand for hands would be greater at one time than another. Any difficulties would surely lead some proletarians towards lumpen expedients. 30. 3. Self-employed. Marx's third category consists of porters, literati, organ grinders, rag pickers, knife grinders, tinkers. 31. These groups have in common that they are self-employed and that their occupations are unlicensed. Similarly, one can wonder if unemployed often performed these activities. Historical studies can attest to this. 32. 4. Dubious professions. Finally, we have the mountebanks, tricksters, gamblers, brothel keepers, and prostitutes. What unites them is not a specie type of labor relation, but presumably the immoral nature of their work. What is going on here seems to be that Marx is including an assortment of occupations which command widespread dislike to make the lumpenproletariat seem less reputable rather than engaging in any kind of serious social, or socialist, analysis. 33. Apart from these deductions, the very complexity of Marx's analysis poses some empirical challenges. The historical sociologist Marc Traugott, 1947, has made a careful and detailed study of 6 battalions, comprising 3,845 individuals, of the lumpenproletarian mobile guard in 1848. He has concluded that the social composition of the workers on the wrong side of the barricades does not confirm Marx's hypothesis of the lumpenproletarian. First, if self-reported occupations tell us anything at all, the mobile guard consisted in the main of workers in artisanal trades requiring relatively high levels of skill and training. This is not to deny the presence of a scattering of occupations that descriptions of the lumpenproletariat. If, unsurprisingly, No mobile guardsman listed his previous occupation as pimp, beggar, or thief. One does nd listed a handful of itinerant peddlers, a single rag picker, several street musicians, a magician, a mountebank, and a number for whom no profession is specie ed. But even if one were to adopt a broad definition of lumpenproletarian status that included tinkers, scrap metal dealers, market porters, and literati of all kinds, one could come up with only 83 such individuals, or 3% of the total sample. 34. Marx's concrete analysis of the French situation was thus misleading. Besides, the social groups considered by Marx as lumpenproletarians have certainly not always been reactionaries. Victor Kiernan 35 has, for instance, argued that the London lumpenproletariat after periods of seeming resignation could break out like a cyclone, and, once in movement, its actions were characterized by above all, audacity, spontaneity, disregard of the arbitrary chalk lines within which society coops up its fowl, a cheerful conviction that the law is an S. Usually, such waves of militancy followed in the wake of protests by ordinary workers. It was when those who normally had jobs suffered acute spells of unemployment, and showed signs of mutinying, that the stragglers joined in, and might go further. More in general, lumpenproletarians have often been a driving force in social struggles. 36 Naturally, this doesn't make them a new vanguard, as has sometimes been suggested. 37 It underlines, however, that the lumpenproletariat is not an analytical, but a moral category. 38 This concept's untenability becomes particularly clear in the global south. Vic Allen has rightly claimed that in societies in which bare subsistence is the norm for a high proportion of all the working class, and where men, women, and children are compelled to seek alternative means of subsistence, as distinct from their traditional ones, the lumpenproletariat is barely distinguishable from much of the rest of the working class. 39. Fuzzy concepts like the informal sector are an expression of such social conditions under which, semi-proletarian households combine numerous activities to ensure their survival. 40. 4.4 Excluding chattel slaves. The contrast between free wage labor and slavery is a recurring theme in Marx's oeuvre. As an expert on European antiquity and as a contemporary to the American Civil War, Marx was very much aware of the slavery problem. Capital, Volume I was published 2 years after the abolition of slavery in the United States in 1865 and 21 years before it was officially proclaimed in Brazil. Marx considered slavery a historically backward mode of exploitation that would soon be a thing of the past, as free wage labor embodied the capitalist future. He compared the two labor forms in several writings. He certainly saw similarities between them. Both produced a surplus product, and the wage laborer, like the slave, must have a master who puts him to work and rules over him. 41 At the same time, he distinguished some differences that overshadowed all the common experiences they shared. Ownership of labor power. Labor power can, according to Marx, appear upon the market as a commodity, only if, and in so far as, its possessor, the individual whose labor power it is, offers it for sale, or sells it, as a commodity. In order that he may be able to do this, he must have it at his disposal, must be the untrammeled owner of his capacity for labor, i.e., of his person. 42. The future wage laborer and the money owner meet in the market, and deal with each other as on the basis of equal rights, with this difference alone, that one is buyer, the other seller, both, therefore equal in the eyes of the law. 43 In other words, the workers have to own their labor power and have to offer it themselves on the market as a commodity. But why should that be so? History has given us many instances where workers' labor power was offered on the market, although not by the workers themselves. Child labor, where the parents or guardians of the child receive the wages, is one clear example. The slaves for hire, who lived in various parts of the Americas and Africa in the 18th and 19th centuries, can be given as another example. A Brazilian study describes the situation of these slaves, so-called ganhadores, whose owners had sent them into the city to earn wages, as follows: the ganadores moved about freely in the streets looking for work. It was a common, although not general, practice for slave owners to permit their slaves to live outside the master's home in rented rooms, sometimes with former slaves as their landlords. They only returned to the master's house to pay for the week, that is, to pay the weekly, and sometimes daily, sum agreed upon with their masters. They were able to keep whatever exceeded that amount. 44. 2. Duration of the labor relation. The crucial distinction between free wage earners and slaves is, according to Marx, the duration of their labor relation. The wage laborer should sell it his labor power only for a finite period, for if he were to sell it rump and stump, once for all, he would be selling himself, converting himself from a free man into a slave, from an owner of a commodity into a commodity. 45. Ordinarily, one may call such a transaction, i.e., the piecemeal sale of a commodity, without change of ownership, letting and not sale, an obvious thought that was expressed a long time ago. 46. The difference between selling and letting seems insignificant, but it is not. If A sells a commodity to B, then B becomes the owner instead of A. But if A hires out a commodity to B, then A remains the owner and B only gains the right to use the commodity for a certain period of time. The commodity's substance remains with A, while B gets the usufruct. If wage labor is based on hiring, and not on buying labor power, then the crucial difference between a wage laborer and a slave is not the finite period 47 during which the labor power is alienated, but the letting of labor power is one thing, and its sale another. Why did Marx not concede this? Presumably, because it would put a different complexion on the creation of value. After all, the substance, the value, of the wage earner's labor power would then not be appropriated by the capitalist, but it would remain the property of the worker. Engels thought that house renting is a transfer of already existing, previously produced value, and that therefore the total sum of values possessed by the landlord and the tenant together remains the same as it was before. 48. Following this argument, a wage laborer would not be capable of producing surplus value if the wage relationship were a form of hiring/letting. 3. Fixed versus variable capital. Because the duration of the labor relationship is seen as the main difference between the wage earner and the slave, the former represents variable capital and the latter constant capital. The wage laborer embodies that part of capital which both reproduces the equivalent of its own value, and also produces an excess, a surplus value, which, given the circumstances, may itself vary more or less. This part of capital is continually being transformed from a constant into a variable magnitude. I therefore call it the variable part of capital, or, shortly, variable capital. 49. Chattel slaves are, according to Marx, economically indistinguishable from cattle or machines. The slave owner buys his laborer as he buys his horse. 50. The slave's purchase price is his capital value, and this has to be depreciated over a number of years. 51. But how is it justified to any only wage labor as variable capital, because that part of capital can be more or less according to circumstances? Is the same not true for commodity-producing slave labor? Slave prices could fluctuate enormously and slaves could be sold at any time. Price of the labor power is exceeded by the contract, although it is not realized till later, like the rent of a house. Marx, Capital, Volume I, p. 185. 47. Marx, Capital, Volume I, p. 178. 48. F. Engels, The Housing Question, MECW, Volume 23, p. 320. 49. Marx, Capital, Volume I, p. 219. 50. Ibid, p. 272. 51. Marx, Capital, Volume 3, p. 464. Proletariat 81. 4. Creation of value and surplus value. If a wage laborer produces commodities, then these commodities are at the same time use values, and and therefore the process of producing them must be a labor process, and at the same time, a process of creating value. 52 But the same is obviously true for slaves growing cane sugar, tobacco, or indigo. They were also producing commodities, just like wage earners. Therefore, slaves must have created value as well. Marx could not admit this, because slaves were XED capital, and only capital is capable of creating value. Concurrently, the wage laborer's labor power is a source of more value than it has itself. 53 Because labor pre-exists in the form of wage labor, and the means of production in the form of capital, i.e., solely because of the species social form of these two essential production factors, does a part of the value, product, appear as surplus value, and this surplus value as property, rent, as the gain of the capitalist. 54. Again, Marx thought that this was not true for the slave's labor. The slave owner has paid cash for his slave, and therefore the returns from the labor of the slave merely represent the interest on the capital invested in this purchase. 55 Historically, however, the Caribbean sugar plantations based on slave labor were often extremely profitable, because the produced sugar had much more value than the capital invested by the planters, ground rent, depreciation of the slaves, depreciation of the sugar cane press, etc. Can one really maintain that only wage labor reproduces the equivalent of its own value and produces an excess amount of value, a surplus value? Or is the chattel slave a source not only of value, but of more value than itself? V. Rate of property. According to Marx, the property rate is tangentially declining, given the ongoing increase of labor productivity, since the mass of the employed living labor is continually on the decline as compared to the mass of objected labor set in motion by it, i.e., to the productively consumed means of production. It follows that the portion of living labor, unpaid and congealed in surplus value, must also be continually on the decrease compared to the amount of value represented by the invested total capital. 56. Naturally, the end of this development, the collapse of capitalism, will have been reached as soon as variable capital is reduced to zero, and total capital consists only of constant capital. Paradoxically though it may seem, if we are to believe Marx, this future situation had already become a reality in the Caribbean slave plantations during the 18th century, with almost complete lack of variable capital and formidable capital accumulation. Inconsistencies like these reveal that Marx's value-theoretical approach of privileging productive wage labor was not well founded. Slaves and free wage earners are more similar than is often acknowledged. Under capitalism, many intermediary and transitional forms between both modes of exploitation have existed. The ganadores are just one example. What is more, slaves and free wage laborers have in many cases done the same work for the same capitalist. Example on Brazilian coffee plantations or in factories in the U.S. South. 57 Evidently, the slave's labor power is forever the property of the slaveholder, while the labor power of the wage laborer is made available to the capitalist for short periods of time. Yet, it is unclear why in the former case no value and surplus value is created. It is high time to broaden the labor theory of value in such a way that it would embrace the slave and other unfree workers' labor power with an equal measure of applicability. Marx was apparently not completely convinced of his own analysis. Contrary to his own argument, he often indicated that he considered chattel slavery as a capitalist mode of exploitation all the same. His wavering was apparent from his statement, quoted earlier, that slavery is an anomaly in relation to the bourgeois system itself, which can exist at individual points within the bourgeois system of production, but only because it does not exist at other points. 58 In the RST volume of Capital, while discussing slavery in the U.S. South, Marx noticed, but in proportion, as the export of cotton became of vital interest to these states, the overworking of the Negro and sometimes the using up of his life in 7 years of labor, became a factor in a calculated and calculating system. It was no longer a question of obtaining from him a certain quantity of useful products. It was now a question of production of surplus value itself. 59. In Capital, Volume 3, Marx wrote about the slave economy, the entire surplus labor of the laborers, which is manifested here in the surplus product, is extracted from them directly by the owner of all instruments of production, to which belong the land and, under the original form of slavery, the immediate producers themselves. Where the capitalist outlook prevails, as on American plantations, this entire surplus value is regarded as pro-T60. And in the Grundriss, he argued, that we now not only describe the plantation owners in America as capitalists, but that they are capitalists, is due to the fact that they exist as anomalies within a world market based upon free labor. 61 chattel slaves were thus an integral part of capitalism and produced surplus value, although this was impossible because they embodied XED, and not variable, capital. 4.5 Problematic consequences. The exclusion of lumpen proletarians and chattel slaves was not well thought out. One gets the impression that Marx RST proclaimed the double free wage earners as the revolutionary subject on philosophical grounds, and then collected some arguments that were partly of an ad hoc nature. The outcome was a theory of the working class fraught with empirical and logical inconsistencies, not only with respect to excluded groups like the lumpen proletariat and chattel slaves, but also when it comes to the real proletariat in a narrow sense. First, most proletarian movements in Marx's time were not based on the double free wage earners that he was thinking of. The Salesian weavers, who in 1844 revealed to Marx the revolutionary potential of the proletariat, were not workers in the Marxian sense. They were self-employed cottagers representing embryonic forms of capitalist wage labor. They owned the means of production and only obtained the raw materials from the merchant wholesaler. This is not to deny, of course, that these weavers, who happened to be mainly women, 62 lived in constant dependency on the merchant wholesaler. Whenever the price for cloth fell, the losses were passed on to the weavers in the form of wage cuts. An overabundance of labor and a shortage of capital on the part of the workers meant that the merchant capitalists were in a position to dictate almost at will the level of wages and the working conditions. 63. The worker communists of the Communist League in London, upon whose request Marx and Engels authored the Manifesto of the Communist Party, were mostly semi-proletarianized journeymen working in artisanal shops and in putting out or sweating systems. 64. The social basis of German social democracy in Marx's time can perhaps best be characterized as a popular movement of small producers. 65. The social basis of the Paris Commune was somewhat similar. 66. Also, Marx very much overestimated the British workers' concentration in large workshops. 67. Historical research indicates that, during the 19th century, workers, who were employed by large factories of the large-scale industries, played a less significant role in the labor movements than the self-employed and artisans. 68. Second, Marx overestimated the speed and size of proletarianization. It was, for example, wishful thinking when Marx and Engels asserted, in the Manifesto of the Communist Party, that in existing society, private property is already done away with for 9/10 of the population. Its existence for the few is solely due to its non-existence in the hands of those 9/10. 69. This was a clear exaggeration. This situation did around 1848 not even exist in advanced England, let alone in France and Germany. 70. In the meantime, full proletarianization very much progressed in the advanced capitalist countries, although there existed counter-tendencies, such as the resurgence of sharecropping and self-employment. 71. Yet, the worldwide capitalist expansion in Africa, Asia, and Latin America has only to a very limited extent resulted in the growth of a pure proletariat. In class terms, the pattern of capitalist development on the periphery was incapable of following the full proletarianizing logic of Tatov Center. 72. Third, Marx underestimated capitalism's ability to incorporate the proletariat. Marx, as we have seen, considered the proletariat as a class in civil society which is not a class of civil society. Gradually, however, the proletariat has become a part of civil society. At least 3 instances, not foreseen by Marx, probably played a role in this process. I. The political incorporation of the proletariat, partly also resulting from the efforts of labor movements. For the British case, Burt Morehouse, 1894–1954, 73 has argued that the majority of the ruling class believed that incorporation was necessary to bind the masses to the prevailing system, but also wanted such integration to be constrained and channeled so that, though institutional forms might change, and could be promoted as having changed, the differential distribution of power in society would remain unaltered. 2. The incorporation of proletarians as consumers. I Distruithot Marx and Grundrisse has drawn our attention to the capitalist's attempts to spur the workers onto consumption, to endow his commodities with new attractions, to talk the workers into feeling new needs, etc. 74. But nowhere did he evince to have understood the huge implications of the proletariat's golden cagines. 75. 3. Technological changes of labor processes have had a double consequence. 4.6 A final word. Marx's theory of the proletariat is in need of serious reconsideration. Its theoretical demarcation of the proletariat with regard to other subaltern groups, the self-employed and chattel slaves, is inconsistent. The concrete class analyses based on this theory have, to a significant extent, been refuted by empirical historical research, and its forecast of the growth of the proletariat has only been confirmed partly by later developments. Arguably, we need a new conceptualization of the proletariat that is based on inclusion rather than exclusion. Such a conceptualization can be achieved in two ways. One option is to do away with the idea of anomalies and consider all forms of market-oriented labor, including unfree labor, as variations of capital-positing labor. This is the position advocated by Jairus Banerjee and Rakesh Bhandari. It implies that the differences between chattel slaves, sharecroppers, and wage earners are only of a gradual nature, since all of them work for capital and labor under economic and/or non-economic compulsion. Finding the essence of wage labor in capital-positing activity not only allows a change in the extension of the concept and thereby a challenge to the apologetic Eurocentric occlusion of slavery and colonialism in the writing of the history of capitalism, it also allows us to throw into relief the way in which wage labor in whatever form is enslaved. 77. Another option is to broaden the concept of the proletariat to include all commodity-ed labor. From this perspective, the proletariat consists of all carriers of labor power whose labor power is sold or hired out to employers, including individuals, corporations, and institutions, under economic or non-economic compulsion, regardless of whether these carriers of labor power are themselves selling or hiring out their labor power, and regardless of whether these carriers themselves own means of production. 78. Naturally, all aspects of this provisional definition require further reaction. Nevertheless, this conceptual demarcation indicates the common class basis of all subaltern workers, the coerced commodity cation of their labor power. According to both approaches, all constituents of this red proletariat share their exploitation by employers and the commodity cation of their labor power. Therefore, they share a common class interest in the transcendence of capitalism. Recent historical research has, for instance, revealed concrete cases of struggles conducted jointly by slaves and free wage earners. 79. At the same, the short and medium-term interests of segments of this new broad-spectrum proletariat can diverge strongly. This redefinition of the proletariat comes at a price, though. If we accept that not only free wage earners are integral parts of capitalism, but also chattel slaves and other groups of workers, then both variable capital, free laborers, and XED capital, slaves, are capable of producing value and surplus value. A new theory of value will then become necessary. 80. 5.1 Genealogy. The class struggle is probably the idea most closely identified with Karl Marx, above all thanks to the opening lines of the Manifesto of the Communist Party. The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles. Freeman and slave, patrician and plebeian, lord and serf, guildmaster and journeyman, in a word, oppressor and oppressed, stood in constant opposition to one another, carried on an uninterrupted, now hidden, now open GHT, a GHT that each time ended, either in a revolutionary reconstitution of society at large, or in the common ruin of the contending classes. 1. But the class struggle is also a concept for which Marx denied paternity. Thus he wrote to Joseph Wade Meyer, 1818-66, on March 5, 1852, "As for myself, I do not claim to have discovered either the existence of classes in modern society or the struggle between them. Long before me, bourgeois historians had described the historical development of this struggle between the classes, as had bourgeois economists their economic anatomy. 2. By bourgeois historians Marx had in mind especially the liberal intellectuals of Restoration France, who started to interpret the political struggles of European history in terms of deeper social antagonisms. François Guizot, 1787-1874, wrote in 1828, "Modern Europe was born from the struggle of the various classes of society." 3. Adolphe Blanqui, 1798-1854, prefaced his Histoire de l'économie politique, 1837, with a passage that may have influenced Marx when writing the manifesto of the Communist Party: "In all the revolutions, there have always been but two parties opposing each other, that of the people who wish to live by their own labor, and that of those who would live by the labor of others. Patricians and plebeians, slaves and freemen. Guelphs and Ghibellines, red roses and white roses, cavaliers and roundheads, are only varieties of the same species." 4. Analytically, however, the most important instance was that of David Ricardo, 1772-1823. In the aforementioned letter to Wade Meyer, Marx quoted the opening lines of Ricardo's on the principles of political economy and taxation: "The produce of the earth, all that is derived from its surface by the united application of labor, machinery, and capital, is divided among three classes of the community, namely, the proprietor of the land, the owner of the stock or capital necessary for its cultivation, and the laborers by whose industry it is cultivated." 5. Ricardo formulated a rigorous and generalized version of the labor theory of value, according to which the value of commodities is determined by the labor required to produce them. He argued, furthermore, that wages and proteus are inversely related, thereby positing an antagonism of interests between labor and capital. As Marx wrote in the economic manuscript of 1861-63, Ricardo exposes and describes the economic antagonism of classes, as shown by the intrinsic relations, and, consequently political economy perceives, discovers the root of the historical struggle and development. 6. From the Poverty of Philosophy, 1847, onwards, Ricardo was the key reference point for Marx's critique of political economy. Nevertheless, one can detect another, more abstract source for Marx's treatment of the concept of class struggle, namely Hegel's notion of contradiction as constitutive, the root of all movement and life rather than an accident, an abnormality as it were, a momentary of sickness. 7. Thus, in The Poverty of Philosophy, Marx targeted what he regarded as Proudhon's tendency to separate out the good and bad sides of every phenomenon, whereas, what constitutes dialectical movement is the coexistence of two contradictory sides, their conicity and their fusion into a new category. The very setting of the problem of eliminating the bad side cuts short the dialectic movement. 8. A prime example of the positive and productive role of contradiction is the class struggle, understood in terms that show the influence of both Ricardo and the liberal historians. The very moment civilization begins, production begins to be founded on the antagonism of orders, estates, classes, and nally on the antagonism of accumulated labor and immediate labor. No antagonism, no progress. This is the law that civilization has followed up to our days. Till now the productive forces have been developed by virtue of the system of class antagonisms. 9. This conception of class struggle as a driving force of historical development and progress plays a strategic role in Marx's explanatory theory and his version of socialism. A key difference between Marx and the utopian socialists is that he welcomed the class struggle as not simply a symptom of the antagonisms of the capitalist mode of production, but as the source of the solution of these antagonisms, through proletarian revolution. 5.2 Theoretical articulation. The concept of class struggle is integrated into Marx's theory at two levels, RST, his general theory of history, and, second, the critique of political economy culminating in Capital. If we take the theory of history RST, the class struggle operates together with, but subordinated to, the tendency of the development of productive forces to come into con-ICT with the relations of production. This is already clear in the letter to Wade Meyer of March 5, 1852, where Marx continued the passage cited earlier, thus, my own contribution was 1. To show that the existence of classes is merely bound up with certain historical phases in the development of production, 2. That the class struggle necessarily leads to the dictatorship of the proletariat, 3. That this dictatorship itself constitutes no more than a transition to the abolition of all classes and to a classless society. 10. Clause 1 implicitly subordinates the class struggle to the development of the productive forces. More than 20 years later, there is a similarly elliptical version of the same thought in Marx and Friedrich Engels' circular letter to August Bebel, 1840-1913, and others of 17-18 September 1879. For almost 40 years we have emphasized that the class struggle is the immediate motive force of history nach Saint Tribe and Macht der Geschichte and, in particular, that the class struggle between bourgeoisie and proletariat is the great lever of modern social revolution. 11. These passages make clear that Louis Althusser, 1918-90, was oversimplifying dangerously when he claimed that Marx and Engels affirmed in the manifesto of the Communist Party, the class struggle is the motor of history. 12. They should probably be interpreted in the light of Marx's famous summary of his theory of history in the 1859 preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy. The fundamental driving force of historical transformation is understood here as the tendency of the productive forces to develop and thereby to come into con-ICT with the prevailing relations of production, that is, the relations of economic control over these productive forces. The con-ICT between the forces and relations of production gives rise to an intensification of the class struggle, and this creates the conditions for a social revolution that, by replacing the existing relations of production with new ones that permit a further development of the productive forces, inaugurate a different mode of production. This theory of history is often dismissed as technological determinist, but this is only so if social revolution is treated as inevitable. 13. In the opening passage of the Manifesto of the Communist Party, Marx and Engels wrote that the class struggle each time ended, either in a revolutionary reconstitution of society at large, or in the common ruin of the contending classes. 14. This suggests a degree of indeterminacy. Is it the course of the class struggle that selects which of these alternatives actually prevails? The relatively open character of the 1859 preface itself is indicated by its importance for Antonio Gramsci, 1891-1937, in his prison notebooks, which sought to develop a much fuller account of the role played by political and ideological superstructures in social revolution. But, in any case, it seems reasonably clear that for Marx the class struggle plays an executive role, acting, not as the fundamental source of historical transformations, but as the means through which they are effected. 15. Let us turn, secondly, to the more complex understanding of the class struggle in Capital, 1867. The structure of this work is articulated through an analysis of the production, circulation, and distribution of surplus value, which form the subject matter of, respectively, the 3 volumes. By demonstrating that the source of the capitalist's protests lie in the extraction of surplus value from wage laborers producing commodities, Marx made exploitation, and hence class antagonism, constitutive of capitalism. This put the class struggle implicitly, and sometimes explicitly, at the center of capital. The process through which surplus value is created and extracted from workers in production is necessarily a process of class struggle. This comes out most clearly in the famous chapter 10 of Capital Volume I, The working day. Here Marx portrayed the extremes that British capitalists sought to go in order to lengthen working hours and thereby to increase the amount of absolute surplus value they extracted from their workers. But he also showed the forms of resistance that workers developed, culminating in political movements that succeeded in winning legislation that restricted the working day. But it is a sign of the complexity of Marx's treatment of the class struggle that he sought to contextualize this struggle, pointing in the RST place that the workers' intervention solved the collective action problem that had confronted capitalists, since they had a common interest in preventing the destruction of labor power produced by excessively long working hours but were unable to do so individually because of the pressure of competition from their rivals. Second, state-imposed restrictions on the working day encouraged capitalists to shift towards the production of relative surplus value, which involves raising the rate of exploitation through a higher productivity of labor achieved through the introduction of new, more advanced means of production. The concept of relative surplus value underlines one of Marx's most important themes, the accumulation of capital as a process in which rival capitals respond to competitive pressures by investing in expanded and more efficient production, thereby developing the productive forces. But it also allows Marx to portray the process of technological innovation as itself a form of class struggle. Thus he wrote in Capital, Volume I, it would be possible to write quite a history of the inventions, made since 1830, for the sole purpose of supplying capital with weapons against the revolts of the working class. At the head of these in importance, stands the self-acting mule, because it opened up a new epoch in the automatic system. 16. In the much more extensive discussion of technology in the economic manuscript of 1861-63, Marx used the name the workers gave to this key labor-saving innovation in the cotton industry, the Iron Man, to symbolize the domination of dead over living labor, here too past labor, in the automaton and the machinery moved by it, steps forth as acting apparently in independence of living labor, it subordinates labor instead of being subordinate to it. It is the Iron Man confronting the man of flesh and blood. The subsumption of his labor under capital, the absorption of his labor by capital, which lies in the nature of capitalist production, appears here as a technological fact. 17. The peculiarly intense development of the productive forces under capitalism plays, as one would expect, an important role in Marx's account of economic crises. Setting out the famous law of the tendency of the rate of pro-T to fall in Part 3 of Capital, Volume 3, Marx argued that the competitive struggle among capitalist forms encourages them to invest increasingly heavily in means of production. This reduces their costs of production per unit, but it also tends to lead to a rising organic composition of capital, that is, the ratio between capital invested in means of production and capital invested in the employment of labor power. But, since, according to the labor theory of value that Marx inherited from Ricardo, labor is the source of new value, a rising organic composition of capital implies a fall in the rate of pro-T. This process, in which rising productivity and its expression in falling pro-tability, is the capitalist determination of the transhistorical tendency for the forces of production to come into conict with the relations of production. 18. So, Marx, unlike contemporary neo-Ricardian economists as well as some Marxists, did not see economic crises as arising directly from the conict between capital and labor, for example, because of an increase in wages that brings down the rate of pro-T. 19. Marx's more complex theory of pro-T allowed for the possibility, ruled out by Ricardo, that pro-Ts and wages could rise simultaneously. In Capital, Volume I, he wrote that the rate of accumulation is the independent, not the dependent, variable, the rate of wages, the dependent, not the independent, variable. 20. In other words, fluctuations in wages re-ect those in the rate of capital accumulation, regulated in particular by changes in the reserve army of labor as workers are drawn into or expelled from the productive process. Marx indeed argues in Value, Price, and Pro-T that the very development of modern industry must progressively turn the scale in favor of the capitalist against the working man, and that consequently the general tendency of capitalistic production is not to raise, but to sink the average standard of wages. 21. 5.3 Politics. The fact that the class struggle under capitalism is not the originator of crises did not diminish its importance for Marx. The idea that crises are always but momentary and forcible solutions of the existing contradictions implies that there is no tendency for capitalism to break down economically, contrary to theorizations offered by later Marxists such as Rosa Luxemburg and Henrik Grossman. 22. Consistent with Marx's overall theory of history, the class struggle in capitalism acts as the executor of structural tendencies. This is very clear in Chapter 32 of Capital Volume I, Historical Tendency of Capitalist Accumulation, where Marx showed the increasing socialization of production as occurring in the context of the ever greater concentration and centralization of capital, thanks to which grows the mass of misery, oppression, slavery, degradation, exploitation, but with this too grows the revolt of the working class, a class always increasing in numbers, and disciplined, united, organized by the very mechanism of the process of capitalist production itself, leading to the overthrow of capital. 23. But this revolt of the working class that overcomes the conflict between the forces and relations of production is not an instantaneous act. Marx conceived the class struggle as itself a process undergoing stages. This idea is already present in his writings of the 1840s. This Marx traced in The Poverty of Philosophy the development of the workers' movement from partial combinations to wage-specific economic battles, through the development of permanent trade unions, to the formation of political organization. Large-scale industry concentrates in one place a crowd of people unknown to one another. Competition divides their interests. But the maintenance of wages, this common interest which they have against their boss, unites them in a common thought of resistance, combination. Thus combination always has a double aim, that of stopping competition among the workers, so that they can carry on general competition with the capitalist. If the aim of resistance was merely the maintenance of wages, combinations, at isolated, constitute themselves into groups as the capitalists in their turn unite for the purpose of repression, and in the face of always united capital, the maintenance of the association becomes more necessary to them than that of wages. In this struggle, a veritable civil war, all the elements necessary for a coming battle unite and develop. Once it has reached this point, association takes on a political character. Economic conditions had transformed the mass of the people of the country into workers. The combination of capital has created for this mass a common situation, common interests. This mass is thus already a class as against capital, but not yet for itself. In the struggle, of which we have noted only a few phases, this mass becomes united, and constitutes itself as a class for itself. The interests it defends become class interests. But the struggle of class against class is a political struggle. 24. In delineating this trajectory, which he also outlined in the Manifesto of the Communist Party, Marx was generalizing from the experience of the British workers' movement, from militant trade unionism to Chartism, which Engels had already closely studied in the condition of the working class in England. 25. The significance of Chartism was that, by campaigning for manhood suffrage, it transformed British factory labourers' economic grievances into a political movement that, Marx believed, represented a direct challenge to bourgeois domination of the state. The significance for Marx of this transition from economic to political survived the defeat of Chartism in 1848. Thus, he and Engels sought in the debates with Mikhail Bakunin, 1814-76, and his supporters in the International Working Men's Association, IWMA, to insist on the necessity of working-class political action. Marx clarifies the specificity of political struggle in a letter to Friedrich Bolt, 1896-1959, on November 23, 1871, every movement in which the working class comes out as a class against the ruling classes and attempts to coerce them by pressure from without is a political movement. For instance, the attempt in a particular factory or even a particular trade, to force a shorter working day out of the individual capitalists by strikes, etc., is a purely economic movement. The movement to force through an 8-hour law, etc., however, is a political movement. And in this way, out of the separate economic movements of the workers there grows up everywhere a political movement, that is to say a movement of the class, with the object of achieving its interests in a general form, in a form possessing general, socially binding force. Where the working class is not yet far enough advanced in its organization to undertake a decisive campaign against the collective power, i.e., the political power, of the ruling classes, it must at any rate be trained for this by continual agitation against, and a hostile attitude towards the policies of the ruling classes. 26. This text also underlines one of the abiding themes of Marx's treatment of the class struggle in capitalism, namely its transformative effect on the working class itself. Workers, through organizing to defend their collective economic interests, progressively overcome their fragmentation and passivity, shaping themselves into a political subject capable not simply of resisting capital, but of replacing it altogether. In the 1840s, this view of the effects of class struggle on working class consciousness and organization set Marx and Engels apart from other socialist and communist tendencies, which saw strikes and trade unions as symptoms of the dysfunctional character of bourgeois society, lacking any positive content of their own. Thus, in breaking with the Communist League in 1850, they declared, "We say to the workers, you have 15, 20, 50 years of civil war to go through to alter the situation and to train yourselves for the exercise of power." 27. As we have seen, Marx understood workers' trade union struggles as a veritable civil war. These struggles had for him a significance that transcended their specie objectives, through helping to give workers the consciousness, conscience, and self-organization required for them to become a collective political subject. When initially formulated in the second half of the 1840s, this conception of the class struggle suffered from a serious contradiction. In The Poverty of Philosophy, Marx embraced the content of Ricardo's version of classical political economy, including the so-called iron law of wages, according to which, thanks to Thomas Robert Malthus's 1766–1834, law of population, real wages tend towards the level of bare physical subsistence. This theory was used by economists and many socialists to argue that trade union struggles were futile. Marx accepted the theory but rejected this conclusion. Rather than ignoring the apparent contradiction, he embraced it. For example, in the lecture Wages he gave in Brussels in December 1847, all these objections of the bourgeois economists are correct, but only correct from their point of view. If in the associations it really were a matter only of what it appears to be, namely the seeing of wages, if the relationship between labor and capital were eternal, these combinations would be wrecked on the necessity of things. But they are the means of uniting the working class, of preparing for the overthrow of the entire old society with its class contradictions. And from this standpoint the workers are right to laugh at the clever bourgeois schoolmasters who reckon up to them what this civil war is costing them in fallen, injured, and financial sacrifices. He who wants to beat his adversary will not discuss with him the costs of the war. 28. Marx subsequently moved to a more stable position. In the London Notebooks of 1850–53, he developed a critique of various aspects of Ricardo's political economy, including the theory of wages. 29. Already in the articles he wrote for the New York Daily Tribune about the Preston textile workers' lockout of 1853–54, Marx stressed that the fluctuations in wages and protests caused by the business cycle gave workers the opportunity at least temporarily to improve their position. But his rejection of the iron law of wages was most fully developed over a decade later, in Value, Price and Property, Marx's contribution to a debate at the General Council of the IWMA in May 1865. In response to the argument of the Owenite, John Weston, that trade union struggles were economically futile, Marx argued that the division of new value between wages and protests was, in principle, indeterminate, but as to protests, there exists no law which determines their minimum. We cannot say what is the ultimate limit of their decrease. And why cannot we x that limit? Because, although we can x the minimum of wages, we cannot x their maximum. We can only say that, the limits of the working day being given, the maximum of pro T corresponds to the physical minimum of wages, and that wages being given, the maximum of pro T corresponds to such a prolongation of the working day as is compatible with the physical forces of the laborer. The maximum of pro T is therefore limited by the physical minimum of wages and the physical maximum of the working day. It is evident that between the two limits of the maximum rate of pro T an immense scale of variations is possible. The Zation of its actual degree is only settled by the continuous struggle between capital and labor, the capitalist constantly tending to reduce wages to their physical minimum, and to extend the working day to its physical maximum, while the working man constantly presses in the opposite direction. The matter resolves itself into a question of the respective powers of the combatants. 30. Marx concluded that trade union struggles were economically rational, since, in the right conditions, they could increase both real wages and even the relative wage, the share of new value taken by workers. As he was to argue more fully in Capital, Volume I, however, the capitalists retained the ultimate sanction of responding to higher wages by introducing labor-saving technology and laying workers off, thereby increasing the industrial reserve army and shifting the balance of power in their favor. This underlined the necessity of political action directed at the system itself, but did not imply that the working class ought to renounce their resistance against the encroachments of capital. By cowardly giving way in their everyday con-ICT with capital, they would certainly disqualify themselves for the initiating of any larger movement. 31. Here again we see Marx stressing the educative role of the class struggle in training workers to becoming a governing class. He also developed a more nuanced understanding of the relationship between class struggle and forms of politics apparently unrelated to class. This can be seen, for example, in his shifting attitude to the national question, most notably with respect to Ireland. In the late 1860s, Marx came to the conclusion that it was in the interest of the British working class to support the cause of Irish independence. He wrote to Ludwig Kugelmann, 1828–1902, on November 29, 1869, "Every movement of the working class in England itself is crippled by the dissension with the Irish, who form a very important section of the working class in England itself. The primary condition for emancipation here, the overthrow of the English landed oligarchy, remains unattainable, since its positions cannot be stormed here as long as it holds its strongly entrenched outposts in Ireland." 32. The second element of Marx's argument, that Irish independence would undermine the foundations of class domination in Britain itself, Ireland lost, the British Empire is gone, and the class war in England, till now somnolent and chronic, will assume acute forms, he told Laura, 1845–1911, and Paul Lafargue, 1842–1911, on March 5, 1870, was mistaken. 33 Liberal and Unionist administrations implemented substantial land reform in Ireland in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, helping to create a substantial class of prosperous Catholic peasants, a development that helped to ensure that, when Southern Irish independence eventually came in 1922–23, it left the British Empire largely unshaken. But the idea, most fully developed in a slightly later letter to Siegfried Meyer, 1840–72, and August Voigt, 1830–83, of April 9, 1870, that Irish subjection to Britain fostered quasi-racial divisions between native Protestant British workers and Catholic Irish migrants within the metropolis itself, and thereby constituted the secret of the impotence of the English working class, despite its organization, represented an important intellectual breakthrough. 34 This insight was capable of generalization in different directions. On the one hand, it drew attention to the mechanisms of divide and rule that could help reproduce capitalist society and keep workers in a subordinate position. On the other, It pointed towards Lenin's argument that the communist movement should support the right of self-determination of oppressed nations as a means of uniting the working class internationally and rallying broader forces against imperialism. 5.4 Assessment. The most problematic aspect of Marx's conception of class struggle is his tendency to view it not simply as an evolutionary process, but as one that must be understood teleologically. He stated this most explicitly in the chapter on Historical Tendency of Capitalist Accumulation in Capital Volume I. Capitalist production begets, with the inexorability of a law of nature mit der Notwendigkeit eines Naturprozesses, its own negation. 35 But the same propensity arguably underlay Marx's relative indifference to the problem of political organization. Thus, he wrote in the Manifesto of the Communist Party of the organization of the proletarians into a class, and, consequently into a political party. 36 But the specific form taken by this party is quite indeterminate. 37 This attitude is understandable enough given Marx's historical circumstances. His practical political experience embraced different organizational forms, from secret underground revolutionary groups such as the Communist League, to the IWMA, a broad coalition of different socialist tendencies and British trade unionists. Moreover, he sought to conceptualize socialist revolution as a process of working-class self-emancipation. This encouraged him to stress the significance of elemental mass movements in comparison with the conspiracies of communist sects. But the emergence of mass working-class parties, often declaring their allegiance to Marx's own ideas, meant that the problem of organization could not be ignored by later Marxists, most notably the generation of Lenin and Luxemburg. Gramsci magisterially linked addressing this problem to the effort to develop a more elaborated understanding of what he insisted on treating as the plurality of superstructures constituting the realms of civil and political society. 38 A theory of class struggle moreover implies a theory of class structure. Notoriously, Marx's fullest treatments of actual class relations are to be found in his political writings on France. He left open their relationship to the more abstract theory of class structure implicit but undeveloped in Capital. 39 The work of the contemporary Marxist sociologist Erich Olin-Wright, 1947–2019, is notable for the sustained effort it undertakes to integrate a rigorously articulated theory of class rooted in Marx's political economy with systematic study of empirical trends. 40 The lacunae Marx left behind do not diminish the significance of his theory of class struggle. Even if he did not originate the idea of class struggle itself, its integration into his theory of history and critique of political economy gave it far greater analytical depth. Later Marxist historians would also greatly extend its range. Some of the most impressive achievements have been by the school of British Marxist historians that emerged after the Second World War: Christopher Hill, 1912–2003, Rodney Hilton, 1916–2002, Eric Hobsbawm, 1917–2012, and Edward P. Thompson, 1924–93, among others. Thompson's famous The Making of the English Working Class, 1963, transformed the terrain of the Industrial Revolution, which had provided Engels and Marx with their own starting point. Another work by a historian of the same generation, although not, like the others, associated with the Communist Party of Great Britain, Geoffrey de Ste Croix, 1910–2000, The Class Struggle in the Ancient Greek World, 1981, demonstrated the fertility of Marx's ideas as a source of historical interpretation, in this case of classical antiquity. Of course, the theory of class struggle has constantly been criticized, from Max Weber, 1864–1920, to Michel Foucault, 1926–84, for its allegedly partial and reductive character. The influence of post-structuralism in the past generation has tended to demote class to one of a multiplicity of antagonisms: gender, race, sexual orientation, nationality, and so on, each with its own specific character irreducible to any of the others. 41 It can be no part of any Marxist response to deny the existence or the importance of non-class antagonisms. But it is still open to Marxists to argue that class and class struggle, because they are rooted in the structure of production, has a more fundamental explanatory role. This is, for example, the line taken by de Ste Croix. He anchors the Marxist conception class in exploitation. Class, essentially a relationship, is the collective social expression of the fact of exploitation, the way in which exploitation is embodied in a social structure. He then goes to argue that Weber's alternative conceptualization of class largely in terms of status as descriptive rather than explanatory. The status groups and even the classes of Weber are not necessarily, like Marx's classes, in any organic relationship with one another, and consequently they are not dynamic in character but merely lie side by side, so to speak, like numbers in a row. Class in Marx's sense, is essentially a relationship, and the members of any one class are necessarily related as such, in different degrees, to those of other classes. The members of a Weberian class or status group as such, on the other hand, need not have any necessary relationship to the membership of any other class or status group as such, and even where a relationship exists, it will rarely involve anything more than efforts by individuals to rise up in the social scale, a feature of human society so general and obvious that it hardly helps us to understand or explain anything except in the trite and innocuous way. 42. This argument is capable of much fuller development and extension. For example, Foucault developed a historical account of the specifically modern forms of power knowledge that he sought to describe using concepts such as the disciplines, security, and governmentality. 43. But this account presupposes an understanding of the development of capitalism that Foucault effectively helped himself to from Marx, all the while abusing Marxism. Spelling out the connections, which Foucault completely failed to do, might well reinstate the explanatory centrality of Marx's critique of political economy. Indeed, the era in which post-structuralism has flourished is, what it is now commonplace to call, neoliberalism. One way of characterizing this version of capitalism is to say that it represents a very one-sided form of class struggle, in which capital has been remarkably successful in removing many of the obstacles that had previously limited the scope of the processes of exploitation and competition. These processes of class struggle also have gendered, racial, and imperial dimensions. Their effects have been greatly to weaken and to fragment the organized workers' movement in the North. But another aspect of the same process has been the massive extension of industrial capitalism in Asia, above all thanks to China's incorporation in the world market, which has led to a substantial growth in the global working class, although the associated forms of organization and consciousness still remain inchoate. One of the main thrusts of contemporary Marxist political economy has been to decode the particular forms taken by these transformations, to puzzle out how they have proved possible, and to explore their political implications. Even non-Marxists such as Thomas Piketty, 1971, have offered their own version of this diagnosis, in Piketty's case, analyzing the growth in economic inequality in recent decades. 44. This suggests that Marx's theory of class struggle continues to offer at least some guidance to the present, even if many would doubt if it offers any means of escape from it. It remains to be seen whether they are right. 6.1 The philosophical basis of Marx's concept of organization. Although Karl Marx was actively involved in revolutionary organizations throughout his life and developed some of his most important ideas while participating in them, his contribution to political organization is one of the least discussed aspects of his body of work. Even while he was still alive, many of Marx's followers, as well as his critics, held that his organizational contributions paled in comparison with those of other leading socialists and communists of the time. This view became far more widespread in the 20th century, when Leninist conceptions of political leadership and party building became predominant in the Marxist movement. The fact that Marx, unlike Lenin, 1870 to 1924, never developed a theory of organization may be part of the reason for the general neglect of his work as an organizational activist and thinker. But it can hardly explain all of it, since it is certainly possible to have a distinctive concept of organization while refraining from developing an explicit organizational theory. 1. The tendency to neglect the former makes it harder to grasp the internal coherence of Marx's overall project of human emancipation. The basis of Marx's concept of organization is discernible as early as 1843. We develop new principles for the world out of the world's own principles. We do not say to the world, cease your struggles, they are foolish, we will give you the true watchword of the struggle. We merely show the world what it is really getting for, and consciousness is something that it has to acquire, even if it does not want to. The reform of consciousness consists only in making the world aware of its own consciousness, in explaining to it the meaning of its own actions. 2. Marx was here expressing a key insight of Hegelian dialectics, that the object generates its own categories of knowledge. The task of the theoretician is not to impose upon the object of investigation an arbitrary plan or schema, but rather capture and explicate its self-movement. Marx elaborated upon this later in 1843, as follows: revolutions require a passive element, a material basis. It is not enough for thought to strive for realization, reality must also strive towards thought. 3. He now identified the force within the material realm that could realize the idea of freedom without turning away from philosophy tout court. On these grounds, he took issue with what he called the practical political party, which embraces reality at the expense of philosophy, and the party originating from philosophy, which fails to grasp the actual movement of history, for he was looking for a party of a new type that surmounts the one-sidedness of both tendencies. To be sure, these early writings refer to the party in a broad sense, as an organized embodiment of ideas, rather than an instrument for securing state power. Nevertheless, they serve as the basis of the concept of organization that he developed for the rest of his life. Political parties for Marx were about much more than the exercise of power or domination. They are forms for intervening in reality on the basis of ideas that have proven their historical objectivity. For this reason, he often referred to the party even when it consisted of no more than he and Friedrich Engels. 5. 6.2 Marx on political organization before and during the 1848 revolutions. Marx's discovery of the proletariat as the revolutionary class had direct organizational ramifications, since he immediately sought to make contact with workers. Upon arriving in the Paris at the end of 1843, he met with materialist communists, most of whom were artisans, and rank and le workers. He voiced his enthusiasm in a letter to Ludwig Feuerbach, 1804-72. You would have to attend one of the meetings of the French workers to appreciate the pure freshness, the nobility which burst forth from these toil-worn men. In them he saw the work of history preparing the practical element for the emancipation of mankind. 6. Subsequently, Marx spent 6 weeks in England in the summer of 1845, where he met with Chartist leaders and agreed to the idea of forming an international organization of democratic working-class forces for the exchange of information. This led to the September 1845 formation, in London, of the Society of Fraternal Democrats. Marx did not attend its founding meeting. But this hardly reacted a lack of interest in organization. He was now pursuing the idea of forming an international organization for the exchange of information based on communist principles. This resulted, in February 1846, in his co-founding, along with Engels and the Belgian communist Philippe Gigot 1819-60, of the Communist Correspondence Committees, CCCs. He spelled out its mission to Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, 1809-65. It will consist of a constant interchange of letters which will be devoted to discussing scientific questions. The chief aim our correspondence, however, will be to put the German socialists in touch with the French and English socialists. It will be a step made by the social movements in its literary manifestation to rid itself of the barriers of nationality. 7. The CCC soon emerged as an incipient political party, especially when Chartists and German exiles living in England were brought on board. Chartist leader Julian Harney, 1817-97, agreed to join it, so did members of the League of the Just, Marx had earlier met their German members in London in 1845. The CCCs was hardly a monolithic group. Sharp differences emerged between Marx and Wilhelm Weitling, 1808–71, at the start of 1846, which led Weitling to leave the group. Yet, as early as 1846, the basic features of Marx's concept of organization was embodied in the group, insofar as it emphasized the need for independent proletarian organization, internationalism, and for a group based on denied revolutionary ideas. 8. But what specific ideas were at issue? Communists at the time were few in number, and they tended to be artisans, not industrial workers, especially in backward Germany, where the former outnumbered the latter VE/1. The material conditions did not permit a strong and organized Communist Party to directly push for proletarian revolution. Instead, as Marx argued in a circular to G. A. Kotkin, 1805–82, it was necessary to ally with the progressive bourgeoisie to promote democracy, the condition best suited for developing proletarian consciousness, push forward the bourgeois petitions for freedom of the press, a constitution, and so on. When this has been achieved, a new era will dawn for communist propaganda. Our means will be increased, the antithesis between bourgeois and proletarian will be sharpened. 9. The specific form of this broader class alliance depends on a number of factors. Overemphasizing the power and democratic impulses of the bourgeoisie can lead the workers' movement into reformism and opportunism. Underemphasizing its power and democratic impulses can lead it into adventurism and sectarianism. Everything depends on a proper view of the historical conditions in which the movement ends itself. The Marx Party, as many refer to his group by 1846–10, developed organizational perspectives on the basis of ideas that were adequate to its object. By 1847, Marxians was considerable enough for the League of the Just to ask Marx to join it, in exchange for it giving up its conspiratorial, secret nature. Marx agreed, and the Brussels CCCs became a League branch. At its London Congress of June 1847, which Marx did not attend, it changed its name to the Communist League. Marx was named a member of its central authority. During this period, Marx also lectured at the German Workers' Educational Society and helped form the German Workers' Society 11 and Brussels Democratic Association, of which he became vice president. These commitments consumed much time and energy, since Marx often found it necessary to take issue with those who argued for an immediate communist insurrection while bypassing alliances with the forces agitating for a democratic republic. This did not prevent him, however, from completing the book that he considered the programmatic basis of much of his organizational work, The Poverty of Philosophy, which criticized Proudhon's Sefer-Topli Ricardo's quantitative determination of labor time to socialism. For Marx, political organization needed the direction provided by such comprehensive theoretical works. The clearest expression of this is the Manifesto of the Communist Party, which the Communist League assigned Marx to write at the end of 1847. It contains several distinct organizational concepts. 1. While it critiques theoreticians who invent visions of the future out of their heads, it does not oppose articulating the goal itself. Communists merely express, in general terms, the ultimate results. 12 of the future of that movement. 13 based on the actual relations springing from existing class struggles. 14 there is not a hint in it that intellectuals must import socialist consciousness to the workers from the outside. 2. It nowhere speaks of a single party to lead. Instead, the communists do not form a separate party opposed to other working class parties. 15. 3. Although the Communist League commissioned it, its name nowhere appears in it, not even in the title. It is the Manifesto of the Communist Party, not the Communist League. It appears that Marx thought of party in a more elevated sense than the requirements of a particular organization. He meant party in the eminent historical sense as the set of principles and practices that revolutionaries need to take responsibility for given the specific contours of the movement of history. 16 This implies that any particular organization is ephemeral, it has to earn its right to exist, and if it fails to do so or has outlived its time, it needs to go under. Marx never made a fetish of organization. This underlines all of his organizational practice, especially during the all-important revolutions of 1848. Although it is not possible here to delineate Marx's activities during 1848 to 50, VE crucial points must be noted. First, shortly after the revolution began in France, in February 1848, and Germany, in March, Marx moved to Cologne and set to work to issue a new periodical, the Neue Rheinische. This daily served as the organizing center for communist agitation. So crucial did he view it that Marx suggested as early as the spring of 1848 that the Communist League, which was weak in Germany, dissolve and its functions become assumed by the publication. Although the League remained in existence, the bulk of Marx's energies throughout 1848 to 9 centered on the new Rhenish newspaper Neue Rheinische Zeitung. Second, its subtitle was Organ of Democracy. Given the weakness of the proletarian movement at the time, its central task, Marx argued, was demanding the expansion of democratic liberties through an alliance with the progressive elements of the bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie. This did not imply a compromise with the latter forces, since Marx referred to the new Rhenish newspaper as the extreme left wing of the democracy. Nor did he depart somewhat from the manifesto of the Communist Party's emphasis on an independent proletarian party. 17 Instead, at issue was the role of workers as subject of revolution. Where that subject is too weak to stand on its own, it needs to advance its cause within the broader democratic movement. This does not, however, involve downplaying proletarian subjectivity, but rather enabling it to properly function given the historical context. For by agitating for broad-based democratic liberties, the workers will be best equipped, Marx held, to press for their independent class interests as the franchise is widened. As Marx declared in its NAL issue of May 19, 1849, its last word will always and everywhere be, the emancipation of the working class. 1830, as the counter-revolution obtained the upper hand, following the June days of 1848 in France and the suppression of the uprising in Vienna, Marx argued that the proletariat must seek out new allies in the peasantry. Wilhelm Wolff, 1809-64, one of Marx's closest friends and of peasant origin himself, did instrumental work in organizing peasants on behalf of the Marx Party at the end of 1848 and 1849. At the same time, Marx became even more searing in his critique of the liberal bourgeoisie, writing, "The bourgeoisie in France, however, headed the counter-revolution only after it had broken with all obstacles to the rule of its own class. The bourgeoisie in Germany meekly joins the retinue of the absolute monarchy and of feudalism before securing even the RST conditions of existence necessary for its own freedom and its rule. History presents no more shameful and pitiful spectacle than that of the German bourgeoisie." 19. This recalls Marx's statement of 1843 that we Germans never found ourselves in the company of freedom except once. On the day of its burial 20 Marx did not have to wait for the NAL defeat of the 1848 revolutions to single out the treachery of the property-owning classes. Fourth, Marx responded to the consolidation of the counter-revolution by placing greater emphasis on the need for revolutionary parties to be steeped in theory. In September 1848, he delivered a series of lectures to the First Vienna Workers' Association on wage labor and capital, followed by talks on the same subject to the Brussels Workers' Society, in November 1848, and the German Workers' Educational Society, in September 1849. Meanwhile, the new Rhenish newspaper serialized the text of these lectures that became Wage Labor and Capital. Considerable resistance to this emphasis on theory soon emerged in the Communist League. August Willich, 1810-78, and Karl Schapper, 1812-70, who broke from Marx in 1850 over their advocacy of an armed insurrection. Led by themselves, in Germany, argued that such appeals to intellect should be set aside for the sake of agitating the masses. Marx responded, in their view, indeed revolution consists merely in the overthrow of the existing government. Once this aim has been achieved, the victory has been won. These gentlemen also abhor thinking, unfeeling thinking, as though any thinker, Hegel and Ricardo not excepted, had ever attained the degree of unfeelingness with which this sentimental drivel is poured over the heads of the public. 21. Fifth, Marx's work on political organization in these periods is summed up in his March 1850 address to the Communist League. It evaluates the experience of the 1848 revolutions and their aftermath by underlining the treacherous role played by bourgeoisie, the importance of workers ending allies in the rural proletariat, and the need to continue the revolution in permanence. He wrote, while the democratic petty bourgeoisie wished to bring the revolution to a conclusion as quickly as possible, it is our interest and our task to make the revolution permanent. This must be done, he insisted, by taking up their position as an independent party as soon as possible and by not allowing themselves to be misled for a single moment by the hypocritical phrases of the democratic petty bourgeois into refraining from the independent party of the proletariat. Their battle cry must be, the revolution in permanence. 22. This clarion call did not mean that the time had come to take communist measures. The treachery displayed by the bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie does not mean that the working class suddenly has the ability to take matters into its own hands. He knew it was still not strong enough to seize political power, let alone introduce a communist economy. He was putting forth a perspective that he hoped would guide them in future struggles even as they faced the immediate task of widening the democratic franchise. 6.3 Capital, the First International, and the Paris Commune with the revolutions in full retreat by 1851–52, Marx moved to disband the League at the end of 1852. It played its role in a historic moment that had now subsided. But, while the ephemeral expression of the party vanishes, the party itself, in the eminent historical sense, does not. As he wrote in 1860, the League, like the Société des Saisons in Paris and 100 other societies, was simply an episode in the history of a party that is everywhere springing up naturally out of the soil of modern society. 23 As much as Marx involved himself in political parties, he was just as willing to let them die. Marx retreated to the British Museum to research political economy and work on what became his greatest theoretical work, Capital. He belonged to no party or grouping in the wholly ephemeral sense. 24 From 1852 to 1864. Yet this did not mean a retreat from organization as such. Throughout this period, Marx referred to his work for the party, by which he meant responsibility for the body of thought he had committed himself to since his break from bourgeois society. Referring to the Grundrisse, he wrote, I owe it to the party that the thing shouldn't be discovered by the kind of heavy, wooden style. 25 When his contribution to the critique of political economy was about to come off the press in 1859, he proclaimed, I hope to win a scientific victory for our party. 26 Marx understood from the inception of his political career that spontaneous forms of organization are a necessary but insufficient condition for liberation. Needed as well is an organizational expression of ideas that can provide direction for the future of that movement. 27 Although he referred to the latter as the party, he clearly did not mean by it a group. 28 That seeks to dominate or control spontaneous struggles from the outside. Likewise, he did not consider ephemeral parties that arise from the masses as of secondary importance. As the masses produce new organizational formations, radicals, including Marx, are obligated to join and engage them with their ideas. For Marx, proletarian parties are not sects, they must embody the self-conscious, independent movement of the immense majority in the interests of the immense majority. 29 The greatest proof of this is Marx's involvement in the International Working Men's Association, IWMA. He neither founded it nor aspired for supreme leadership over it, although his impact on it was immense. It arose from British and French workers expressing solidarity with the Polish national liberation struggle. In a meeting of July 1863, and subsequent events in support of the North in the U.S. Civil War. After workers in Paris positively responded to a call to form an organization uniting all working people, the IWMA was formed, in London, in September 1864. Marx participated on behalf of German workers and was appointed to a committee to draft its bylaws and write its inaugural address, and served on its General Council. Although not as daring as the manifesto of the Communist Party when it came to spelling out communist principles, the clarity of the inaugural address, which proclaimed to conquer political power, has therefore become the great duty of the working class. 30, propelled Marx to the leadership of the IWMA. By the time of the Geneva Congress of 1866, he admitted that for all intents and purposes he was its head. 31 Yet he took care not to present himself as any leader maximum. The IWMA was an organization of, not for, the working class. As he wrote in 1866, it is the business of the International Working Men's Association to combine and generalize the spontaneous movements of the working classes, but not to dictate or impose any doctrinary system whatever. 32 The European working class movements at the time were highly diverse, ranging from trade unionists to Proudhonists opposed to unions, and from radical Democrats to communists. All were part of the IWMA. Anti-capitalist currents were never dominant in it, although their influence increased over time. Marx's work in it involved a complex series of balancing acts, as he struggled to maintain organizational unity in the face of numerous internal conflicts. Yet the multi-tendency character of the IWMA, which for the RST time enabled working people to cross national barriers and work together in a single organization, was a sign not of its weakness, but of its strength. Marx argued, before the foundation of the International all the different organizations had been societies founded by some radicals among the ruling classes for the working classes, but the International was established by the working men for themselves. 33 The greatest test of the IWMA came with the Paris Commune of 1871. It did not initiate the Commune, which was completely spontaneous, but, once it arose, it threw its resources into solidarity with it. Within 10 days of the uprising, Marx was assigned to issue an address to the people of Paris. After sending out dozens of letters to sections of the IWMA urging them to send aid to the Commune, Marx commenced writing The Civil War in France. It singles out its central contribution as placing the whole initiative hitherto exercised by the state, into the hands of the Commune. It compelled the old centralized government to give way to the self-government of the producers. 34 All of this was achieved without a single party or political tendency monopolizing power. Whereas earlier revolutions were forced to develop what absolute monarchy had commenced, the centralization and organization of state power, and to expand the circumference and the attributes of the state power. 35 The Paris Commune, in contrast, sought to dismantle the machinery of the state through decentralized, democratic control of society by the freely associated populace. Marx was by no means uncritical of the Commune. He took issue with its failure to march on Versailles and disarm the counter-revolutionary forces that ultimately crushed it. But nowhere did he say that it failed because it lacked a centralized vanguard party to lead to the struggle. On the contrary, he called the Commune the proper political form or lever for uprooting the economical foundations upon which rests the existence of classes, and therefore of class rule. 36 This expansive political form was one that the Marx Party, although a minority in the Commune, directly helped advance, mainly through the efforts of Leo Frankel, 1844–96, and Elizabeth Dmitrieff, 1850–1910. The defeat of the Commune, and the harsh repression that accompanied it throughout Europe, radically altered the objective situation. For Marx, the decentralized, federal structure of the IWMA no longer suited the needs of the time. In response, at the London Conference in September 1871, he strongly supported the resolution of Edouard Vaillant, 1840–1915, to transform the IWMA into a political party. Marx stated, considering that against this collective power of the propertied classes the working class cannot act, as a class, except by constituting itself into a political party, distinct from, and opposed to, all old parties formed by the propertied classes, that this combination of the working class into a political party is indispensable in order to ensure the triumph of the social revolution and its ultimate end, the abolition of classes. 37. In endorsing this resolution of a supporter of Louis Auguste Blanqui, 1805–81, Marx was not endorsing his view that a proletarian party should consist of a small nucleus of professional revolutionaries. Marx had a much more expansive conception of the party in mind, grounded in the basic principles of the IWMA. Those principles, he argued, now needed to be adapted to changing circumstances by promoting a greater connection between the economic and political dimensions of working-class struggle. 38. Although Marx stressed that the focus on a proletarian political party was consistent with the founding principles of the IWMA, which held that the social and political emancipation of the working class is inseparable, the resolution adopted at the 1871 London Conference, and reaffirmed at the 1872 Hague Congress, did represent a new and somewhat radical point of departure, one that the IWMA proved unable to bring to fruition. This was due, at least in part, to opposition to the new perspective from within the IWMA. Many of the British trade unionists objected to it, on the grounds that it shifted the IWMA's focus away from the economic struggle. The anarchist followers of Mikhail Bakunin, who were admitted to the IWMA in 1869, also objected, stating, "We reject and repulse at any price all compromise whatever with a purely political party." 39. Matters were hardly resolved when Bakunin and his followers were expelled from the IWMA for wanting to establish a secret society within it, in violation of democratic norms. The IWMA was now coming apart at the seams. In light of the growing acrimony, Marx proposed that the General Council be moved to New York, a move that amounted to its demise. Despite the time and energy that Marx devoted to organizations, and none consumed more of his than the IWMA, he was fully willing to let it go once its historical moment had passed. 6.42 Concepts of Organization, Marx vs. Lassalle on the party. Marx's organizational contributions in the 1860s and 70s also extended to debates over party formation in the German movement. Indeed, some of his most distinctive organizational conceptions were developed in the course of disputes over the Unions of Ferdinand Lassalle, 1825–64, in the German socialist movement. Lassalle may not be widely discussed today, but that was not the case in the second half of the 19th and the early 20th centuries. Even such a supporter of spontaneous self-activity as Rosa Luxemburg proclaimed. Lassalle transformed into deed the most important historical consequence of the March 1848 revolution in Nally, liberating the German working class, 15 years later, from the levying arms of the bourgeoisie and organizing it as an independent class party. His immortal work does not diminish but grows more and more with the historical perspective from which we view it. 40. Innumerable Gers in the second, and later the third, IWMA presumed that to Lassalle, even more than to Marx, modern socialists are deeply indebted. Marx set the world of culture and arguing, Lassalle set the people organizing. 41 More was at issue than the fact that Lassalle founded, in May 1863, the RST Independent German Working Class Party, the General Union of German Workers. No less essential was his concept that intellectuals are the vehicles of science that brings socialist consciousness to the workers who cannot attain it by their own endeavor. 42 Karl Koski, 1854–1938, and others in the second IWMA directly appropriated this notion and then passed it on to Lenin, 43, who famously proclaimed, "Modern socialist consciousness can arise only on the basis of profound scientific knowledge. The vehicles of science are not the proletariat, but the bourgeois intelligentsia." 44 It is no exaggeration that what has come to be considered the Marxist approach to organization largely owes its provenance to Lassalle. 45 Marx himself, however, was far less impressed with Lassalle's immortal work than his followers. In July 1862, he called Lassalle statist, socialist ideas reactionary and Bonapartist. 46 When his party was formed, he made it clear to his colleagues that he would have nothing to do with it, even though Marx refrained from issuing a public condemnation. 47 A month later, he warned Wilhelm Liebknecht, 1826–1900, and others in Germany not to identify with the Lassallean sect, as he often referred to the General Union of German Workers. And, by 1865, Marx concluded, there is nothing to be done with it as bequeathed by Baron Izzy. The sooner it is disbanded, the better. 48 To be sure, Marx bitterly opposed Lassalle's group because of its compromising efforts to obtain German government funding for its workers' cooperatives. But he no less opposed Lassalle's organizational conception that intellectuals, like himself, were best equipped to lead the workers via the consciousness that they instilled in them. As Marx put it, workers are to agitate for general suffrage, after which they are to send people like himself into the Chamber of Deputies, armed with the naked sword of science. Lassalle, he argued, gives himself airs of a future workers' dictator. 49 Unfortunately, Marx's objections to Lassalleanism did not carry much weight with his German Marxist followers. When they formed their own party, the Social Democratic Workers' Party, in 1869, Marx took issue with what he called the Lassalle cult infecting it. In the next several years, he and Engels often complained that Lassalleanism was compromising the party. This became evident in late 1874, when the Social Democratic Workers' Party began unity negotiations with the General Union of German Workers, without informing Marx or Engels. In May 1875, Marx responded to the unication of the two groups with his critique of the Gotha program, perhaps his most important organizational document. It ruthlessly criticizes the capitulation to Lassallean notions of the state, the peasantry, the iron law of wages, and its impoverished conception of communism. In attacking the program's exclusive focus on distribution at the expense of relations of production, Marx issued his fullest ever discussion of the two phases of communism that will follow capitalism. As much as Marx refrained from speculating about the future, the failure of his followers to grasp the centrality of abolishing value production compelled him to enter into a far more detailed discussion. 50 By including this in a critique of a party document, Marx is indicating that what gives a workers' party its right to exist centers on the clarity of its understanding of capitalism and the revolutionary alternative to it. Why was Marx so sharply opposed to the new party as to threaten to publicly declare he would have nothing to do with it? It certainly was not because he questioned the need for a party, he had been stressing its importance especially since 1871. Nor is it because he thought that the Unity Congress failed to grasp the need for a party with independent class politics. Despite Lassalle's irritation with Bismarck, there was no evidence that Marx's followers were headed in that direction. The divide between Marx and his followers lies elsewhere, over whether organizational unity trumps revolutionary principles. His followers presumed that unity was the overriding consideration, even to the point of uniting with a tendency that had a wrong-headed analysis of capitalism and what constitutes the alternative to it. For Marx, on the other hand, there could be no bargaining about principles. 51 This discloses one of the most important aspects of his concept of political organization, namely, that having an independent proletarian organization does not by itself suffice to establish a party's historical right to exist. What is above all needed is that it be committed to political and philosophic principles that can enable the working class to surmount the ideological horizon of existing society. This is what was missing at the Unity Congress, and this is what makes his critique of it in the Critique of the Gotha Program a pivotal document in expressing his concept of political organization. It is one thing, however, to insist that a party possess an adequate understanding of the alternative to capitalism, and quite another to suggest it serve as the embryonic expression of the new society. Whereas Marx affirmed the former, he rejected the latter. He took sharp issue with those who held, as he put it, that the Paris Communards would not have failed if they had understood that the Commune was the embryo of the future human society and had cast away all discipline and all arms, that is, the things which must disappear when there are no more wars. 52. Organization, while crucial, is never an end in itself for Marx. The ultimate end is the new society, which towers high above it. Marx decided not to publish the critique of the Gotha program, partly because some party leaders, like August Bebel (1840–1913), were in prison, but mainly because he hoped that the party's development would render the Gotha program moot. But this was not to be. In 1877, Marx was compelled to write, "In Germany a corrupt spirit is asserting itself in our party, not so much among the masses as the leaders, upper class and workers. The compromise with the Lassalleans has led to further compromise with other waverers." 53. In fact, it was the Gotha program, and not Marx's critique of it, that set the ground for German social democracy and the Second IWMA. Even when it was published, in 1891, at Engels' insistence over his differences with the Erfurt program, the critique of the Gotha program remained largely ignored. If there is one comment that summarizes Marx's concept of organization, it is the one that he made to Lassallean leader Johann von Schweitzer, 1833–75. A centralist organization, suitable as it is for secret societies and sect movements, contradicts the nature of the trade unions. Were it possible, I declare it tout bonnement to be impossible, it would not be desirable, least of all in Germany. Here where the worker is regulated bureaucratically from childhood onwards, where he believes in authority, in those set over him, the main thing is to teach him to walk by himself. 54. 6.5 Marx versus post-Marx. Marxism on organization. Although Marx made many contributions to organization, most Marxists have followed alternative concepts of organization, such as those deriving from Lassalle, Koskai, or Lenin. Although it was widely affirmed that Marx was the greater thinker and that Lassalle was wrong to seek an alliance with the German state, Lassallean concepts of organization went largely unchallenged. Indeed, they obtained a new lease on life with Leninism. And, as one study proclaimed, only with Lenin was the concept of a broad party that represents, or is, the working class replaced by that of a minority party, which is the vanguard of the working class. 55. Lenin certainly earned his place in the annals of Marxism, but his organizational concepts, which were hardly original with him, but derived from German social democracy, have done much damage, especially in promoting the model of a single-party state that monopolizes power on behalf of the masses. Such approaches are clearly non-viable in the aftermath of the horrors perpetrated by the Stalinist regimes. The monopolization of power by a single party, led not by the working class, but by an intellectual elite that claimed to rule in its name, paved the way, in the USSR and other Stalinist states, for some of the most repressive regimes in history. In many respects, the Communist Party of the USSR represented the antithesis of everything Marx stood for, above all his conception that freedom consists in converting the state from an organ controlling society to one completely controlled by it. 56. Meanwhile, those Marxists who opposed Stalinism while upholding social democratic or Leninist conceptions of the party ultimately failed to provide a viable alternative to capitalism in its free market and statist variants. History shows that nothing is more ephemeral than such parties, which tend to devolve into mere sects. At the same time, it hardly advances matters to ignore Marx's contributions to organization for the sake of focusing on his major theoretical works, as if the esoteric nature of his theoretical works are completely uninformed by his exoteric political activity, and vice versa. This separation of theory and practice was anathema to Marx from the inception of his intellectual career, and we hardly do justice to the internal coherence of his project by imposing such an interpretation upon it. The socialist and communist movements of old operated on the premise that the party was needed to mobilize masses towards a goal that was so clearly understood as to hardly need further articulation. Today, in the aftermath of 100 years of failed efforts to build socialism and communism, it is clear that the goal was not well understood. The most unresolved question facing us today is what constitutes a viable alternative to capitalism. The role of organization takes on altogether new meaning in light of this. It is not enough for organizations to represent specific classes or forces, even though they must, and it is not enough for them to develop non-hierarchical and democratic forms of decision-making, even though they must. These are necessary but insufficient conditions for Marxist organization in the 21st century. Above all, we need organizations that raise and develop the question of what happens after the revolution before it occurs. 57 In many respects, the response of Liebknecht to Marx's critique of the Gotha program re-echoes the attitude of many Marxists when it comes to issues of organization. Theory and practice are two different things. As unconditionally as I trust Marx's judgment in theory, so in practice I go. 7.1 Revolutionary praxis. The early writings. The word revolution was traditionally used to describe the movement of planets around their axis, but, after the 16th century, it became a political concept, describing radical upheavals in the social and political order, as well as the overthrowing of a ruling class or group. It is in this modern sense that Karl Marx used it. His main reference for thinking about revolutions was the French Revolution, 1789–94, a massive popular uprising that deeply transformed the political institutions and social structure of France and Europe more broadly. Marx's analyses of revolutionary events were always linked to the concept of class struggle. He referred to the peasant wars of the 16th century in Germany as a peasant revolution, to the English and French revolutions as bourgeois revolutions, and to the Paris Commune of 1871 as a proletarian revolution. The revolutions of 1848–9 in France and Germany were perceived as a protracted class confrontation between the monarchist aristocracy, the liberal bourgeoisie, the democratic petty bourgeoisie, and the proletarian masses. Marx's theory of proletarian revolution was already developed in his early writings, 1843–50, based on dialectical and critical reactions on the growing experience of labor class struggles in Europe in the 1840s, and on the existing communist literature. The RST document where the idea of a proletarian revolution was suggested is the contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, 1844, but this was still a left Hegelian essay because it promoted the idea that revolution begins in the brain of a philosopher, generating a lightning of thought that strikes the proletarian masses who are conceived as the material foundation or the passive element of human emancipation. It is only after writing this document that Marx established direct contacts with French and German communist workers' circles in Paris, and got better acquainted with the writings of Wilhelm Weitling, 1808–1871, a German communist worker, founder of the League of the Just, forerunner of the Communist League, and with the struggles of the Chartist workers' movement in England. A decisive event for Marx's early reactions on revolution was the Salchion Weavers' uprising of June 1844, the RST proletarian rebellion in German history, which could only be suppressed by the intervention of the Prussian army. Under the modest title Critical Marginal Notes Randglossen on the article The King of Prussia and Social Reform, Marx published a polemical text against Arnold Ruge, 1802–1880, which celebrates the superiority of social uprisings over the merely political ones. This article was a turning point in young Marx's philosophical and political evolution. It can be considered a break with the neo-Hegelian presuppositions still present in his RST communist writings from 1844. In the Salchion Revolt, he discovered the excellent capabilities of the German proletariat for socialism without the need of the lightning of thought from the philosophers. And, even more important, he discovered that the proletariat was not the passive element of the revolution, but quite the contrary. A philosophical people can and its corresponding praxis, only in socialism, hence it is only in the proletariat that it can and the dynamic element of its emancipation. 3. In this single sentence, we can and three new themes. 1. Philosophy and the people are no longer presented as two separate terms, The RST descending on the second like lightning, but rather should be conceived as a philosophical people revealing that this opposition is superseded. 2. Socialism is no longer presented as pure theory, an idea born in the brain of a philosopher, but as praxis, and 3. The proletariat now plainly becomes the active element in emancipation. The broader philosophical conclusions from this new approach would be presented in the thesis on Feuerbach, 1845, a few pages of notes not intended for publication, but which can be considered, as Friedrich Engels wrote in 1888, the brilliant germ of a new world outlook for this new world view which one could Delaware N.E., using Antonio Gramsci's 1891-1937 phrase, as philosophy of praxis, provides the theoretical foundation for Marx's conception of revolution, the transformation of the social conditions and the self-transformation of the individuals together with the process of revolutionary praxis. The key passage, from this perspective, is Thesis 3, the materialist doctrine concerning the changing of circumstances and upbringing forgets that circumstances are changed by men and that the educator must himself be educated. This doctrine must, therefore, divide society into two parts, one of which is superior to society. The coincidence of the changing of circumstances and of human activity or self-change can be conceived and rationally understood as revolutionary practice. 5. Revolutionary practice simultaneously changes both material circumstances, i.e., economic, social, or political conditions, and oneself, the subject of action Selbstveränderung. It is therefore the dialectical superseding, Aufhebung, of the antithesis between 18th-century French materialism, and its German followers such as Feuerbach, and the idealist, young Hegelians. While the former advocated for changing the material conditions primarily, the latter believed that changing people's consciousness as a precondition for social change. The RST communists or socialists, who were often materialists, entrusted an individual or a group raised above society, an elite of virtuous citizens, or, in some cases, a king or emperor with the task of changing circumstances. In other words, the notion of revolutionary praxis is the theoretical foundation of the Marxist radically democratic conception of revolution as proletarian self-emancipation. Soon after, this idea was developed in the German ideology, 1845-46, a large manuscript which Marx wrote with Engels, but then abandoned, in Marx's words, to the gnawing criticism of the My6 in a decisive passage, probably written by Marx. As most of the manuscript, the argument of Thesis 3 on Feuerbach was taken up and developed, both for the production on a mass scale of this communist consciousness, and for the success of the cause itself. The alteration of men on a mass scale is necessary, an alteration which can only take place in a practical movement, a revolution. The revolution is necessary, therefore, not only because the ruling class cannot be overthrown in any other way, but also because the class overthrowing it can only in a revolution succeed in ridding itself of all the muck of ages and become fit to found society anew. In revolutionary activity the changing of oneself coincides with the changing of circumstances. 7. In other words, revolution is needed not only to destroy the old system, but also in order to enable the proletariat to overcome, by its own practical action, its internal barriers, change its consciousness, and become capable of creating a new, communist, society. For the Marxian revolutionary theory, in contraposition to most previous conceptions of social change, from the Jacobins to François-Noël Babeuf, 1760-1797, and from Claude Henry de Saint-Simon, 1760-1825, to Robert Owen, 1771-1858, there can be no supreme savior. The only possible emancipation of labor is democratic revolutionary self-emancipation. Revolutionary ideas, for Marx, did not originate in the writings of philosophers, but in the experience of a class, the proletariat, which does not mean that individuals from other classes may not join the struggle for communism. The proletariat, as stated in the German ideology, is a class which has to bear all the burdens of society without enjoying its advantages, which is ousted from society, a class which forms the majority of all members of society, and from whom emanates the consciousness of a fundamental revolution, the communist consciousness, which may, of course, arise among the other classes too through the contemplation of the situation of this class. 8. This theory of revolution as self-emancipation is an essential dimension of Marx's political writings of the following years. Let us take, for instance, the Manifesto of the Communist Party, 1848. Its definition of the revolutionary labor movement is clearly opposed to any substitutionist vanguardism. All previous historical movements were movements of minorities or in the interest of minorities. The proletarian movement is the self-conscious, independent movement of the immense majority, in the interest of the immense majority. 9. Marx and Engels' confrontation with the utopian socialists derived from this fundamental belief. The latter were praised for their ideas on a future society, but criticized for their attitude towards the proletariat, whom they considered to be a class without any historical initiative or any independent political movement, only from the point of view of being the most suffering class does the proletariat exist for them. Accordingly, they rejected all political and especially all revolutionary action on the part of the working class. 10. Marx and Engels participated in the 1848 revolution in Germany but were forced, in 1849, to exile themselves in England. 11. It was therefore in London that they wrote a document, the Address of the Central Council to the Communist League, March 1850, attempting to draw lessons from the German revolutionary movement. At that moment, they still believed that a resurgence of the revolutionary movement was possible and were contemplating what forms the revolutionary and self-liberating struggle of the proletarian mass might assume in Germany. According to this message, the proletarians must establish their own authority in opposition to the bourgeois authorities by forming workers' councils. Alongside the new of-Chale government, they must immediately establish their own revolutionary workers' governments, whether in the form of municipal committees and municipal councils or in the form of workers' clubs or workers' committees. Moreover, Marx and Engels believed that the workers should try to arm themselves, as a proletarian guard with commanders elected by themselves and with a general staff of their choosing, and to put themselves under the command not of the state authority, but of the revolutionary municipal councils set up by the workers. 12. This is also the RST writing where Marx and Engels raised the strategic perspective of permanent revolution and contemplated how a democratic revolution in a backward, semi-feudal, and absolutist state, Germany in the mid-19th century, could be transformed into a proletarian one, while the democratic petty bourgeois wished to bring the revolution to a conclusion as quickly as possible. It is our interest and our task to make the revolution permanent, until all more or less possessing classes have been forced out of their position of dominance. The proletariat has conquered state power. 13. As an immediate proposal, the address of the Central Council to the Communist League was, of course, wrong, since the revolution had already been defeated in Germany, but the document appears, in retrospective, as an almost prophetic forecast of the Paris Commune of 1871, and of the October Revolution in Russia, in 1917. 7.2 Revolution as self-emancipation, the First International and the Paris Commune. The European revolutions of 1848–50 were defeated, but they had a sort of peculiar aftermath in Spain. In June 1854, two liberal generals, Don Leopoldo O'Donnell, 1809–1867, and Don Joaquim Baldomero Fernandez Espartero, 1793–1879, supported by the barricades of the people, staged a military uprising that liberated political prisoners and promised reforms. 2 years later, in July 1856, O'Donnell, in complicity with the Spanish king, seized power in a coup d'état. The bourgeois National Assembly capitulated, and only the working-class districts of Madrid fought, until, after several days of desperate urban guerrilla warfare, they were crushed by the regular army. This episode had some similarities with June 1848 uprising in Paris, and Marx, in his articles on the revolution in Spain for the New York Tribune, concluded that the proletarians were betrayed and abandoned by the bourgeoisie, and therefore, the same divisions in the ranks of the people that existed in the rest of Western Europe 14 also existed in Spain. The idea of proletarian self-emancipation is not only present in Marx's early writings, but also in his later work. Marx did not participate in the foundation of the International Working Men's Association, IWMA, in 1864, but was invited to write down some of its basic documents. This was how he denied, in the preamble to the rules of the International Workingmen Association, the guiding principle of the movement: the emancipation of the working classes must be conquered by the working classes themselves. 15. It was in the name of this simple and strong idea of self-emancipation that he opposed all the tendencies within the IWMA, which sought to create utopian, dogmatic, or conspiratorial sects outside the workers' movement. In fictitious splits in the International, 1872, Marx and Engels insisted, the sects formed by these initiators are abstentionist by their very nature, that is, alien to all real action, politics, strikes, coalitions, or, in a word, to any united movement of the proletariat. 16. Since the beginning of his exile in England, in 1849, Marx followed the developments of the British labour movement with great interest. He became increasingly persuaded that England, being the most advanced industrial capitalist country, would have been the RST to know a proletarian revolution. He also believed that such a revolution would emancipate the Irish people from British colonial oppression. In a letter from April 9, 1870 to Siegfried Meyer, 1840–1872, and August Voigt, 1830–1883, two German communists and activists of the IWMA living in the United States, Marx reaffirmed the RST belief, but resolutely changed his mind in relation to Ireland. England, being the metropolis of capital, the power which hitherto ruled the world market, is for the present the most important country for the workers' revolution, and moreover the only country in which the material conditions for this revolution have developed up to a certain degree of maturity. Therefore, to hasten the social revolution in England is the most important object of the International Working Men's Association. The sole means of hastening it is to make Ireland independent. 17. Worried by the capacity of the English bourgeoisie to divide and rule by opposing English and Irish workers in Britain, Marx now believed that the IWMA had to make all efforts to awaken a consciousness in the English working class that for the national emancipation of Ireland is no question of abstract justice or humanitarian sentiment but the RST condition of their own social emancipation. 18. In this same year, Marx wrote a resolution on Ireland for the IWMA, which drew a famous universal conclusion which is relevant to all forms of imperial or colonial domination: Ireland is the only excuse the English government has for keeping a large regular army which can, as we have seen, in case of need attack the English workers after having done its basic training in Ireland. What ancient Rome demonstrated on a gigantic scale can be seen in the England of today: a people which subjugates another people forges its own chains. 19. The great historical experience of proletarian revolution in Marx's times was, of course, the Paris Commune of 1871, in which the members of the IWMA took an active part. Marx's writings on the Paris Commune illustrate the way that he developed and enriched his conception of revolution, not through abstract theoretical arguments, but by learning from the concrete historical experience for him, as one can gather from the address on of the working class for struggle. The original rules and the inaugural address show this at a glance. The Civil War in France 1871, as well as the rich preparatory notes for this document, which he wrote in the name of the IWMA, the Paris Commune was nothing less than the RST real and concrete manifestation of the proletarian revolution that he had denied in his early writings, as the RST moment of the great process in which the changing of people's consciousness coincides with the changing of the social conditions, The working class did not expect miracles from the Commune. They have no ready-made utopias to introduce par decret du peuple. They know that in order to work out their own emancipation, and along with it that higher from to which present society is irresistibly tending by its own economical agencies, they will have to pass through long struggles, through a series of historic processes, transforming circumstances and men. 20. This passage, like several others in Marx's writings, contains an element of economic fatalism, the belief that capitalist society tends irresistibly towards socialism, by its own economical agencies. 21. But the main emphasis of Marx's piece on the Commune is on the emancipatory agency of the oppressed class. The Commune was neither a conspiracy, as argued by the reactionary press and the police authorities, nor a putsch. It was the people acting for itself by itself. 22. And this was clear from its RST decree abolishing the standing army and replacing it with the people in arms. The authorities installed by this democratic self-emancipatory revolution could not, indeed, be authorities of a Jacobin type. It was and could not be but a working-class government, a government of the people by the people, a resumption by the people for the people of its own social life. 23. The Commune was also a revolution against the state, instead of trying to conquer the state machinery, a structure suited for the parasitic domination over the people. The Parisian Revolution smashed it and replaced it by institutions adequate to popular self-government. In September 1871, at the London Conference of the IWMA, Marx and Engels proposed a resolution on the political action of the working class, which denounced the Revolutionary Party as a form of proletarian self-organization. The constitution of the working class into a political party is indispensable in order to ensure the triumph of the social revolution and its ultimate end, the abolition of classes. The same document also emphasized that to conquer political power has, therefore, become the great duty of the working class. 25. 7.3 The late Marx, Germany and Russia, center and periphery. The issue of revolutionary self-emancipation became a central tenet of Marx and Engels' struggles during the 1870s inside the new German Social Democratic Party, SPD, which they helped to found. They wrote several documents depicting the non-revolutionary tendencies among its leadership, RST the Lassalleans, who advocated social change from above through the state, and even, for Ferdinand Lassalle, 1825–1864, in alliance with Bismarck. And, later, the revisionists. This last struggle is less known but is a powerful illustration of the continuity in their revolutionary outlook. In 1879, three intellectuals of the SPD, Karl Hochberg, 1853–1885, Karl August Schramm, 1807–1869, and Eduard Bernstein, 1850–1932, wrote an article in the Yearbook for Social Science and Social Politics, Jahrbuch für Sozialwissenschaft und Sozialpolitik, calling for a revision of the party's policy, abandonment of its narrowly working-class character and its excessive revolutionary tendency. The article also proposed that the SPD should lay more stress on winning the so-called upper strata of society, as well as entrusting its mandates to the Reichstag to persons who had the leisure to study, which was not the case of the simple working man. Irritated by this revisionist enterprise, Marx and Engels sent a circular letter to the leaders of the SPD, the so-called Leipzig Group, Wilhelm Liebknecht, 1826–1900, August Babel, 1840–1913, and Wilhelm Brache, 1842–1880, who considered themselves Marx and Engels followers, calling them to dissociate themselves from the reformist line of the Yearbook for Social Science and Social Politics. The document strongly emphasizes the principle of proletarian self-emancipation. As for ourselves, there is, considering our antecedents, only one course open for us. For almost 40 years we have emphasized that the class struggle is the immediate motive force of history, and, in particular, that the class struggle between bourgeoisie and proletariat is the great lever of modern social revolution. Hence we cannot possibly cooperate with men who seek to eliminate that class struggle from the movement. At the founding of the IWMA we expressly formulated the battle cry. The emancipation of the working class must be achieved by the working class itself. Hence, we cannot cooperate with men who say openly that the workers are too uneducated to emancipate themselves, as must RST be emancipated from above by philanthropic members of the upper and lower middle classes. If the new party organ is to adopt the policy that corresponds to the opinions of these gentlemen, if it is bourgeois and not proletarian, then all we could do, much as though we regret it, would be publicly to declare ourselves opposed to it and abandon the solidarity with which we have hitherto represented the German party abroad. 26. As most German socialists, Marx believed that the proletarian revolution would start at the most advanced industrial capitalist countries of Western Europe, but in his last writings, he considered the possibility that it could begin in backward Tsarist Russia. Thus, in a letter from 1881 to the Russian revolutionary Varazay Sulich, 1849–1919, he asserted that the Russian rural commune, Obskina, is the strategic point of social regeneration in Russia. 27. In the drafts of the letter, he was more explicit and suggested that, under certain political conditions, a Russian revolution, the Russian rural commune could provide the basis for a transition to socialism. 28. The same idea was advanced, this time by both Marx and Engels, in their common preface to the reprint of the Russian translation of the Manifesto of the Communist Party, written in 1882, just 1 year before Marx's death. They believed that if a Russian revolution sounded the signal for a proletarian revolution in the West, the prevailing form of communal ownership of land in Russia might form the starting point for a communist course of development. 29. Of course Marx was too optimistic about the role of the Russian village community, but once again a predictive error contained a powerful intuition, that the revolution might break out in a backward country, in the periphery and not the heart of the system, that such a revolution might begin the transition to socialism, and that the success of this monumental enterprise would depend to a very great measure upon the extension of the revolution to the West. From the methodological viewpoint, Marx's late writings on an eventual Russian revolution avoid any sort of economic determinism. Socio-economic conditions obviously are essential in denying the end of the possible, but the ultimate decision of history depends upon autonomous political factors, the revolutions in Russia and in Europe. 7.4 After Marx, many important contributions to the Marxist theory of revolution were developed during the 20th century. A few examples are Vladimir Lenin's 1870–1924 theory of the vanguard revolutionary party, Leon Trotsky's 1879–1940 theory of permanent revolution, Rosa Luxemburg on socialism and democratic freedoms, Gramsci's strategy of struggle for hegemony, and José Carlos Mariátegui's 1894–1930 conception of a socialist revolution rooted in the communitarian indigenous traditions. A renewal of the Marxist theory of revolution in the 20th century has to deal with these contributions, taking into account their insights as well as their limitations. Do revolutions belong to the past? The dominant discourse after the fall of the Berlin Wall, 1989, has been the celebration of the end of history, and above all of revolutionary history. In fact, new revolutions in the 20th century are not only possible, but probable. And how could one overcome the world dictatorship of the financial markets without challenging the capitalist system itself through a revolutionary process? Of course, the revolutions of the future will be quite different from the past ones, and entirely unpredictable. But is this invention of new forms not one of the quintessential characteristics of revolutions? Marx's theory of revolution, the philosophy of praxis, and, dialectically linked to it, the idea of workers' self-emancipation, remains a precious compass. Not only has it not been made obsolete by the crumbling of the Berlin Wall, but, on the contrary, it provides us with a decisive key to understand why the attempt to build socialism without the people, or against them, to emancipate labor from above by an authoritarian bureaucratic power, was inevitably doomed to failure. For Marx, revolutionary democracy, the political equivalent of self-emancipation, was not an optional dimension, but the intrinsic nature of socialism itself, as the free association of individuals who take into their hands the production of their common life. Far from falsifying the Marxian theory of revolution, the historical experience of the Stalinist USSR, and of the other Eastern European countries, is its most astonishing confirmation. This does not mean that one can find in Marx the answers to all our problems, or that there is nothing to be reconsidered or criticized in the complex body of his economic or political views. Many decisive issues, such as the destruction of the environment by the growth of productive forces, other forms of oppression, example on women and ethnic minorities, the importance of universal ethical rules and human rights, or the struggle of non-European nations and cultures against Western domination are either absent or inadequately treated in his writings. This is why Marx's legacy has to be enriched with the experience of the 20th century's revolutions, both in their positive and their negative lessons, from October 1917 to the great social upheavals in Europe, Asia, or Latin America, Spain, China, Vietnam, Cuba, or Nicaragua, and, last but not least, it must be reviewed and corrected with the contributions of other socialist traditions, utopian, anarchist, communitarian, as well as of the new social movements that have developed during the last decades, such as black liberation, indigenism, feminism, and ecology. It is precisely because it is not a dogmatic and closed system, but an open and critical tradition of revolutionary theory and praxis, that Marxism is able to grow and develop itself, constantly confronting new issues and new challenges, and learning from other experiences and other emancipatory movements. The ecological crisis of the 20th century is perhaps the greatest challenge for Marxism today because it requires a revision of its concept of revolution. 30. There exists a tension in Marx and Engels' writings, between the understanding of the environmentally destructive character of capitalist progress, and the acceptance of the productive forces created by capitalism as the economic basis of the new society. The ecological/socialist revolution requires a radical break with the whole capitalist paradigm of civilization, with its ecologically destructive forms of production and consumption, and its unsustainable way of life. In other words, the traditional Marxist concept of revolution is indispensable, but it has to be deepened, radicalized, and broadened. It has to include not only a radical change in the relations of production, private property, but also in the structure of the forces of production, in the sources of energy, example solar instead of fossil, and in wasteful patterns of consumption. Revolution now means the establishment of a new civilizational model, beyond the Western capitalist industrial civilization which is leading humanity to an unprecedented catastrophe, global warming. In a preparatory note for his theses on the concept of history, 1940, Walter Benjamin, 1890–1940, suggested a new image for the concept of revolution, different from the one offered in some of Marx's writings. Marx said that revolutions are the locomotive of world history. But perhaps things are very different. It may be that revolutions are the act by which the human race traveling in the train applies the emergency brake. 31. This is very relevant to the 20th century. We are all passengers of a suicidal train, the train of modern capitalism, racing at an increasing velocity towards an abyss, climate change. Only a revolution can prevent this before it is too late. 8.1 Work as a vital human activity. When Karl Marx drafted his RST dialectical critique, he offered an introductory presentation of work. He here presented work as a category centrally important to the process of producing and reproducing social life. As he moved forwards both in his critique of idealism and in his RST critical studies of political economy, Marx took an important step in formulating his conception of work. He observed that private property, standing in opposition to free human development, created the conditions for an enduring state of alienated labor. According to his comments on James Mill, Elements d'Économie politique, my work would be a free manifestation of life, hence an enjoyment of life. Presupposing private property, my work is an alienation of life, For I work in order to live, in order to obtain for myself the means of life. My work is not my life. Presupposing private property, my individuality is alienated to such a degree that this activity is instead hateful to me, a torment, and rather the semblance of an activity. Hence, too, it is only a forced activity and one imposed on me only through an external fortuitous need, not through an inner, essential one. 1. At the same time as Marx was observing workers' strikes, peasants' struggles over rewood, and people's battles over housing, he used his critical analysis of political economy to provide concrete elements for the newly emerging materialist conception of history. Human activity increasingly represented a fundamental element for this new materialism. In the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844, Marx proposed his RST synthesis of work as a vital activity. He stated that the human being makes his life activity itself the object of his will and of his consciousness. He has conscious life activity. It is not a determination with which he directly merges. Conscious life activity distinguishes man immediately from animal life activity. It is just because of this that he is a species being. Or it is only because he is a species being that he is a conscious being, i.e., that his own life is an object for him. Only because of that is his activity free activity. 2. The complex relationships between the social being and nature thus found their effective relational dimension, namely, that man's physical and spiritual life is linked to nature means simply that nature is linked to itself, for man is a part of nature. 3. The transformation of inorganic nature, made possible by the realization of human activity, found its necessary mediation in work, the material, the object, and the instrument of his life activity. For thus, the production and the reproduction of social life had their foundation in the activity of work. This argument corresponds to the idea presented by Marx and Friedrich Engels, 1820–1895, in the German Ideology, where they stated, the RST historical act is thus the production of the means to satisfy these needs, the production of material life itself. And indeed this is an historical act, a fundamental condition of all history, which today, as thousands of years ago, must daily and hourly be fulfilled merely in order to sustain human life. 5. The production of the means necessary to satisfying human needs was then turned into a fundamental condition of human life itself, that is, the very basis of the humanization process. And work was considered something inherent to the life of those who turned themselves into human and social beings. Men can be distinguished from animals by consciousness, by religion, or anything else you like. They themselves begin to distinguish themselves from animals as soon as they begin to produce their means of subsistence, a step which is conditioned by their physical organization. By producing their means of subsistence, men are indirectly producing their material life. 6. Thus emerged the indispensability of work as a vital activity. This is the case even when the mode of production makes work one-dimensional by reducing its amplitude and comprehensiveness. 7. When work is understood as a vital element, indeed the trait that distinguishes human beings from animals, it thus becomes a central and inherent element of humanity. It is impossible to conceive of a social life without the daily realization of the productive act. Yet the human and social environment itself transformed the original meanings that had existed within work. 8.2 Labor as an alienated activity. Conceptualizing work as an expression of vital activity, Marx's early writings moreover asserted that capitalism has reduced this activity to a mere search for means of subsistence. Building on his wider conception of work, he added a concrete element which resulted from his preliminary analyses of political economy, namely, the consideration of this activity also as a commodity. This important formulation was clearly presented in the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844. Marx argued, the worker becomes all the poorer the more wealth he produces, the more his production increases in power and size. The worker becomes an ever cheaper commodity the more commodities he creates. The devaluation of the world of men is in direct proportion to the increasing value of the world of things. Labor produces not only commodities, it produces itself and the worker as a commodity, and this at the same rate at which it produces commodities in general. Under these economic conditions, this realization of labor appears as loss of realization for the workers, objectication as loss of the object and bondage to it, appropriation as estrangement, as alienation. 8. Marx thus showed that, once commodity production become generalized, capitalism subordinates the vital activity of work to an alienated form, as wage labor. 9. This alienation develops as follows: the more the worker produces, the less he has to consume, the more values he creates, the more valueless, the more unworthy he becomes, the better formed his product, the more deformed becomes the worker, the more civilized his object, the more barbarous becomes the worker, the more powerful labor becomes, the more powerless becomes the worker, the more ingenious labor becomes, the less ingenious becomes the worker, and the more he becomes nature's servant. 10. Workers do not recognize themselves in their own productive action. Their activity then represents a moment that internalizes the alienation that is present in the very process of wage labor as such. So, for Marx, alienation in Tauserung and estrangement in Fremdung 11 initially appeared in connection with the products of labor. And this corresponds to their RST manifestation. Nevertheless, this condition of alienation is expressed not only through the outcome of the production process, but also in the very act of production, within the productive activity itself. This double manifestation precludes the vital activity of work, and turns man's species being, both nature and his spiritual species property, into a being alien to him, into a means of his individual existence. 12. This led Marx to the conclusion that an immediate consequence of the fact that man is estranged from the product of his labor, from his life activity, from his species being, is the estrangement of man from man. When man confronts himself, he confronts the other man. What applies to a man's relation to his work, to the product of his labor and to himself, also holds of a man's relation to the other man, and to the other man's labor and object of labor. 13. Marx thus arrived at this critical statement: the worker therefore only feels himself outside his work, and in his work feels outside himself. He feels at home when he is not working, and when he is working he does not feel at home. His labor is therefore not voluntary, but coerced, it is forced labor. 14. Instead of performing a vital activity in order to satisfy human needs and necessities, work is converted into a simple means of satisfying needs that are external to it. As the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844 put it, work's alienated and estranged condition becomes so evident that as soon as no physical or other compulsion exists, labor is shunned like the plague. 15. In the dialectic of labor, even though labor is essentially oriented towards the production of commodities, it does still to some extent produce socially useful goods. But once labor is directed by this second nature, that is, dominated by capital and its need to valorize itself, this dialectical relation will subordinate the production of socially useful goods to the production of exchange value. In Wage Labor and Capital, 1849, Marx indicated an important nuance that would only be fully developed in Capital, 1867. Marx here laid down the basic outlines of the idea that not labor itself, but the capacity to labor 16 is a commodity. This proceeded via his particular formulation of labor. Labor would no longer be understood only as an expression of a commodity. Rather, it would be considered as a special commodity, the only one capable of creating value. In that same essay, Marx asserted, labor was not always a commodity. Labor was not always wage labor, that is, free labor. 17. Having understood labor as a special commodity, he added, a little further on, that, the free laborer, on the other hand, sells himself and, indeed, sells himself piecemeal. He sells at auction 8, 10, 12, 15 hours of his life, day after day, to the highest bidder, to the owner of the raw materials, instruments of labor and means of subsistence, that is, to the capitalist. But the worker, whose sole source of livelihood is the sale of his labor, cannot leave the whole class of purchasers, that is, the capitalist class, without renouncing his existence. 18. With this formulation, Marx demonstrated that wages are determined by the price of a finite commodity, of labor. 19. That is the reason why wages are, therefore, determined by the same laws that determine the price of every other commodity. 20. In value, price, and proti, Marx reinforced this conceptualization. But here he presented this commodity as labor power. He made it clear, what the working man sells is not directly his labor, but his laboring power, the temporary disposal of which he makes over to the capitalist. 21. 8.3 Labor, Value Theory, Fetishism, and Associated Work. This deepening and consolidation of the distinction between labor and labor power became vital for the development of his greatest work, Capital. In this book, Marx devoted extensive focus to renaming his concept of labor. He proposed the following precise definition: labor is, in the first place, a process in which both man and nature participate, and in which man of his own accord starts, regulates, and controls the material reactions between himself and nature. He opposes himself to nature as one of her own forces, setting in motion arms and legs, head and hands, the natural forces of his body, in order to appropriate nature's productions in a form adapted to his own wants. By thus acting on the external world and changing it, he at the same time changes his own nature. He develops his slumbering powers and compels them to act in obedience to his sway. 22. So when individuals transform external nature, they also change their own human nature. This takes place within a reciprocal transformation process that converts social work into a central element for the development of human sociability. It is this kind of human action that makes the history of the social being a complex and rich process of accomplishment. It takes place through advances and retreats, victories and defeats. This is because labor remains, to some extent, the expression of some conscious act. There is always something to be made, the means of humanity's production and reproduction have to be produced, needs and demands have to be met, whether, for instance, they spring from the stomach or from the fancy. 23. Seeking to emphasize this decisive dimension of human work, Marx made his famous distinction between the worst architect and the best bee. The architect plans the work he is going to do, while the bee acts on instinct. 24. Therefore, unlike organic beings and pre-human animals, the human being, qua social being, has an essentially reactive dimension. And this is always an expression of a conscious act. It was on this basis that Marx said that so far therefore as labor is a creator of use, value, is useful labor, it is a necessary condition, independent of all forms of society, for the existence of the human race. It is an eternal nature-imposed necessity, without which there can be no material exchanges between man and nature, and therefore no life. 25. Standing apart from any naturalist, evolutionist, or ahistorical reading. 26. This Marxian formulation is deeply historical and social. In any form of human sociability, the practice of producing socially useful goods can only be realized through work. In this sense, work is the foundational act of the socio-metabolic mediation between humanity and nature. 27. That is why, for Marx, everyday life could not possibly be reproduced without the mediation provided by work. Yet work is simultaneously a historical and social process with a deeply contradictory basis. So, for Marx, it was evident that the evolution and the unfolding of human life could never be exclusively restricted to work. If that were true, then it would, at best, be the condensation and realization of social imprisonment in a single dimension, in a one-sided fashion, contrary to the multiple dimensions that human activity involves. Put differently, if social life is unthinkable without work, in its vital sense and in its emancipatory dimension, if one's lifetime were exclusively restricted to labor, as is, sadly, frequently the case for masses of humans, then life itself would be an alienating martyrdom. This poses a decisive social imperative. Namely, that we reject the permanence of a type of sociability restricted to a labor which exhausts human social forces, alienates them and makes them socially unhappy. In Capital, Marx sought to capture the central importance of a commodity that is deeply embedded in the logic of capital. In order to do this, he had to develop an essential distinction. Here he referred to a differentiation that capitalist society introduces on a large scale, between concrete labor, which produces use value, and abstract labor, which produces exchange value. On the one hand, all labor is, speaking physiologically, an expenditure of human labor power, and in its character of identical abstract human labor, it creates and forms the value of commodities. On the other hand, all labor is expenditure of human labor power in a special form and with a denied aim, and in this, its character of concrete useful labor, it produces use values. 28. This led Marx to assert that, along with the useful qualities of the products themselves, we put out of sight both the useful character forms of the various kinds of labor embodied in them, and the concrete forms of that labor. There is nothing left but what is common to them all are reduced to one and the same sort of labor, human labor in the abstract. 29. In the capitalist mode of production, society is oriented towards the creation of exchange value. The use value of things is minimized, reduced, and subsumed to their exchange value. It follows that the concrete scope of labor is also entirely subordinated to its abstract one. Therefore, when speaking about labor in capitalist society, it is absolutely necessary that we specify to which scope we are referring, the abstract or the concrete. Unless we properly incorporate the distinction between abstract and concrete labor, we run the risk of a strong incongruity in our analysis, considering a dual-dimension phenomenon in merely one-dimensional terms. According to Marx, in the universe of human sociability, it is not plausible to conceive the extinction of social work, when this is understood as the creator of use value, of useful things, as a form of exchange between social being and nature. If the elimination of society's abstract labor is indeed in view, 30. This is something ontologically distinct from conceiving or supposing the end of work as vital activity, as the foundational element of the social being. It is one thing to conceive the end of abstract and alienated labor with the elimination of capitalism, and quite another to conceive the elimination of the universe of human sociability, and the concrete labor which creates socially useful things. Whenever work is understood without a proper grasp on its dual dimension, it can only be identified as synonymous with abstract, alienated labor. The consequence is that we can at most imagine a society of free time, but which coexists with the prevalent forms of wage labor and expropriated labor. Upon the development of the concept of labor power in capital, Marx pointed out that the work time is, then, divided between the necessary labor time and the surplus labor time. The RST is the one in which the worker earns his salary to guarantee his own and his family's reproduction, while the second creates a new value, the surplus value, which is privately appropriated by capital. Marx also observed that, when there is an increase in surplus labor time, this raises absolute surplus value. Nevertheless, when the exceeding labor is extended by the intensification of the labor process, through technological advancement and the consequent increase in productivity, Marx designated this in terms of a raise in relative surplus value, the surplus value produced by prolongation of the working day, I call absolute surplus value. On the other hand, the surplus value rising from the curtailment of the necessary labor time, and from the corresponding alteration in the respective lengths of the two components of the working day, I call relative value. 31. In a social structure based on the extraction of absolute and relative surplus value and on the production of exchange values, overlapping with the production of use values, there emerges the social phenomenon that Marx named commodity fetishism. The social relations established among producers assume the form of a relationship between labor products. The social relation previously established between social beings acquires the form of a relationship between things. The equality of all sorts of human labor is expressed objectively by their products all being equally values. the measure of the expenditure of labor power by the duration of that expenditure, takes the form of the quantity of value of the products of labor, and nally, the mutual relations of the producers, within which the social character of their labor AFRMS itself take the form of a social relation between the products. 32. With the predominance of the abstract dimension of labor over its concrete dimension, the mysterious or fetishized character of the commodity emerges immediately. It covers the social dimensions of labor itself, showing them to be elements inherent on the products of labor. When the exchange value is effective, the social bond between people is transformed into a social relation among things, for the personal capacity is also transferred into a capacity between commodities, what establishes a complex and reid relation between social beings. 33. The existing social relations between individual labors and the total labor are masked. They are presented as relations between objecti-ed things. What then appears is fetishism. It is nothing more than a certain social relation between men themselves, which, for them, assumes the phantasmagorical shape of a relationship between things. 34. Under the law of exchange value, the social bonding between human beings transforms into a relation between things, a personal capacity transforms into the capacity of things. A reid relation between social beings thus emerges. Again in Capital, Volume I, but also in Chapter 6, unpublished, Marx presented another important point that completes his wider understanding of labor in capitalist society. 35. He stated that labor does not necessarily have to be executed manually in order for it to be defined as productive. Moreover, he held that, while the criterion of the predominance of material production applies to the system of collective production considered as a whole, this is not necessarily true of labor considered in isolation. 36. Marx also wrote that a worker is considered productive if he produces surplus value for the capitalist. That is, if he takes part in the process of valorization of capital. Taking the example of the teacher, whose activity he considered to be external to the sphere of production, Marx said that this latter is productive once he is under the command of a capitalist who owns a teaching factory. 37. The teacher slaburies, conversely, unproductive when his teaching activity only produces use value and not exchange value. We are in the presence of productive labor only when labor is integrated into a social relationship, which is predominantly aimed at the self-valorization of capital. 38. Thus, we should take from Marx the acknowledgement that there do exist activities which are not predominantly material, but still take part in the valorization of capital. Another central point present in Capital concerns the conceptualization of productive and unproductive labor. According to Marx, productive labor is that which, 1. Creates surplus value and valorizes capital, 2. Is paid by means of capital money and not in the form of rent, 3. Is the result of collective, social, and complex forms of labor, as opposed to individual labor. For this reason, he said that it is not the individual worker who is the real agent of the process of work as a whole, but rather a socially combined labor capacity. 4. Valorizes capital, independently of the fact that its products are material or immaterial. 5. The way it enters into the creation and valorization of capital is dependent on its social relationship and social form. For this reason, labor activities that are identical in their tangible nature may be productive or unproductive depending on their relation to the creation of value. 6. Tends to be salaried, even if the inverse is not true, because not all salaried labor is productive. 39. On the other hand, labor is unproductive when it only creates useful goods and it is not involved in the production of exchange value. If this is Marx's formulation for describing capitalism in the mid-19th century, today we are witnessing the rise of new forms of labor. These latter are capable of creating complex mechanisms of value extraction, in the material and immaterial spheres that characterize the global chains of value which are extending within present-day capitalism. Instead of weakening the law of value, this conjunction has amplified it. It has made it more complex, and in the 20th century it has further intensified its effects. 40. This is because immaterial labor has come to play a significant, although not dominant, role in the relational configuration of the different forms of living labor with dead labor. This is because it enhances the process of capital valorization by reducing capital circulation time and consequently also capital rotation time. This is especially true of the service sectors, and their intersections, like, for example, agribusiness, the service industry, and the industrial services, increasingly controlled by the logic of capital and the logic of its commodity-cation process. This sector is gradually being integrated into the chains of value production, and so it is abandoning its unproductive form by becoming increasingly part of the process of value creation. 41. These are, then, the central elements that characterize wage labor for capital. In frontal opposition to them, in Capital, Marx presented the embryonic elements of his new conception, the freely associated producers. If work and ds itself within what Marx called the realm of necessity, it will be through the shortening of the working day that the true realm of freedom can blossom forth. 42. In that case, the idea of free and 40. In Capital, Volume 2, MECW, Volume 36, pages 125 to 55, Marx provided an important analytical indication for understanding labor in service industries as value productive, because it showed us a productive process inside the transportation industry. Marx had an extended notion of industry, which allowed us to understand why we can speak of a process of production in the transportation sector, and in other sectors, such as storage, the gas industry, railways, navigation, communication, etc., even if this activity does not result in any material production. It is worth pointing out that, by offering these examples, Marx indicated an idea of industry that transcended the traditional vision that instead limited it to material transformation, and also extending it to what we could call the service industries. 41. There is an important discussion around this issue today. This debate varies from the prevalence of the law of value in the sphere of digital labor, in particular the formulation regarding the cybertariat presented by Hus, The Making of a Cybertariat, Virtual Work in a Real World, London, Merlin Press, 2003, pages 152 to 76, and the polemics developed by N. Dyer Whiteford in the Cyberproletariat, Global Labor in the Digital Vortex, London, Pluto Press, 2015, pages 39 to 59, to the argument laid out by E. Fisher and C. Fuchs in Reconsidering Value and Labor in the Digital Age. Basingstoke, Palgrave Macmillan, 2015, pages 3 to 25, among other authors. This latter debate concerns value and labor in the digital arena, and in particular theses regarding the critique of the political economy of the Internet. 42. K. Marx, Capital, Volume 3, MECW, Volume 37, p. 807. Associated work, beyond the constraints of capital, constitutes a vital element for his conception of a communist society. Freedom in this eld can only consist in socialized man, the associated producers, rationally regulating their interchange with nature. 43. That is precisely the reason why the reduction of the working day has been one of the most important demands of the working class, the basic prerequisite, as Marx observed, for an emancipated life. 44. This is because a meaningful life outside of work presupposes a meaningful life within work. It is not possible to make alienated labor compatible with free time. A life that is deprived of meaning within work is incompatible with a meaningful life outside of it. In some form, the sphere outside of work will be tarnished by the disaffection present in working life. 45. The life process of society does not strip off its mystical veil until it is treated as production by freely associated men, and is consciously regulated by them in accordance with a settled plan. 46. The problem of the elimination of wage labor as the creator of exchange values, and the elimination of private ownership over the means of production, is thus socially resolved through free and associated labor. 47. The exploitation of labor and of surplus value would thus be replaced with the disposable time of each of those participating in this social work. Marx's synthesis, presented in his critique of the Gotha program, was enlightening in this regard. In a higher phase of communist society, after, the antithesis between mental and physical labor has vanished, after labor has become not only a means of life but life's prime want. Only then can, society inscribe on its banners, from each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs. 48. Thus, Marx's formulation regarding the free and associated producers frontally clashes with one of the main foundations of capitalist society. Marx here presented a dialectic of work that conceived it both as a vital activity, producing goods that humanity needs, and as the expression of wage and alienated labor, with the consolidation of capitalism. That is why his broad conception of work cannot be seen one-dimensionally. 49. Marx's understanding of this dialectical dimension in the conceptualization of work is what makes him an author of our own present. His formulation was not only pertinent to the 19th century, but endured throughout the 20th century. And there are no signs that it has lost its actuality. 8.4 Work today. While some experts argue that labor has lost its importance in capitalist society, 50 What we are instead witnessing is a quantitative reduction, with qualitative effects, in the productive sphere. Abstract labor continues to play a decisive role in the creation of exchange value. To express that in classical terms, the commodities that are produced still result from manual and intellectual activity. And this activity derives from human labor, in interaction with the means of production and technology. The diminution of the subjective factor of the labor process as compared with the objective factor 51 relatively reduces but does not eliminate the role of collective labor in the production of exchange value. The reduction of living labor, owing to the growth of dead labor, offers the worker the possibility of coming closer to being what Marx called overseer and regulator 52 of the production process. However, the complete achievement of this trend is precluded by the very logic of capital. 53 The contemporary forms of social labor have become more complex, socially combined, and even more intense in their rhythms and processes. In conceiving these forms, it does not seem possible to minimize or even ignore the process of exchange value creation. On the contrary, capitalist society and its law of value needs less secure labor and more precarious and intermittent labor. Precisely because capital depends on living labor for the process of value creation, it needs to increase labor productivity in order to intensify the forms of surplus labor extraction in an ever smaller amount of time. The expansion of multifunctional labor endowed with an intellectual dimension refutes the thesis that capital no longer has an interest in exploiting abstract labor. Indeed, it has been characteristic of capital, ever since its origins, to eliminate living labor as far as possible and to expand dead labor. The reduction of the stable proletariat that is the heir to Taylorism/Fordism, the expansion of intellectual labor inside modern factories, and the generalized growth of forms of precarious labor, developed intensively in the era of the exhibible RM, are examples of new forms of the surplus value extraction today. 54 The complex interaction established between labor and science does not remove living labor from capital's socio-metabolic order. On the contrary, this process makes use of intellectual labor. Interacting with the automated machine, this later transfers part of the new intellectual and cognitive attributes to the new machine that results from this production. This process demands that capital and even more complex, multifunctional workers, at least in those branches of production where there is greater technological development. There is another trend, deriving from the growing overlap between material and immaterial labor, which also highlights the strength of Marx's formulation. On the one hand, the advancement of labor in the areas of research, software creation, and publicity is also an example of the spread of labor in the immaterial sphere. On the other hand, the growth of labor in service industries, such as call centers, information and communications technologies, the hotel industry, etc., is another important characteristic of the broader notion of labor in the contemporary world. Material and immaterial labor, in the growing overlap that exists between them, are, however, subordinated to the logic of capitalist production. Thus, a reaction on living labor should revisit the discussion which Marx himself conducted of immaterial labor, as a trend in capitalism today. 55. Some of the formulations Marx offered constitute an important point of departure when we envisage an alternative capable of overcoming capitalist society and its enormous social constraints. For that, at least two claims must be at the heart of labor's struggles today, on a global scale. 1. The GHT for the reduction of the working day, in order to reduce unemployment. That leads us to the following vital questions: producing what, and for whom? 2. The right to work for all is also a necessary demand. This, not because we place any value on alienated and waged labor. This kind of labor must be eradicated with the end of capitalist society. But it is then that work as a vital activity, free and associated labor, becomes one of the essential elements in the construction of a new society. And here the essence of Marx's formulation on work gains enormous social and political relevance, also in our own time. The imperative for our times remains a new mode of production, based on self-determined activity. This is a mode of producing socially necessary use values. It thus stands in radical contrast to labor based on surplus time, which is instead aimed at producing exchange values. 9. Capital and temporality. Moishi Postone. 9.1 Reconceptualizing Marxism. The far-reaching transformation of the world in recent decades has dramatically indicated that contemporary critical theory must be centrally concerned with questions of historical dynamics and large-scale structural changes if it is to be adequate for our social universe. A critical theory of capitalism based on the Marxian category of capital could sine-qua-non illuminate these historical developments, but only if it is fundamentally reconceptualized in ways that distinguish it from various understandings of capital in traditional Marxist interpretations as well as in recent social sciences discourses. The category of capital, according to the reconceptualization presented in here, has little in common with the uses of the term capital by a wide range of theorists, from Gary Becker, 1930 to 2014, through Pierre Bourdieu, 1930 to 2012. It also differs, however, from the ways it has been used by many Marxist theorists for whom capital generally refers to a social surplus that is privately appropriated to, while agreeing that Karl Marx's category of capital refers to the structuring of society. As a whole, this chapter argues that it not only delineates a determinate mode of class exploitation, but also, more basically, grasps a unique form of social mediation that structures capitalist modernity as a historically specific form of social life. This form of mediation is socially constituted and, yet, abstract and temporal. As will be elaborated further, it manifests itself in peculiar, abstract forms of domination that cannot sufficiently be understood in terms of the domination of a class or, indeed, of any concrete. The author would like to thank Mark Loaf and Robert Stern for valuable critical feedback. 1. C. G. Becker, Human Capital, A Theoretical and Empirical Analysis, with special reference to Education, New York, Columbia University Press, 1975, and P. Bourdieu, Distinction, A Social Critique of the Judgment of Taste, Cambridge, MA, Harvard University Press, 2000. 2c, for example, M. Dobb, Political Economy and Capitalism, Some Essays in Economic Tradition, London, Routledge and Keegan Paul, 1940. Social and/or political entity. These forms of domination, expressed by categories such as commodity and capital, are, moreover, not static, but generate a historical dynamic that uniquely characterizes capitalist modernity. The focus in this chapter on the historically dynamic character of capitalist society responds to the massive transformations of capitalism in the past 4 decades. This period has been characterized by the demise of the post-Second World War state-centered Fordist synthesis in the West, the collapse or fundamental transformation of party states and their command economies in the East, and the emergence of a neoliberal capitalist global order that might, in turn, be undermined by the development of huge competing economic blocs. Because these changes have included the collapse of the Soviet Union and of European communism, they frequently have been taken as marking the end of Marxism and of Marx's theoretical relevance. Yet, these historical transformations also highlight the need to grapple with the problem of historical dynamics and large-scale structural changes. The central importance of this problematic is underlined when one considers the overarching trajectory in the 20th century of what retrospectively can be termed state-centric capitalism from its beginnings, which can be located in the First World War and the Russian Revolution, through its apogee in the decades following the Second World War, and its decline after the early 1970s. What is significant about this trajectory is its global character. It encompassed Western capitalist countries and the Soviet Union, as well as colonized lands and decolonized countries. Although differences in historical development have, of course, occurred when viewed from the vantage point of the 20th century, they appear more as different enactions of a common pattern than as fundamentally different developments. For example, the welfare state was expanded in all Western industrial countries in the 20 years after the end of the Second World War and then limited or partially dismantled in the early 1970s. These developments, paralleled by the post-war success and subsequent rapid decline of the Soviet Union and the massive transformations of China, occurred regardless of whether conservative or social democratic, liberal, parties were in power. Such general overarching developments cannot be explained in terms of contingent, local, political decisions. They indicate the existence of a historical dynamic in both the East and the West, and reveal that the notion that the state could control that dynamic was at best temporarily valid. That is, they suggest the existence of dynamic forces not fully subject to political control, and of general structural constraints on political, social, and economic decisions. 9.2 History and Domination. These recent historical transformations suggest the importance of a renewed encounter with Marx's critique of political economy, for the problem of historical dynamics and global structural change is at the very heart of that critique. Nevertheless, the history of the last century also suggests that traditional Marxism is not fully adequate to the contemporary world and that an adequate critical theory must differ in important and basic ways from traditional critiques of capitalism. The term traditional Marxism refers, here, to a very general interpretive framework in which capitalism is analyzed essentially in terms of class relations rooted in private property relations and mediated by the market. 3. Social domination is understood primarily in terms of class domination and exploitation. Within this general interpretive framework, capitalism is characterized by a growing structural contradiction between that society's basic social relations, interpreted as private property and the market, and the forces of production, interpreted in terms of labor and the industrial mode of producing. Socialism is understood primarily in terms of collective ownership of the means of production and centralized planning in an industrialized context. This general framework is based on a trans-historical understanding of labor as the source of wealth in all societies and as the basis for what is universal and truly social. In capitalism, however, labor is hindered by particularistic and fragmenting relations from becoming fully realized. Emancipation, then, is realized in a social form where trans-historical labor, freed from the distortions of the market and private property, has openly emerged as the regulating principle of society. This notion, of course, is bound to that of socialist revolution as the self-realization of the proletariat. Labor here provides the standpoint of the critique of capitalism. Within the basic framework of traditional Marxism there has been a broad range of very different theoretical, methodological, and political approaches which have generated powerful economic, political, social, historical, and cultural analyses. Nevertheless, the limitations of the general framework itself have become increasingly evident in light of 20th century historical developments. These developments include the non-emancipatory character of what called itself actually existing socialism, the trajectory of its rise and decline, paralleling that of the Western form of state interventionist capitalism, suggesting they were similarly located historically, the growing importance of scientific knowledge and advanced technology in production, which seem to call into question the labor theory of value, growing criticisms of technological progress and growth, which opposed the productivism of much traditional Marxism, and the increased importance of non-class-based social identities. Together, they suggest that the traditional framework no longer can serve as an adequate point of departure for an emancipatory critical theory. Consideration of the general historical patterns that characterize the 20th century, then, calls into question both traditional Marxism, with its affirmation of labor and history, as well as post-structuralist understandings of history as essentially contingent. Nevertheless, such consideration does not necessarily contravene all attempts to formulate a critical theory based on an analysis of history, nor does it negate the critical insight underlying attempts to deal with history contingently, namely, that history, grasped as the unfolding of an imminent necessity, delineates a form of unfreedom. Precisely that form of unfreedom is the central object of Marx's critique of political economy, which attempts to explain, in social terms, the imperatives and constraints that give rise to the historical dynamics and structural changes of the modern world. His critique differs fundamentally from traditional Marxism, which criticizes capitalism from the standpoint of history and of labor. Marx's analysis, rather, focuses critically on the historical dynamic of capitalism and the centrality of labor to that form of social life. What had been traditional Marxism's standpoint, according to this interpretation, were the objects of Marx's critique. On the other hand, unlike post-structuralism, the Marxian critique does not deny the existence of a historical logic and its associated unfreedom by insisting that, in reality, human social life always develops contingently. Rather, Marx's critique regards the existence of a historical logic to be remained bound to some of the assumptions of that very sort of theory. M. Postone, Time, Labor, and Social Domination, Cambridge and New York, Cambridge University Press, 1993, pages 71 to 120. On the other hand, although Louis Althusser, 1918-90, formulated a sophisticated critique of the idealism of labor and treated social relations as structures that are not reducible to anthropological intersubjectivity, his focus on the question of the surplus in terms of exploitation, as well as on the physical material dimension of production, are related to what ultimately is a traditional understanding of capitalism. L. Althusser and E. Balibar, Reading Capital, London, New Left Books. 1970, pages 145 to 54, 165 to 82. A hallmark of capitalist modernity. It seeks to grasp the nature of that peculiar historical logic, uncover its basis, and elucidate the possibility of its overcoming. It does so by grounding the immanent dynamic of modern, capitalist society in a historically specific form of social mediation that is expressed by the category of capital. By grounding capitalism's dynamic with reference to categories that are historically specific to that social form, Marx's mature theory implies that history, understood as an immanently driven directional dynamic, is not a universal category of human social life. Rather, it is a historically specific feature of capitalist society, that can be and has been projected by many theorists onto human social life in general, as history. Far from viewing history affirmatively, Marx's theory, by grounding this directional dynamic in the category of capital, grasps it as a form of domination, of heteronomy. Moreover, according to this interpretation, Marx's mature theory itself does not purport to be a transhistorically valid theory of history and social life. On the contrary, it regards itself as historically specific. Neither the object of Marx's critical theory nor the theory itself is transhistorical, rather, they are historically specific. Indeed, the theory calls into question any approach that claims for itself universal, transhistorical validity. As a historical specific theory of domination, of heteronomy, the critical Marxian position is closer to post-structuralism in its evaluation of the historical logic of capitalism than it is to orthodox Second International Marxism. Its analysis of that logic, however, is critical of post-structuralism inasmuch as it does not regard heteronymous history as a narrative that simply can be dispelled discursively, but as the expression of a structure of temporal domination. Reappropriating the category of capital as the basis of a historically specie heteronymous dynamic allows, then, for an approach that could be critical both of a trans-historical conception of human history in terms of the unfolding of an intrinsic logic, as well as a trans-historical conception of human history in terms of contingency, that is, it could overcome the classical opposition of necessity and freedom. From this point of view, any attempt to recover human agency by insisting upon contingency in ways that bracket the historically specie structures of domination that characterize capitalism is, ironically, profoundly disempowering. 9.3 Critique and Historical Speciesity. What is capital, in Marx's analysis? Elaborating this concept involves why considering the most fundamental categories with which Marx begins his investigation in capital, such as commodity and value, for they serve as the theoretical foundation for his categories of surplus value and capital. Within the traditional framework, Marx's category of value generally has been regarded as an attempt to show that direct human labor always and everywhere creates social wealth, which in capitalism is mediated by the market. His category of surplus value, according to such views, demonstrates the existence of exploitation in capitalism by showing that, in spite of appearances, the surplus product in capitalism is not constituted by a number of factors of production, such as labor, land, and machinery, but by labor alone. This surplus is appropriated by the capitalist class. Surplus value, within this traditional framework, is a category of class-based exploitation. 6. This interpretation is based on a trans-historical understanding of labor as an activity mediating humans and nature and conceptualizes emancipation in terms of the realization of labor, the self-realization of the proletariat. It is, at best, a one-sided interpretation. It focuses on the non-overt form of exploitation in capitalism but does not apprehend the historical dynamic grasped by Marx's categories. 7. As already suggested, however, a close reading of Marx's mature critique of political economy calls into question the trans-historical presuppositions of the traditional interpretation. In the Grundriss, Marx asserts that his fundamental categories should not be understood in narrow economic terms, but as forms of being in the world, Daseins Formen, determinations of Existensbestimmungen, that is, forms of social being that are at once objective and subjective. 8. Moreover, and this is crucial, those categories should not be understood as trans-historical, but as historically specie to modern, or capitalist, society. 9. Even categories such as money and labor that appear trans-historical because of their abstract and general character, are valid in their abstract generality only for capitalist society, according to Marx. 10. It is because of their peculiarly abstract and general character that categories historically specie to capitalism can appear valid for all societies. 11. This includes the category of value. In the Grundriss, Marx explicitly treats value as the foundation of bourgeois production and characterizes it as a form of wealth historically specie to capitalism that is constituted by direct human labor time expenditure. 12. He indicates that value underlies a system of production that generates the historical possibility that value itself could be abolished and that production could be organized on a new basis, one not dependent on the expenditure of direct human labor in production. At the same time, however, value remains the necessary condition of capitalism. This contradiction between the potential generated by the system based on value and its actuality indicates that, for Marx, the abolition of capitalism entails the abolition of value and value-creating labor. 13. Far from signifying the self-realization of the proletariat, the abolition of capitalism would entail the self-abolition of the proletariat. This sketch of capitalism's development in the Grundriss illuminates the structure of Marx's argument in Capital. In the RST place, the self-understanding of Marx's mature critical theory as historically specie meant that its point of departure had to be historically specie. Its form of presentation could not contravene the historically determinate character of the analysis. It could not, for example, proceed in a Cartesian manner from a putative trans-historically valid point of departure. Rather, the point of departure had to express the historical specificity of its object and, reflexively, of the theory itself. 14. At the very end of the Grundriss, Marx settled on a point of departure that he then retained in capital, the commodity. 15. It is clear, in light of Marx's considerations on the nature of an adequate point of departure for his critical theory, that the category commodity here neither refers to commodities as they might exist in many societies, nor to a hypothetical and spurious pre-capitalist stage of simple commodity production, but to the commodity as the most basic, historically specific, social form of capitalist society. Rather than simply referring to objects circulated on the market, Marx's category of the commodity delineates a peculiar form of social relations, a form of social mediation. As a structured form of social practice that, at the same time, is a structuring principle of the actions, worldviews, and dispositions of people, the commodity is a form both of social subjectivity and objectivity. 16. In Capital, Marx sought to unfold the nature and underlying dynamic of capitalist modernity from this point of departure. The historically specific character of Marx's exposition imparts to it an unusual, reflexive form. Because the point of departure of such a critical theory cannot be grounded trans-historically, it could only be grounded immanently, in the course of its unfolding, whereby each successive unfolded moment retroactively justifies that which preceded it. This is how capital is structured. The categories of the beginning such as commodity, value, use value, abstract labor, and concrete labor become retroactively substantiated by the subsequent unfolding of the analysis. 17. What appears as the trans-historical grounding of these categories in the RST chapter of Capital should be read immanently, as a meta-commentary on the trans-historical, ontological forms of appearance of the underlying historically specific social forms and, therefore, on approaches, like René Descartes' 1596–1650, that proceed on the basis of such forms of appearance. What characterizes the commodity form of social relations, as analyzed by Marx, is that it is constituted by labor. Hence, it exists in objective form and has a dualistic character, value and use value. 18. Underlying this analysis is Marx's conception of the historical specificity of labor in capitalism. Marx maintains that labor in capitalism has a double character, it is both concrete labor and abstract labor. 19. Concrete labor refers to the fact that some form of what we consider laboring activity mediates the interactions of humans with nature in all societies, that is, trans-historically. If the commodity as a social form is historically specific to capitalism, however, then abstract labor must refer to the historically specific dimension of the commodity. This implies that abstract labor does not simply refer to concrete labor in general, but is a peculiar, historically specific category. Yet, Marx presents it in trans-historical fashion, as labor in general, as the expenditure of brain, muscle, nerve, and so on. 20. An adequate account of this category should not only elucidate the social and historical specificity of abstract labor, but also explain why it appears, and is presented by Marx, as physiological and trans-historical. 21. Although this argument cannot be fully elaborated here, it should be noted that, towards the end of the RST chapter of Capital, Marx indicates that, when the commodity form is universalized, i.e., in capitalism, labor acquires a unique social function that is not intrinsic to laboring activity as such. In a society structured by the commodity form, labor and its products are not socially distributed by traditional norms or overt relations of power and domination, as is the case in other societies. Instead, labor constitutes a new form of interdependence, where people do not consume what they produce, but where, nevertheless, their own labor or labor products function as quasi-objective means of obtaining the products of others. 22. In serving as such a means, labor and its products in effect preempt that function on the part of manifest social relations, They constitute a new form of social interrelatedness, a form of social mediation that is constituted by objectifying activity, labor, and that, therefore, appears to be objective, rather than social. In Marx's mature works, then, the focus on the centrality of labor to social life should not be taken as a trans-historical proposition. It does not mean that material production is the most essential dimension of social life in general. Rather, it refers to the historically specie constitution by labor in capitalism of a form of social mediation that fundamentally characterizes that society. Because labor in capitalism is not only labor as we trans-historically and commonsensically understand it, but is also a historically specie socially mediating activity, according to Marx, its objecti cations, commodity, capital, are both concrete labor products and objecti ed forms of social relations. Within the framework of this analysis, the social relations that most basically characterize capitalist society are very different from the qualitatively specie, overt social relations, such as kinship relations or relations of personal direct domination, which characterize non-capitalist societies. Although the latter kind of social relations do continue to exist in capitalism, what ultimately structures that society is a new underlying level of social relations constituted by labor. Those relations have a peculiar quasi-objective character, and are dualistic. They are characterized by the opposition of an abstract, general, homogeneous dimension and a concrete particular material dimension, both of which appear to be natural rather than social, and condition social conceptions of natural reality. The abstract dimension of the social mediation underlying capitalism is expressed by value, the form of wealth dominant in that society. As noted earlier, Marx's labor theory of value has frequently been misunderstood as a labor theory of wealth, one that posits labor, at all times and in all places, as the only social source of wealth. Marx's analysis, however, is not one of wealth in general any more than it is of labor in general. He analyzes value as a historically specie form of wealth that is bound to the historically unique role of labor in capitalism. Marx explicitly distinguishes value from what he calls material wealth and relates these two distinct forms of wealth to the duality of labor in capitalism. 23 Material wealth is measured by the quantity of products produced and is a function of a number of factors in addition to labor, such as knowledge, social organization, and natural conditions. 24 It expresses the use-value dimension of labor in capitalism. Value, according to Marx, is an expression of abstract labor and is constituted solely by labor and time that have been socially normed, that is, by the expenditure of socially necessary labor time. It is the dominant form of wealth in capitalism. 25 Material wealth, when it is the dominant form of wealth, is mediated/distributed by overt social relations such as kinship relations or formal hierarchical relations. Value, however, is not mediated by such overt social relations, but is itself a peculiar form of social relations. Hence, it possesses the unusual quality of mediating itself. 9.4 The dialectic of temporal mediation. Within the framework of this interpretation, then, what fundamentally characterizes capitalism is a historically specie form of social mediation, a form of social relations that is unique inasmuch as it is mediated by labor. In the course of Marx's exposition in Capital, he shows that, although the commodity form of social relations is constituted by forms of practice, it becomes quasi-independent of the people who constitute it and exerts determinate constraints and imperatives on them. The result is a historically new, abstract, form of social domination. This abstract form of domination, which is at the heart of capital, is fundamentally temporal. Marx begins to develop this dimension of the basic social forms of capitalism with his initial determination of the magnitude of value in terms of socially necessary labor time. 26 In his preliminary elaboration, Marx begins to analyze the peculiarities of value as a social form of wealth whose measure is temporal, as socially necessary labor time as a measure is not simply descriptive, but delineates a socially general, compelling, norm. Production must conform to this prevailing, abstract, overarching norm if it is to generate the full value of its products. Note that the compulsion is not exerted by any individuals or groups, but is abstract, inherent to the structure of value itself. Within this framework, the time frame, example an hour, is constituted as an independent variable. The amount of value produced per unit time is a function of the time unit alone. It remains the same regardless of individual variations or the level of productivity. This is the RST determination of the historically specie abstract form of social domination intrinsic to capitalism's fundamental forms of social mediation. It is the domination of people by time. This form of domination is bound to a historically specie form of temporality, abstract Newtonian time, which is constituted historically with the commodity form. 27. A peculiarity of value as a temporal form of wealth, then, is that, although increased productivity increases the amount of use values produced per unit time, it results only in short-term increases in the magnitude of value created per unit time. Once the productive increase becomes general, the magnitude of value generated per unit time falls back to its base level. 28. The result is a sort of a treadmill. Higher levels of productivity result in great increases in material wealth, but not in proportional long-term increases in value per unit time. This, in turn, leads to still further increases in productivity. It should be noted that this peculiar treadmill dynamic is rooted in value's temporal dimension. It cannot be fully explained by the way this pattern is generalized, for example, through market competition. Nevertheless, it would be one-sided to view temporality in capitalism only in terms of Newtonian time, that is, as empty homogeneous time. 29. Although changes in productivity, in the use-value dimension, do not change the amount of value produced per unit time, they do determine what counts as the norm, that is, what counts as a given unit of time. Once capitalism is fully developed, ongoing increases in productivity determine the unit of abstract time, they push it forwards, as it were. This movement is of time, it renders the abstract time unit a dependent variable. Hence, it cannot be apprehended within the frame of Newtonian time, but requires a superordinate frame of reference within which the frame of Newtonian time moves. What appears as an independent variable within the one frame is a dependent variable within the other. This movement of time can be termed historical time. The redetermination of the abstract, constant time unit redetermines the compulsion associated with that unit. In this way, the movement of time acquires a necessary dimension. Abstract time and historical time, then, are dialectically interrelated. Both are constituted historically with the commodity and capital forms as structures of domination. 30. This historically new, abstract, form of social domination subjects people to increasingly impersonal rationalized imperatives and constraints that cannot adequately be grasped in terms of class domination or, more generally, in terms of the concrete domination of social groupings or institutional agencies of the state and/or of the economy. Like Michel Foucault's, 1926–1984, notion of power, although more rigorously grounded, this abstract form of domination has no determinate locus and, although constituted by determinate forms of social practice, appears not to be social at all. 31. The dynamic generated by the dialectic of these temporalities, abstract and historical, is grasped by the category of capital, which Marx initially introduces as self-valorizing value. 32. Capital, for Marx, is a category of movement, it is value in motion. It has no XED form and no XED material embodiment, but appears at different moments of its spiraling path in the form of money and of commodities. Capital, then, is an abstract UX behind the phenomenal realm, a ceaseless process of value's self-expansion, a directional movement with no external telos that generates large-scale cycles of production and consumption, creation and destruction. Significantly, in introducing the category of capital, Marx describes it with the same language that Hegel used in the phenomenology of spirit with reference to Geist, the self-moving substance that is the subject of its own process. 33. In so doing, Marx suggests that a historical subject in the Hegelian sense does indeed exist in capitalism. Hegel's notion of history as a dialectical unfolding is valid, but only for the capitalist form of social life. Moreover, and this is crucially important, Marx does not identify that subject with the proletariat, as does Lukács, or even with humanity. Instead, he identifies it with capital, a dynamic structure of abstract domination that, although constituted by humans, becomes independent of their wills. Marx's mature critique of Hegel, then, no longer entails a materialist anthropological inversion of the latter's idealistic dialectic, as undertaken by Lukács, for example. Rather, it is that dialectic's materialist. 30. Postone, Time, Labor, and Social Domination, pages 287-98. 31. M. Foucault, Discipline and Punish, The Birth of the Prison, New York, Vintage, 1995. 32. Marx, Capital, Volume I, pages 164-6. 33. Ibid. 168. Moishe Postone. Justification. Marx implicitly argues that the rational core of Hegel's dialectic is precisely its idealist character. It is an expression of a mode of domination constituted by alienated relations, that is, relations that acquire a quasi-independent existence vis-a-vis the individuals, exert a form of compulsion on those individuals, and that, because of their peculiar dualistic nature, are dialectical in character. In his mature theory, then, Marx does not posit an anthropological meta-subject of history, such as the proletariat, which will realize itself in a future socialist society. Rather, he provides the basis for a critique of such a notion. This implies a position very different from that of theorists like Lukács, for whom the social totality constituted by labor provides the standpoint of the critique of capitalism, and is to be realized in socialism. In capital, the totality and the labor constituting it have become the objects of critique. The historical subject is the alienated structure of social mediation at the heart of the capitalist formation's historical dynamic. The contradictions of capital point to the abolition, not the realization of the subject. In Capital, Marx roots capitalism's historical dynamic ultimately in the double character of the commodity and, hence, capital. On the one hand, as a historically specific, temporally determined, form of wealth, value underlies an ongoing drive for increased productivity that is a hallmark of capitalist production. On the other hand, because value is a function of socially necessary labor time alone, higher socially general levels of productivity result in greater amounts of material wealth, but not in higher levels of value per unit time. This, in turn, impels still further increases in productivity. This dialectical dynamic of value and use of value is logically implied by Marx's treatment of socially necessary labor time in his preliminary analysis of the commodity form. It emerges overtly when he begins elaborating his concepts of surplus value and capital. The dialectic he develops cannot be grasped adequately if the category of surplus value is understood only as a category of exploitation, as surplus value, and not also as surplus value, that is, as a surplus of a temporal form of wealth. In relating surplus value to production, Marx analytically distinguishes two aspects of the capitalist process of production. It is a process for the production of use values, labor process, and a process of generating, surplus, value, valorization process. 34. Analyzing the latter, Marx distinguishes between the production of absolute surplus value, where increases in surplus value are generated by increasing total labor time and, hence, directly increasing the amount of surplus labor time, and relative surplus value, where increases in surplus value are affected by increasing productivity, which indirectly increases surplus labor time by lowering the labor time necessary for workers' reproduction. 35. With the introduction of the category of relative surplus value, the logic of Marx's exposition now becomes a historical logic, one that is characterized by temporal acceleration. Because, In Marx's account, relative surplus value is affected by increasing productivity in order to lower the time necessary for workers' reproduction. The higher the socially general level of productivity, the more productivity must be still further increased in order to generate a determinate increase in surplus value. 36 In other words, the expansion of surplus value required by capital tends to generate accelerating increases in productivity and, hence, in the masses of goods produced and the material consumed. Yet the ever-increasing amount of material wealth produced does not represent correspondingly high levels of social wealth in the form of value. This suggests that a perplexing feature of modern capitalism, the absence of general prosperity in the midst of material plenty, is not a matter of unequal distribution alone, but is also a function of the value form of wealth at the core of capitalism. The temporal dialectic Bree outlined earlier also indicates that higher socially general levels of productivity do not proportionately diminish the socially general necessity for labor time expenditure, which would be the case if material wealth were the dominant form of wealth. Instead, that necessity, as the necessity of value, is constantly reconstituted. Consequently, labor remains the necessary means of individual reproduction and labor time expenditure remains fundamental to the process of production, on the level of society as a whole, regardless of the level of productivity. This results in a very complex, nonlinear, historical dynamic of transformation and reconstitution. On the one hand, this dynamic generates ongoing transformations of production, of the division of labor and, more generally, of social life. On the other hand, this historical dynamic entails the ongoing reconstitution of its own fundamental condition as an unchanging feature of social life, that social mediation ultimately is affected by labor and that living labor remains integral to the process of production, considered in terms of society as a whole, regardless of the level of productivity. The historical dynamic of capitalism, then, ceaselessly generates what is new while regenerating what is the same. It increasingly points beyond the necessity of proletarian labor while reconstituting that very necessity. More generally, this dynamic both generates the possibility of another organization of social life and yet hinders that possibility from being realized. This understanding of capitalism's complex dynamic is, of course, only a very abstract initial determination. Capital's drive for expansion, for example, need not always entail increasing productivity. It can also be affected by lowering wages, for example, or lengthening the working day. Nevertheless, what has been outlined delineates an overarching logic of capital. 9.5 The dual crisis of capital. The understanding of capitalism's complex dynamic outlined earlier is relevant for the looming contemporary dual crisis, that of environmental degradation and the demise of laboring society. Marx's categories allow for a critical social, rather than technological, analysis of the trajectory of growth and the structure of production in modern society. The temporal dimension of value underlies a determinate pattern of growth, which gives rise to increases in material wealth greater than those in surplus value, which remains the relevant form of the surplus in capitalism. This results in pressures for accelerating increases in productivity and, hence, an accelerating demand for raw materials and energy, which contributes centrally to the accelerating destruction of the natural environment. Within this framework, then, the problem with economic growth in capitalism is not only that it is crisis-ridden, as has been emphasized frequently and correctly by traditional Marxist approaches. Rather, the form of growth itself is problematic. The trajectory of growth would be different if the ultimate goal of production were increased quantities of goods, rather than surplus value. The distinction between material wealth and value, then, allows for a critique of the negative ecological consequences of modern capitalist production within the framework of a critical theory of capitalism. As such, it points beyond the opposition between runaway, ecologically destructive growth as a condition of social wealth and austerity as a condition of an ecologically sound organization of social life. This approach also provides the basis for a social analysis of the structure of social labor and of production in capitalism. It does not treat the capitalist process of production as a technical process that is used by private capitalists for their own individual ends. Instead, it constitutes the basis for a critique of production on the basis of Marx's analysis of the two dimensions of the capitalist process of production, the labor process and the valorization process. At RST, according to Marx, production is not yet intrinsically capitalist. Capitalism appears to be only a matter of ownership and control. In his terms, the valorization process remains extrinsic to the labor process, what he calls the formal subsumption of labor under capital. 37 Then, however, the valorization process begins to mold the nature of the labor process itself, the real subsumption of labor under capital. 38 Marx is arguing, then, that the process of production in capitalism cannot adequately be understood in material, technical terms. Rather, his analysis seeks to show that the material form of production itself becomes socially molded by capital, that production becomes intrinsically capitalist. 39 This implies that production in a post-capitalist social order should not be conceived of as the same process as in capitalism under new, different auspices. Rather, such a social order would entail a different structure of producing. The process of the real subsumption of labor also entails a transformation in the nature of capital. As we have seen, Marx RST introduces the category of capital in terms of the value dimension of labor alone, as self-valorizing value. In the course of his presentation of the development of production in capital, however, Marx argues that the use-value dimension of labor, which includes science, technology, and other general forms of social knowledge, becomes an attribute of capital. Initially, in Marx's treatment, this appropriation of concrete labor's productive powers by capital seems to be simply a matter of private ownership inasmuch as these productive powers are still constituted by direct human labor in production. In manufacture, although the labor of each worker becomes stunted, the productivity of the whole still remains a function of the labor directly involved in the process of production. 41 Could still conceive of the social powers of capital in terms of the social powers of the aggregated workers. This is no longer the case once large-scale industry is developed, according to Marx. Production now becomes increasingly based on science and technology. In such a situation, capital becomes less and less the misty-eyed form of powers that actually are those of the workers. Instead, the productive powers of capital increasingly become socially general productive powers that no longer can be understood as those of the immediate producers alone. This knowledge and these powers do not simply emerge as a result of an evolutionary development. Rather, the condition of their coming into being historically is a function of capital, that they are constituted in alienated form, separate from, and opposed to, the immediate producers. 41 This development is an important aspect of what Marx seeks to grasp with his category of capital. Capital may initially have been the misty-eyed form of powers that actually are those of the workers. However, as it develops, it increasingly becomes the real. 37 Ibid, pages 510 to 11. 38 Ibid, p. 511. 39 Ibid, pages 364 to 70, 374 ff. 40 Ibid, pages 326 to 70. 41 Ibid, pages 372 to 89. 172 Moishi Postone. Form of existence of species capacities that are constituted historically in alienated form. 42 This analysis of capital contravenes the idea that overcoming capitalism entails the self-realization of the proletariat. Capital's drive for ongoing increases in productivity gives rise to a technologically sophisticated productive apparatus that renders the production of material wealth essentially independent of direct human labor time expenditure. The constitution and accumulation of socially general knowledge associated with capital's development renders proletarian labor increasingly anachronistic. This, in turn, opens the possibility of large-scale socially general reductions in labor time, and fundamental changes in the nature and social organization of labor. This possibility indicates, on the one hand, that, for Marx, the abolition of capitalism would not entail the self-realization of the proletariat, but its self-abolition. On the other hand, as we have seen, the dialectic of value and use value is one of transformation and reconstitution. It not only drives productivity forwards, but also reconstitutes the necessity of value and, hence, value-creating labor, that is, proletarian labor. In other words, capital both generates possibilities that point beyond itself, beyond the necessity of proletarian labor, while reconstituting that very necessity, thereby constrains those very possibilities. It simultaneously generates the possibility of another organization of social life while hindering that possibility from being realized. This tension skews the form in which that possibility emerges. As a result, ultimately, of the ongoing reconstitution of capital's fundamental forms, the historical possibility of the abolition of proletarian labor appears in the form of increases in superuse labor, in the superity of an increasingly large portion of working populations, of increases in the permanently unemployed and the precariat, the underemployed. This development expresses, in inverted form, the growing superity of much proletarian labor. Far from appearing as a linear possibility, then, the possibility of emancipation, of the abolition of proletarian labor, and, hence, the emergence of the possibility of a future, in which surplus production no longer must be based on the labor of an exploited class, is, at the same time, the emergence of the possibility of a disastrous development in which the growing superity of labor is expressed as the growing superity of people. Capital, therefore, generates the possibility of a future society, but does so in a form that, at the same time, is increasingly destructive of the environment and the working population. 9.6 An adequate critical theory for today. According to the reinterpretation outlined here, then, Marx's theory extends far beyond the traditional critique of the bourgeois relations of distribution, the market and private property. It is not only a critique of exploitation and the unequal distribution of wealth and power. Rather, it grasps modern industrial and post-industrial society itself as capitalist, and critically analyzes capitalism primarily in terms of abstract structures of domination, increasing fragmentation of individual labor and individual existence, and blind runaway developmental logic. It treats the working class as a basic element of capitalism rather than as the embodiment of its negation, and implicitly conceptualizes socialism in terms of the possible abolition of the proletariat and of the organization of production based on proletarian labor, as well as the abolition of the capitalism's dynamic system of abstract compulsions. At the same time, this approach could elucidate the gap between the actual organization of social life and the way it could be organized, especially given the increasing importance of science and technology. This gap has been growing for 40 years. It has become expressed socially in the division of the population into a global post-industrial sector and one of increasing social, economic, and political marginalization. By shifting the focus of the critique away from an exclusive concern with the market and private property, this approach could provide the basis for a critical theory of the so-called actually existing socialist countries as alternative, and failed, forms of capital accumulation, rather than as social modes that represented the historical negation of capital, in however imperfect a form. Here, we have not elaborated on Marx's description of his categories as not merely economic, but as Daseinsformen, Existenzbestimmungen, that is, also as cultural categories entailing determinate views of the world and concepts of personhood, for example. Nevertheless, by relating the overcoming of capital to the overcoming of proletarian labor, this interpretation could begin to approach the historical emergence of post-proletarian self-understandings and subjectivities. It opens the possibility for a theory that could re-ECT historically on the new social movements of recent decades and the sorts of historically constituted worldviews they embody and express. It might also be able to approach the global rise of forms of fundamentalisms as populist, fetishized forms of oppositions to the differential effects of neoliberal global capitalism, new forms that misrecognize themselves as ancient and authentic. Note that, within this framework, the idea of another possible form of social life, beyond capitalism, is immanent to capitalist modernity itself. It 174 Moishi Postone is not derived from cultural contact or the ethnographic study of fundamentally different forms of social life, nor is it based on the experience of a previous social order with its own moral economy that is being destroyed by capitalism, although that experience certainly has been generative of opposition. Opposition to capitalism, however, does not necessarily point beyond it. It can be, and often has been, subsumed by capital itself or swept aside as inadequate to the exigencies of the larger historical context. Marx's analysis directed less towards the emergence of resistance, which is politically and historically indeterminate, than towards the possibility of transformation. It seeks to delineate the emergence of a form of life that, as a result of capitalism's dynamic, is constituted as a historical possibility, and yet is constrained by that very dynamic from being realized. This gap between what is and what could be, allows for a future possibility that, increasingly, has become real historically. It is this gap that constitutes the basis for a historical critique of what is. It reveals the historically specie character of the fundamental social forms of capitalism, not only with reference to the past, or another society, or a presumed natural social organization, but also with reference to a possible future. In constituting a framework for addressing such issues, the interpretation of capital presented here indicates its ongoing significance for an adequate understanding of the far-reaching transformations of our social universe. These historical transformations have not only revealed the weaknesses of much traditional Marxism as well as of various forms of critical post-Marxism, but also suggest the central significance of a critique of capitalism for an adequate critical theory today. 10. Ecology. John Bellamy Foster. 10.1 Marx and the Earth. The widespread recognition of Karl Marx as a leading, classical contributor to ecological thought is a fairly recent historical occurrence. The revival of Marx's ecology since the 1960s, and especially since the 1990s, occurred in a number of stages. The dominant interpretation on the left up through the 1980s faulted Marx for his supposedly instrumentalist, Promethean, conception of nature and alleged lack of an ecological sensibility. This view resulted in what has come to be known as Arst-stage eco-socialism, characterized by the grafting of green thought onto Marxism, or in some cases Marxism onto green thought, based on the presumption that Marx's entire critique was ecologically odd. One in his 1982 essay Socialism and Ecology, Raymond Williams, 1921–1988, introduced a major dissent against the running together in this way of two kinds of thinking related to socialism and green theory, without doing the hard work of reconsidering the Marxian tradition from its inception, that is, going back to Marx's own writings. Hence, there arose, beginning in the 1990s, a second stage of eco-socialist analysis that sought to determine, by going to the very foundations of Marx's historical materialism, the extent to which he had incorporated fundamental ecological considerations into his analysis. This second stage of eco-socialism shifted the focus to the connections between Marx's materialist conception of history and his materialist conception of nature. Marx's entire intellectual corpus, from his doctoral thesis on Epicurus, 341 BC, 270 BC, philosophy of nature, up through his NAL writings in the 1880s, was the subject of a vast archaeological dig in an attempt to recover the deep ecological structure of his thought. This led to three major methodological discoveries. 1. The ecological value form theory underpinning Marx's entire critique. 2. The theory of metabolic rift, and with it his concepts of the universal metabolism of nature and the social metabolism, and 3. The two ecological crisis theories, scarcity crises and ecological crises proper, embedded in Marx's analysis. Armed with these new critical tools, radical analysts began to apply them to contemporary ecological and social conditions, generating a third stage of eco-socialism, or ecological Marxism, directly connected to contemporary praxis, in movements like system change not climate change. In this way, Marx's ecological critique re-emerged as a material force in the global environmental struggle in the opening decades of this century. This process of unearthing Marx's ecological thought constituted an essential self-critique within the Marxian tradition. But it was equally a response to the unprecedented challenge confronting humanity, and the socialist movement, in the face of today's planetary emergency. Marxian thinkers were compelled, as a practical, revolutionary necessity, to seek methodological answers in the very foundations of classical historical materialism, so as to address more effectively the global ecological crisis. This was consistent with Rosa Luxemburg's 1871–1919 prediction that only with the further development of the Marxism and its confrontation with new historical problems would the movement recognize that Marx, in his scientific creation, has outstripped us as a party of durs. As conditions changed and new challenges emerged, it would be necessary to dip once more into the treasury of Marx's thought, in order to extract and utilize therefrom new fragments of his doctrine. 10.2 Western Marxist criticisms of Marx on nature. The overall understanding of Marx's conception of nature and society that predominated in the RST 3/4 of a century after his death was associated with Friedrich Engels' dialectics of nature, and with the dialectical progress of science, to which Marx and Engels' scientific socialism was seen as organically related. This view was sharply challenged by Western Marxists in the early post-Second World War era, as part of a conscious process of distancing Marx from Soviet dialectical materialism. Western Marxism thus came to be denuded primarily by its rejection of the dialectics of nature. The dialectical method, and hence the Marxian critique in general, was seen as applicable only to the realm of human history, and excluded questions of external nature and natural processes, which were left to the natural sciences. As Russell Jacoby, 1945, summed up the schism within Marxism, Soviet Marxism was regularly sustained by a scientific Hegel, and European Marxism was regularly sustained by a historical Hegel. For the classic work conveying the Western Marxist interpretation of Marx on nature was Alfred Schmidt's, 1931–2012, The Concept of Nature in Marx, described by Paul Burkett, 1956, as perhaps the most influential study ever written on Marx's view of nature. 5. It was published in 1962, the same year as the publication of Rachel Carson's, 1907–1964, Silent Spring in the United States. It thus antedated the modern environmental movement, which arose following the publication of Carson's book. Nevertheless, Schmidt's work, carrying with it the imprimatur of the Frankfurt School, was to have enormous influence on how Marx was viewed by many New Left theorists in the context of the developing environmental movement of the 1960s to 80s. The concept of nature in Marx was deeply affected by the general pessimism of the Frankfurt School, which viewed the domination of nature as an intrinsic characteristic of modernity or the dialectic of the Enlightenment. 6. Although a sophisticated work that contained positive contributions, especially with respect to Marx's metabolism concept, it was its conclusions with regard to the mature Marx's alleged Promethean views that proved most influential. The mature Marx, Schmidt proclaimed, withdrew from the ecologically sensitive theses expounded in his early writings. In later life he no longer wrote of a resurrection of the whole of nature. The new society is to be man alone, and there is no doubt that this is to be at the expense of external nature. Nature is to be mastered with gigantic technological aids, and the smallest possible expenditure of time and labor. It is to serve all men as the material substratum for all conceivable consumption goods. When Marx and Engels complain about the unholy plundering of nature, they are not concerned with nature itself but with considerations of economic utility. The exploitation of nature will not cease in the future, but man's encroachments into nature will be rationalized, so that their remoter consequences will remain capable of control. In this way, nature will be robbed step by step of the possibility of revenging itself on men for their victories over it. 7. The last phrase was a reference to Engels, whose views on the need for human beings to control their social relation to nature under socialism, in order to prevent ecological crises, were interpreted by Schmidt, along general Frankfurt School lines, as a case for the extreme rationalization and external control of nature. 8. There was no room in Engels, any more than Marx, Schmidt insisted, for anything but a one-sided conqueror's approach to nature, despite his criticisms of precisely this. Here Engels was reinterpreted in line with the crude domination of nature conception, in order to foist such views more fully on Marx himself. The attitude of the mature Marx, Schmidt pronounced, has in it nothing of the exuberance and unlimited optimism to be found in the idea of the future society prescribed in the Paris manuscripts. It should rather be called skeptical. Men cannot in the last resort be emancipated from the necessities imposed by nature. 9. Marx was thus transformed into a forerunner to the scepticism, world-weariness, and dualistic division between natural science and social science, and between nature and society, that characterized Schmidt's own mentors, Max Horkheimer, 1895–1973, and Theodore W. Adorno, 1903–1969. 10. We should ask, Schmidt queried, whether the future society of socialism will not be a mammoth machine, whether the prophecy of Horkheimer and Adorno's dialectic of enlightenment that human society will be a massive racket in nature will not be full LED rather than the young Marx's dream of a humanization of nature, which would at the same time include the naturalization of man. 11. This negative assessment of Marx's concept of nature was reinforced in the RST stage eco-socialism that arose in 1970s and 1980s. Early eco-socialist thinkers criticized Marx, and Marxism, for downplaying natural limits, and thus ecological constraints. They therefore sought to promote the greening of Marxism by uncritically running together Marx's historical materialism with Malthusian notions of environmental limits and with the abstract ethical views of ecologism, or green theory. 12. This point of view generally avoided any close scrutiny of the foundations of historical materialism. As Perry Anderson, 1938, wrote, in his In the Tracks of Historical Materialism, problems of the interaction of the human species with its terrestrial environmental were essentially absent from classical Marxism. 13. For Ted Benton, 1942, perhaps the most articulate early spokesperson for RST stage eco-socialism, Marx had gone overboard in his critique of Malthus, as shown in his reluctance to recognize nature-imposed limits to human development. 14. Elements of Marx's critique of political economy, such as, 1. His political hostility to Malthusian natural limits arguments, 2. The priority given to value theory, 3. His neglect of ecological processes, and, 4. His alleged Prometheanism or extreme productivism all obstructed the development of historical materialism as an explanatory theory of ecological crisis. 15. Such alleged blind spots in Marx's analysis were often attributed to intrinsic AWS in the labor theory of value. Since all value according to Marx was derived from labor power, environmental sociologist Michael Redcliffe, 1946, declared, it was impossible for Marx to conceive of a natural limit to the material productive forces of society. 16. 10.3 The rediscovery of Marx's ecology. Nevertheless, for those with a grasp of Marx's critique of political economy, it was obvious that most of the criticisms directed against Marx with respect to ecology were erroneous. It was not difficult to point to numerous cases where Marx, and Engels, had taken natural limits seriously. Marx's work was dotted with criticisms of pollution, deforestation, desertification, the town-country divide, and overpopulated cities. The development of civilization and industry in general, he observed in Capital, has always shown itself to be so active in the destruction of forests that everything that has been done for their conservation and production is quite insignificant in comparison. Likewise, he observed in a letter to Engels that cultivation, when it proceeds in natural growth, and is not consciously controlled, leaves deserts behind it. 17. Already in 1977, Howard Parsons had produced an edited collection of excerpts entitled Marx and Engels on Ecology that demonstrated, although unsystematically, a wide concern for ecological issues, pervading Marx and Engels' thought as a whole. Italian geographer Massimo Quaini, 1914–2017, noted that Marx denounced the spoliation of nature before a modern bourgeois ecological conscience was born. 18 All of this suggested the possibility of constructing an eco-socialist analysis starting from classical Marxian foundations. Yet no systematic exploration of the role of nature ecology in Marx's thought was possible without a critique of the prevailing understanding of Marx's political economy, one that would serve to clarify the connection between Marx's value theory and an ecological worldview. The breakthrough in this respect was made by Paul Burkett in his Marx and Nature in 1999, followed in 2006 by his Marxism and Ecological Economics. 19 Burkett uncovered what could be called Marx's ecological value form analysis, based on the distinction between wealth, which for Marx includes nature as well as labor, and value, based on labor alone. 20 Not only did Marx recognize capitalism's tendency to externalize costs on society and nature, but this tendency, he argued, was integral to the logic of capitalist valorization. Nature, he explained in Capital, was viewed by classical liberal political economy as a free gift of nature to capital, with the result that nature's limits were made invisible to the commodity system. 21 What are stage eco-socialist critics of Marx, in pointing to the supposedly anti-ecological implications of his labor theory of value, had failed to notice was that it was the very one-sidedness of the value form under capitalism, in Marx's conception, that was crucial to understanding the systematic robbing of nature. Once it was recognized that nature, constituting, in Marx's analysis, one of the two sources of wealth, was not included in the capitalist value calculus, but was treated as a free gift to capital, it was impossible not to perceive capital's destructive tendency to override all natural limits in its unending drive to accumulation. Marx's notion of capitalism as a necessarily disruptive, degrading force with respect to the nature's processes could be seen not only in his arguments on how capitalism robbed nature, but also how it robbed human beings of their natural physical, as well as intellectual, essence, using them up prematurely to be thrown away, without cost to capital. For all its stinginess, Marx wrote in Capital, capitalist production is thoroughly wasteful with human material, just as its way of distributing its products through trade, and its manner of competition, make it very wasteful of material resources, so that it loses for society what it gains for the individual capitalist. It squanders human beings, living labor, more readily than does any other mode of production, squandering not only flesh and blood, but nerves and brain as well. 22. Burkett's analysis also led to the unearthing of two conceptions of ecological crisis in Marx's critique. 1. Environmentally induced economic crises caused by increased scarcity of natural resources, raising costs on the supply side of the economy, and 2. Ecological crises proper, or crises of sustainable human development, in which the effects of accumulation on ecological conditions of human development are not registered by the capitalist economy due to its externalizing properties. In a resource scarcity crisis, increasing costs of natural resources generate economic constraints and contradictions for individual capitals and capital as a whole. This was famously explained by Marx in his discussions of the British cotton crisis during the Civil War in the United States, his treatment of the role of rising organic composition in his theory of the falling rate of Pro-T, and his discussions of the conservation of constant capital on the part of individual RMS. In such supply-side crises, capital can be expected to intervene in various ways to contain costs in order to protect its bottom line. In ecological crisis proper, or a crisis of sustainable human development, the logic is different. Here the problem is one of capital's degradation of natural conditions in ways that are not internalized within its value calculus, but nonetheless represent social and environmental costs. As a result, capital, in Marx's theory, fails to respond to such crises, which are outside its bottom line, leading to what has been called the absolute general law of environmental degradation under capitalism. 23 Marx thus pointed to the squandering and exploitation of the earth as an inexorable tendency of the system of capital accumulation. 24 This represented the most startling feature of Marx's approach to ecological crisis. In Burkett's words, many ecological economists and even some eco-Marxists tend to reduce the question of environmental crisis to one of capital accumulation crisis, that is, they treat environmental crises mainly in terms of their impact on capitalist profitability and sustainability of the profit-making system. For Marx, however, capital accumulation can maintain itself through environmental crises. In fact, this is one thing that makes capitalism different from previous societies. 25. The breakthrough in the reconstruction of Marx's ecological value form theory opened the way to a much wider reconstruction of Marx's ecology, focusing on the relation between Marx's materialist conception of nature and his materialist conception of history. 26 Second stage eco-socialist research demonstrated that as early as his 1841 doctoral thesis on Epicurus, entitled Difference Between the Democritean and Epicurean Philosophy of Nature, Marx was already wrestling with the question of a materialist dialectic and the alienation of nature. 27 What he developed out of his confrontation with Epicurus was a powerful, anti-teleological, materialist approach to the dialectic of nature and society. In the German ideology, he wrote, Epicurus was the true radical enlightener of antiquity, whose opinions carried over into the modern Enlightenment itself. The Epicureans argued that the world must be disillusioned, and especially freed from fear of gods, for the world is my friend. 28 This same materialist outlook, if in more alienated form, was to animate the scientific revolution, beginning in the 17th century, and extending into Marx's time. Marx was to make this broad materialist conception of nature his own, viewing it as the basis for his critical dialectical development of the materialist conception of history. Drawing on Epicurus' famous statement that death is nothing to us, he stated in the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844 that nature, taken abstractly, for itself, and excede in its separation from man, is nothing for man. It was because human beings, as sensual beings, were part of nature and existed in its midst, and because they actively transformed nature and the human relation to nature through their production, that they were able to alienate nature from themselves. Indeed, the alienation of labor under capitalism had its precondition in the alienation of nature, the severance of human beings from the land, and from their natural environment. Marx thus attributed the universal pollution of the large cities to a world where dead matter in the form of money had come to dominate over both social needs and individual human development. This pointed to the revolutionary necessity of creating a new society as the realized naturalism of man and the realized humanism of nature. 29 Marx's early materialist ecological perspective was to be carried over into his critique of bourgeois political economy. In contrast to Thomas Malthus, 1766–1834, who had carefully avoided use of the term overpopulation in his famous essay on population, since this would have contradicted his equilibrium perspective, Marx, in his critique of Malthus in the Grundrisse, referred explicitly to overpopulation. But in doing so he considered it not as an invariant natural law, but as the expression of denied historical relations. Each mode of production had its distinctive laws of population. One of the principal goals of socialism, Marx and Engels argued in the manifesto of the Communist Party, must be the gradual abolition of the distinction of town and country, by a more equable distribution of population. This analysis was later coupled with Marx's emphasis in Capital on the industrial reserve army, or the relative surplus population, and on sustainable agricultural production as a means of maintaining the conditions for future generations. 30 In what was to be the most penetrating passage ever written on the dialectic of natural limits under capitalism, Marx stated in the Grundrisse, just as production founded on capital creates universal industriousness on one side, So does it create on the other side a system of general exploitation of the natural and human qualities, a system of general utility, utilizing science itself just as much as all the physical and mental qualities, while there appears nothing higher in itself, nothing legitimate for itself, outside the circle of social production and exchange. Thus capital creates the bourgeois society, and the universal appropriation of nature as well as of the social bond itself by the members of society. Hence the great civilizing influence of capital, its production of a stage of society in comparison to which all earlier ones appear as mere local developments of humanity. And as nature idolatry. For the RST time, nature becomes purely an object for humankind. And the theoretical discovery of its autonomous laws appears merely as a ruse so as to subjugate it under human needs, whether as an object of consumption or as a means of production. In accord with this tendency, capital drives beyond national barriers and prejudices as much as beyond nature worship, as well as all traditional, complacent encrusted satisfactions of present needs, and reproductions of old ways of life. It is destructive towards all of this, and constantly revolutionizes it, tearing down all the barriers which hem in the development of the forces of production, the expansion of needs, the all-sided development of production, and the exploitation and exchange of natural and mental forces. But from the fact that capital posits every such limit as a barrier and hence gets ideally beyond it, it does not by any means follow that it has really overcome it, and since every such barrier contradicts its character, its production moves in contradictions which are constantly overcome but just as constantly posited. 31. Here Marx provided a powerful critique of the famous Baconian ruse, according to which science was enjoined to obey nature's laws as a means to the domination of nature and the expansion of bourgeois society. 32. Hence, all natural boundaries are viewed as mere barriers to be surmounted, resulting in growing contradictions between capital accumulation and natural processes. 33. It was the mature Marx's integration of the concept of metabolism into his critique of capitalist development, in all of his major works from the late 1850s on, that allowed him to develop most fully his analysis of the material relation between nature and society. In this way, he integrated his class-based critique of the capitalist mode of production with developments in science, particularly the RST and second laws of thermodynamics. At the center of Marx's material ecological critique was his theory of metabolic rift. For Marx, the human relation to what he called the universal metabolism of nature took the form of a social metabolism represented by the labor process. As he stated in his economic manuscript of 1861-63, insofar as actual labor creates use values, is appropriation of the natural world for human needs, it is the universal condition for the metabolic interaction between nature and man. Marx viewed the metabolism between humanity and nature in similar terms to that of the metabolism between a given species or organism and its environment, the part and the whole. In human historical terms, though, this took the form of a distinct social metabolism associated with changing historical modes of production. None of this denied that society existed within nature or that the relationship via human production was a complex, interdependent relation, what he referred to as a system of mutual natural dependence. 34 Human beings in the act of obtaining their means of subsistence extracted nature's products and transformed them, utilizing tools that were themselves the product of the combined action of nature and labor. Labor, Marx observed in Capital, is, RST of all, a process between man and nature, a process by which man, through his own actions, mediates, regulates and controls the metabolism between himself and nature. 35 Yet, in the capitalist commodity economy the labor process was transformed into a mere means to the expansion of capital, thereby running roughshod over all natural and human limits, as well as the requirements of individual human and social development. The resulting ecological devastation was most evident in Marx's day in the soil crisis arising from industrialized agriculture. In the 1850s and 1860s, the German chemist, Justus von Liebig, 1803 to 1873, developed a powerful critique of British high farming, arguing that the new industrialized capitalist agriculture was in effect a robbery system that despoiled the soil of its essential nutrients, including nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, which were sent in the form of food and debris hundreds and even thousands of miles to densely populated cities. In the new urban industrial centers, these soil nutrients ended up as pollution. In the 1862 introduction to his great work on agricultural chemistry, Liebig argued that British industrial agriculture was not only leaching the soil of its nutrients, but, in its attempt to make up for this, was imperialistically importing bones from the Napoleonic battlefields and the catacombs of Europe, along with guano from Peru. 36 Based on Liebig's critique of capitalist agriculture, Marx developed his theory of metabolic rift, whereby the capital's systematic disruption of the Earth's metabolic cycle undermined the nature-imposed conditions of human development itself, pointing to the need for a restoration of this metabolism within a higher social synthesis. Capitalist production, he wrote, only develops the techniques and the degree of combination of the social process of production by simultaneously undermining the original sources of all wealth, the soil and the worker. 37 As he explained in Capital, instead of a conscious and rational treatment of the land as permanent communal property, as the inalienable condition for the existence and reproduction of the chain of human generations, we have the exploitation and plundering of the resources of the powers of the earth. Large landed property reduces the agricultural population to an ever-decreasing minimum and confronts it with an ever-growing industrial population crammed together in the large towns. In this way it produces conditions that provoke an irreparable rift in the interdependent process of social metabolism, a metabolism prescribed by the natural laws of life itself. The result of this is a squandering of the vitality of the soil which is carried by trade, far beyond the bounds of a single country. Liebig. 38. It was this 19th-century conception of nutrient cycling and metabolism, raised by thinkers like Liebig and Marx, and integrated with discoveries in thermodynamics, that was eventually to give rise to 20th-century ecosystem theory, a process in which socialist thinkers played leading roles. Marx was led by his theory of the metabolic rift to a wider conception of socialism as a process of sustainable human development. This meant the continual reproduction on a sustainable, and necessarily egalitarian, basis, not only of human society itself, but also of those natural environmental relations that constituted what he called in Capital the eternal natural condition for the existence and perpetuation of humanity. 39 From the standpoint of a higher socio-economic formation, Marx declared in this same work, the private property of particular individuals in the earth will appear just as absurd as the private property of one man in other men. Even an entire society, a nation, or all simultaneously existing societies taken together, are not the owners of the earth. They are simply its possessors, its beneficiaries, and have to bequeath it in an improved state to succeeding generations as boni paterfamilias, good heads of the household. 40. It was this that led to Marx's most all-encompassing vision of the future society of socialism/communism, in which socialized man, the associated producers, govern the human metabolism with nature in a rational way, accomplishing it with the least expenditure of energy and in conditions most worthy and appropriate for their human nature. 41 Today, the break in the cycling of nutrients constitutes only one of the many rifts in biogeochemical cycles now occurring on a planetary scale. In the Anthropocene epoch, it is the alteration of the social metabolism between a particular animal, Homo sapiens, and the rest of the Earth system, including other species, that is at the heart of the ecological problem on a planetary scale. 42 Behind this emerging planetary contradiction is the expansive process of capitalism, which, in the search of ever greater accumulation, transgresses daily the dictates of science and the requirements of human survival alike. 43 Hence, today's climate scientists, faced with a planetary ecological emergency, are increasingly focused on what is called the Earth metabolism and on the global carbon metabolism. 44 As Del Weston, 1950 to 2012, observed in the political economy of global warming. Marx's concept of the metabolic rift has proven useful in this respect, since it neatly captures the lack of balance between expenditure and income in the Earth's metabolism under the global capitalist system. 45. The rediscovery of Marx's concept of social metabolism has led to an intense debate over the last decade or so within ecological economics with regards to the role that thermodynamics played in Marx and Engels' analysis. First-stage eco-socialist analysts, like J. Martinez Allier, 1939, and James O'Connor, 1930, claimed that the early formative attempts to merge economics with thermodynamics to develop a genuine ecological economics had originated with Marx's younger follower, the Ukrainian socialist Sergei Podolinsky, 1851–1891, while Marx and Engels were to be faulted for turning Adivir to Podolinsky and thus ecological analysis. 46 subsequent investigations into Podolinsky's work and its relation to Marx and Engels by Burkett and the present author were to prove this charge false. In 1880, Marx took very extensive notes from the RST unpublished draft of Podolinsky's manuscript. 47 2 years later, in a letter to Marx at Marx's request, Engels was to comment on Podolinsky's article Socialism and the Unity of Physical Forces. Engels acknowledged the importance of Podolinsky's research into energetics and labor. However, he proceeded to point to errors in Podolinsky's analysis. These included seeking to reduce value relations under capitalism to energetics and failing to incorporate fertilizer and fossil fuels into his overall energy calculations. Here Engels laid heavy emphasis, in contradistinction to Podolinsky, on capital S squandering of coal, viewed as past solar energy. This research led to a much deeper understanding of how Marx had embedded his entire critique of political economy in material science via thermodynamics. The concept of labor power itself, it was discovered, was consciously developed by Marx in a manner consistent with thermodynamics. 48 Second-stage eco-socialist research also demonstrated the close affinity of historical materialist analysis with the broad evolutionary theory arising out of Charles Darwin, 1809–1882, which Marx called the basis in natural history for the development of the overall materialist view, to be integrated with the class conception of society. 49 Not only did Marx and Engels point on numerous occasions to the positive contributions of Darwin's theory, conning their criticisms to Darwin's connection to Malthus population theory and to the social Darwinism already emerging in their time, but some of the leading gears in the development of evolutionary theory were strongly influenced by Marxian ideas. Indeed, Engels and Marx themselves contributed in significant ways to the theorizing of human evolution. As Stephen Jay Gould, 1941–2002, noted, Engels' account of the evolutionary origins of the human species in the Dialectics of Nature was the best 19th-century case for gene-culture coevolution, that is, the overall theory of the human evolution. 50 Exploration into Marx's ecological value form theory and his theory of metabolic rift also led to the discovery of his conception of unequal ecological exchange. This was evident in his references to the guano trade and in his famous observation that for more than a century England had indirectly exported the soil of Ireland, undermining the long-term fertility of Irish agriculture. 51 Marx's understanding of the phenomenon of unequal ecological exchange was derived from his ecological value form theory, in which natural material, or use value, circuits were seen as interconnected in complex, contradictory fashion with value, exchange value, circuits, allowing one country ecologically to exploit another country by obtaining more natural material use values, real wealth, than it provided in exchange. This conception of unequal ecological exchange was further enhanced by his theory of metabolic rift. It is not surprising, therefore, that in constructing a theory of unequal ecological exchange in the late 20th century, leading systems ecologist Howard Odum, 1924–2002, was to draw on these aspects of Marx's analysis, focusing on wealth versus value, use value versus exchange value, and metabolism, as well as the transformation problem. 52. 10.4 The emergence of Marxian ecological praxis. The rediscovery of Marx's theory of the metabolic rift has led in the last decade and a half to a multitude of historical and empirical investigations, associated with rifts in the carbon metabolism, climate change, the ocean metabolism, aquaculture, depleted sherries, fertilizer use, wild res, mountaintop removal, tropical deforestation, animal husbandry, droughts, unequal ecological exchange, toxic wastes, agrofuels, the metabolism of cities, deteriorating public health, and gender and metabolic value. 53 It has been used by movements from Via Campesina in the Global South to system change, climate change in the United States to organize struggles of ecological change and resistance. Although it is widely recognized that the world needs an ecological and social revolution, the question remains, from whence and by what agency will such a revolution arise? Ecological Marxists suggest that we may already be seeing signs of the rise of what could be called a nascent environmental proletariat. Degraded material conditions associated with intermingled economic and ecological crises are now being encountered on a daily basis by the great majority of the world's population and affecting all aspects of their lives. At the ground level, economic and ecological crises are becoming increasingly indistinguishable. Food crises, land seizures, electricity shutdowns, water privatization, heightened pollution, deteriorating cities, declining public health, and increasing violence against oppressed populations are all converging with growing inequality, economic stagnation, and rising unemployment and underemployment. The logical result is a coming together of material revolts against the system. This is best exemplified by the global environmental/climate justice movement. As stressed by Bill Gallegos, a Marxist activist and leader in the climate justice and revolutionary Chicano nationalist movements in the United States, the climate justice movement has a decidedly revolutionary character. 54 Traditional working class politics are thus co-evolving and combining with environmental struggles, and with the movements of people of color, of women, and all those getting basic, reproductive battles throughout society. Such an ecological and social struggle will be revolutionary to the extent that it draws its force from those layers of society where people's lives are most precarious: third world workers, working class women, oppressed people of color in the imperial core, indigenous populations, peasants/landless agricultural workers, and those getting for fundamentally new relations of sexuality, gender, family, and community, as well as highly exploited and dispossessed workers everywhere. The most concerted revolutionary response can be expected to arise in the Global South, where the conditions of the vast multitude of people most closely approximate those that Marx and Engels depicted in their famous existential definition of the revolutionary proletariat in The Holy Family. When socialist writers ascribe this world historical role to the proletariat, this is not at all, because they take the proletarians for gods. Quite the contrary. Because the absence of all humanity, even the appearance of humanity, is practically complete in the fully developed proletariat, because the living conditions of the proletariat represent the focal point of all inhuman conditions in contemporary society, because the human being is lost in the proletariat, but has won a theoretical consciousness of loss and is compelled by unavoidable and absolutely compulsory need, the practical expression of necessity, to revolt against this inhumanity. All these are the reasons why the proletariat can and must emancipate itself. However, it cannot emancipate itself without abolishing the conditions which give it life, and it cannot abolish these conditions without abolishing all those inhuman conditions of social life which are summed up in its own situation. 55. Yet, in the present century, such inhuman conditions, although most severe in the periphery of the capitalist world economy, are being generalized across the entire world system as a result of spiraling economic and ecological crises, coupled with growing destruction and expropriation of the means of life themselves. It is precisely the rise of disaster capitalism on a scale that is now planetary, driven by an increasingly destructive drive to capital accumulation without limit, which is threatening the very existence of human beings as well as innumerable other species on which we depend and to which we are connected. 56. Understanding this and taking the appropriate action represents the challenge and burden of the epochal transition confronting us in our times. 57. A revolutionary ecological movement adequate to this task will undoubtedly pass through an eco-democratic phase, seeking to build a broad alliance, one in which the vast majority of humanity outside of the ruling interests will be compelled by concrete historical circumstance to demand a world of sustainable human development. Over time this will likely create the conditions for a second, more decisive, eco-socialist phase of the revolutionary struggle, directed at the creation of a society dedicated to from each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs, and on a sustainable basis. 58. All of this points to the translation of classical Marx's ecological critique into contemporary revolutionary praxis. Here the RST stage socialism with its eclectic combination of green theory and Marxism is being replaced with a deeper, more developed ecological Marxist vision, drawn from theoretical foundations provided by Marx himself, as unearthed by second stage eco-socialist research. The resulting socialist ecological praxis might be called ecological Marxism, or third-stage eco-socialism. Yet, it also might be seen as constituting Marxism in the authentic sense, minus any qualifying adjective. Nothing could be more in line with Marx's classical vision of the associated producers rationally regulating the metabolism between humanity and nature. For Marx, socialism was a revolutionary new form of social metabolic reproduction aimed at the realization of communal needs, rooted in conditions of substantive equality and ecological sustainability. It was to net as a society in which the free development of each is the basis for the free development of all, but in which it was also essential to protect the reproductive power of the earth itself in the interests of what he called in capital the chain of successive generations of the human race. 59. In this way Marx can be said to have pregirt in his social and ecological analysis the central aspects of the epochal struggle of our times. Well-grubbed old mole. 60. 11. Gender equality. Heather A. Brown. 11.1 Marx, Gender and Feminism. The complex relationship between gender and class is one that will need to be addressed in order to improve the situation of women everywhere. After efforts in the 1970s and 1980s to adapt and integrate Karl Marx's economics and methodology into feminist theorizing, feminist critics of Marx seem to have won the debate, arguing that Marx has little to nothing to offer. A number of these studies have correctly evaluated many of the limitations of socialist feminism and its attempts to synthesize Marxism and feminism. 1. This is especially true in regards to critiques of essentialism, ethnocentrism, and earlier Marxist feminism's largely uncritical acceptance of economic determinism. Nevertheless, it is not clear that the debate has been completely exhausted. Post-structuralism and theories of difference have been unable to create an anti-capitalist feminism due to their almost sole focus on the admittedly important areas of culture, ideology, and localized resistance. Marx's writings on the issue of gender are significantly more substantial and valuable than is usually acknowledged. Albeit with some problematic elements, Marx showed considerable insight into the gender relations of his own time, pointing to the need for a total transformation of society that would necessarily involve new relations between men and women. 2. It is true that Marx's writings on gender and the family are located sporadically throughout his work and that he does not provide a fully cohesive theory of gender relations. However, this does not necessarily mean that Marx was not interested in understanding this issue or that he was sexist. There certainly are some problematic areas in Marx's writings on gender and the family, such as his ambivalent position regarding the changing moral status of women as they entered the workforce and faced patriarchal and capitalist exploitation. His categories and analysis lead in the direction of a systematic critique of patriarchy as it manifests itself in capitalism. Openings occur in his early philosophical and political writings that point to a need for changing gender relationships, his political economy in capital that sought to chart changes in family and gender relations caused by industrialization, as well as his later political works for the International Working Men's Association, IWMA, and the critique of the Gotha program, and his study of pre-capitalist social relations in his ethnological notebooks that point to the family as an institution that dialectically interacts with economic forces. 11.2 Marx's early writings on gender equality and emancipation. Marx's early writings exhibit concern for the position of women within capitalist society. In fact, in the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844, Marx possibly made his strongest statement for gender equality anywhere in his work, arguing that humanity's development can be measured by the relationship between men and women. The direct, natural, and necessary relation of person to person is the relation of man to woman. Wave 3. In this natural species relationship, man's relation to nature is immediately his relation to men's chen, just as his relation to men's chen is immediately his relation to nature, his own natural destination. In this relationship, therefore, is sensuously manifested, reduced to an observable fact, the extent to which the human essence has become nature to men's chen, or to which nature to him has become the human essence of men's chen. From this relationship one can therefore judge men's chen whole level of development. From the character of this relationship follows how much men's chen as a species being as men's chen, has come to be himself and to comprehend himself. The relation of man to woman. Wave is the most natural relation of human being to human being. It therefore reveals the extent to which men's chen natural behavior has become human, or the extent to which the human essence in him has become a natural essence, the extent to which his human nature has come to be natural to him. This relationship also reveals the extent to which men's chen need has become a human need, the extent to which, therefore, the other person as a person has become for him a need, the extent to which he in his individual existence is at the same time a social being. 4. Of particular note is how Marx moved from the abstract universal, the unmediated, natural human understanding of species being where survival and thus reproduction is the primary link between individuals, to the concrete universal understanding of natural where every human being regardless of gender are both beings for themselves and for others, that is, the individual is valued both in terms of who they are and what they can become as well as being a representative of the species being. Thus, women, and men, become valuable to others not just for instrumental purposes, but also simply because they are human beings with similar needs and wants. Marx was concerned with repressive relationships for women within the family of his day and called for the family's transformation into a more egalitarian institution. In his 1846 piece for Mirror of Society Gesellschaftsspiegel, Puket on suicide, he took up suicide and its relation to alienation for RST and only time in his published work 5. Marx used the bourgeois Frenchman to illustrate that a simple betterment of the working class position would not be enough. In fact, all in society faced some level of alienation. Puquet's text may show what grounds there are for the idea of the philanthropic bourgeois that it is only a question of a little bread and a little education for the proletarians, and that the worker is stunted the present state of society, but otherwise the existing world is the best of all possible worlds. 6. Marx placed particular emphasis on the bourgeois family as a source of repression where familial tyrannies cause crises analogous to revolution. 7. It is important to emphasize that 3 of the 4 case studies that he excerpted discussed women's suicide, all in relation to familial and gender oppression. In one instance, for example, a woman was publicly ridiculed for spending the night at her aunt's house. Here Marx strongly chided the family institution and the seemingly moral authority that supported it, and noted that this abuse of power stemmed from the powerlessness of many in public life. The most cowardly, unresisting people become implacable as soon as they can exercise their absolute parental authority. The abuse of this authority is a crude compensation for all the submissiveness and dependence to which they abase themselves, in bourgeois society. 8. Looking at the working class, Marx and Friedrich Engels in the Manifesto of the Communist Party pointed to their absence of property as a source of the dissolution of the family along with the ideological vacuity that follows. The bourgeoisie has torn away from the family its sentimental veil, and has reduced the family relation to a mere money relation. 9. It is the ideology of the bourgeois family that is being abolished by the material conditions in society which become based increasingly on commodity and monetary relations. For this reason, they called for the abolition of Hebung of the family. 10. The material basis of the bourgeois family was private gain, and this was becoming the case even for the workers, since all members of the family who were able to work had to do so to support the family. The bourgeois claptrap about the family and education, about the hallowed correlation of parent and child, becomes all the more disgusting, the more, by the action of modern industry, all family ties among the proletarians are torn asunder, and their children transformed into simple articles of commerce and instruments of labor. 11. Marx and Engels did not, however, describe what will take its place, nor did they describe how this process will occur. 11.3 Political economy, gender, and the transformation of the family. Marx was especially attentive to the condition of women workers in Capital, Volume I. In fact, a large portion of the chapters The Working Day and Machinery and Modern Industry discuss the work of women and children. The introduction of machinery had a profound effect on the structure of capitalism, since it allowed for their inclusion in the workforce. It could give strength to those who could not otherwise do certain strenuous tasks. This created a situation where women and children could now be at least as productive, if not more so, than the men who did physically strenuous work, which, consequently, increased the number of workers involved in industry and significantly affected the lives of women and children. Both were taken out of the home to do these seemingly adult male tasks. This, as Marx noted, would have a profound effect on the structure of the family, since it would be more difficult for women to carry out their traditional domestic roles while working in the factory. 12. Claudia Lieb argues that Marx tended to reinforce the male/female, strong/weak, opposition in relation to the working class woman, since they could only enter the workforce through the introduction of machinery. 13. This is all the more apparent since he did not openly question women's weakness in relation to men. While it is probable that Marx was referring to women's supposedly biologically based physical inferiority, taking a more socially based approach in interpreting the statement may be helpful. The crucial point is not whether Marx viewed women as biologically weaker, but that women's position in industry and in private life had changed as a result of the introduction of machinery. Important barriers to women's entry into the workforce had been overcome. Thus, women are not forced to stay in the domestic sphere. Machinery could enhance the abilities of all workers regardless of gender or age. In addition to their work in modern, mechanized factories, women and young people also represented a large portion of workers in the domestic industries. 14. These industries, which had often not mechanized and produced on a smaller scale, had to compete with modern large-scale industry. The necessity of making up for the lack of technological productivity meant that the workers were exploited all the more to stay competitive. As indicated in Capital, Volume I, the exploitation of cheap and immature labor power is carried out in a more shameless manner in modern manufacture than in the factory proper. This is because the technical foundation of the factory system, namely, the substitution of machines for muscular power, and the light character of the labor, is almost entirely absent in manufacture, and at the same time women and young children are subjected, in a most unconscionable way, to the injurious of poisonous or injurious substances. This economy now shows its antagonistic end. Murdericide more and more in a given branch of industry, the less the social productive power of labor and the technical basis for a combination of processes are developed in that branch. 15. Thus, in a variety of ways, capitalism is able to use existing social inequalities, such as gender, to enhance the extraction of surplus value. This was especially true when capitalism mixed with other less developed social forms. Moreover, women and children were often paid significantly less than men. 16. While Marx did not provide a detailed explanation for this, he pointed to capitalist efforts to bring the cost of the worker's subsistence to a minimum, especially in relation to women, where the cost needed to maintain the women of the surplus population is below all calculation. Hence nowhere do we end a more shameful squandering of human labor power for the most despicable purposes than in England, the land of machinery. 17. This was another case where the capitalist interest in property results in human beings, especially those at the bottom of the social hierarchy, being treated as commodities, all the better the lower price that they fetch in the market. Marx was not content with noting the harsh conditions that women faced in the workforce. He also pointed to the potential for positive effects on the working class as a whole in the labor force and, as we shall see later, in family relationships as well. Initially, the introduction of women into the workforce created an impetus to regulate the excesses of capitalism's exploitation of women's labor. With his quotation from the report on the Factory Act of 1844, which regulated adult women's work, Marx noted how it states ironically, "No instances have come to my knowledge of adult women having expressed any regret at their rights being thus far interfered with." 18. This was one of the RST attempts to interfere with the rights of workers to freely negotiate wages with their employers. Thus, the facade of freedom and equality was torn away with regard to women and children's labor, since they could not legally protect themselves. While designed for women and children because of their historically subordinate social status, this would later set a precedent for regulations for adult male workers who worked in tandem with women and children. Thus, from 1844 to 1847, the 12-hour day was universal for those under the Factory Act as capitalism acted as a leveler. 19. This is only one tendency inherent in capitalism. Super-exploitation of groups with less access to power, such as women, children, and ethnic minorities, is compatible with capitalist accumulation. This played a role in driving wages down for female workers, as many capitalists were willing to exploit women's allegedly more nurturing nature to produce more disciplined and docile workers. Mr. E., a manufacturer, informed me that he employed females exclusively at his power looms, gives a decided preference to married females, especially those who have families at home dependent on them for support. They are attentive, docile, more so than unmarried females, and are compelled to use their utmost exertions to procure the necessaries of life. Thus are the virtues, the peculiar virtues of the female character, to be perverted to her injury, thus all that is most dutiful and tender in her nature is made a means of her bondage and suffering. 20. Marx quotes Lord Ashley on women's more nurturing nature without questioning whether or not it is truly natural for women to behave in this manner, or whether this natural state is socially mediated as well. Later, as he saw an increasing number of women struggling alongside men for greater rights in the workplace, his position on the matter seemed to change significantly to one where women's nature was much less of a factor. Women would have to play a significant role in the struggle for labor rights. This was something that Marx emphasized in his speeches and writings for the IWMA. In his opening remarks on the introduction of women and children into the workforce for the General Council sessions in July 1868, Marx gave a dialectical perspective on the effects of machinery on women, children, and the family. The woman has thus become an active agent in our social production. Formerly, female and children's labor was carried on within the family circle. I do not say that it is wrong that women and children should participate in our social production, but the way in which they are made to work under existing circumstances is abominable. 21. Marx not only gave his support for women entering the workforce, but also pointed to the specifically capitalist nature of the working conditions. Moreover, Marx noted that women engaging in social production is not a new phenomenon. What was new was that production now took place outside of the house. Further, Marx emphasized the positive effects of machinery that leads on one hand to associated organized labor, on the other to the disintegration of all formerly existing social and family relations. 22. Towards the end of 1868, a group of silk weavers and ribbon makers went on strike in Lyons, France. In his report of the General Council to the Fourth Annual Congresses, Marx highlighted the role played by mostly female workers who went on strike despite economic difficulties and police repression. Shortly after the Ricamari massacres, the dance of the economical revolts was opened at Lyons by the silk winders, most of them females. At Lyons, as before at Rouen, the female workers played a noble and prominent part in the movement. 23. Moreover, in Capital, Volume I, Marx returned to his discussion of the transformation of the family. As capitalistic organization of industry spread into the areas previously occupied by domestic industry, it helped to create further ground for the dissolution of the family, since it became necessary to regulate the so-called home labor, since it is immediately viewed as a direct attack on the patria potestas, on parental authority. 24. Marx noted that the barriers that were once in place to separate the public and private spheres were being broken down through the incorporation of women and children's labor into industry, outside of the control